Chapter 2768. Silent acquiescence. It was not difficult for forces from the other 8 realms, who had undying saints supporting them, to raise a pinnacle force in the Danyang holy domain. If a pinnacle force from the outer realm is secretly supporting the Sword Alliance is true, the Sword Alliance is of great threat to us. The Life and Death Tower Master had a cold look in his eyes. Yes, the Danyang holy domain has been at an absolute disadvantage since Crimson Stone Saint's passing. The current infiltration of Outer Realms pinnacle forces must be aimed at taking over the entire Danyang holy domain. We should take action right now and wipe out the Sword Alliance while it still hasn't stabilized its position to be safe, said the Dongfang clan master. Nanwu Palace master frowned. It's true that we should immediately take action under normal circumstances. However, matters are different right now. I've received news that the Crimson Stone Fort recently has been rather eventful, and all the factions are preparing to take action. It seems Saber Master, who once controlled one of the factions, has fallen. The Life and Death Tower Master said, I've also heard about this, but it's just a rumor with no way for us to confirm if Saber Master had truly fallen. However, the situation in Crimson Stone Fort has indeed been rather eventful recently. It looks like Crimson Stone Fort's factions will completely fall out with a really huge battle about to happen. Their huge battle is the opportunity we've been longing for a long time. Nanwu Palace Master had a cold expression on his face. That's why it's unsuitable for us to take action right now. It can be said that the Sword Alliance has risen at the perfect timing, as it happens to be, when there will be some huge shifts happening in the Crimson Stone Fort. We cannot focus on the Sword Alliance if we aim to complete our long-term goals of completely overthrowing the Crimson Stone Fort. Both the Life and Death Tower Master and Dongfang clan master's brows slightly furrowed. It was true that the Sword Alliance had appeared at the perfect timing. The Sword Alliance appeared when the opportunity they craved for since long ago finally arrived. Under such circumstances, they had to focus themselves on the Crimson Stone Fort and use all the time they had to prepare themselves so that they could obtain their heart's desires when the huge changes occurred in the Crimson Stone Fort. However, if the 3 of them unite and go against the Sword Alliance at that moment, putting aside the fact that the Sword Alliance was supported by Outer Realm forces which already made it difficult to take action against them, they would also need to expose many of their last resorts, which greatly reduce their strength if they really plan to overthrow the Sword Alliance. In addition, Crimson Stone Fort would have more opportunities to prepare themselves. As such, it would mean that they would not have the absolute upper hand when going against the Crimson Stone Fort thereafter. There's nothing we can do, as we can only either overthrow the Crimson Stone Fort or the Sword Alliance. I suggest we take action against the Crimson Stone Fort first. The Life and Death Tower Master slightly narrowed his eyes as he spoke in a low voice. In the end, the Sword Alliance is still a young force, and their total strength won't be as domineeringly strong. Even if they are secretly supported by Outer Realm forces, it won't be so easy for those outside forces to infiltrate us, as this is still the Danyang holy domain. The most they can do is supply some resources. The Sword Alliance has grown to its current capacity, which makes it almost impossible for them to further drastically increase their strength. All we need to do is send someone to keep an eye on the Sword Alliance's movements and stay alert. I too agree. It won't be too late to take action against the Sword Alliance after everything. The most important matter right now is to go against the Crimson Stone Fort. The 3 of us have been waiting and laying low for so many years just for such a great opportunity to overthrow the Crimson Stone Fort. Now that the opportunity is here, we cannot get distracted by a mere Sword Alliance, added Dongfang clan master with a serious tone. Nanwu, what do you think? Both the Life and Death Tower Master and Dongfang clan master looked over at Nanwu Palace Master. Nanwu Palace Master smiled softly. I'll support it, since both of you have made your decision. According to the news Nanwu Palace received, The current Crimson Stone Fort is a Titan bowstring that any slight movement will trigger into a full-blown battle. It won't be long before that happens. An entire Crimson Stone Fort will be in complete chaos at that time. I'm sure it'll only take several decades, or perhaps even less than 40 years, for a great battle to completely erupt in the Crimson Stone Fort. We shall put up with the Sword Alliance during this period and unite to wipe them out after we've gotten rid of the Crimson Stone Fort. All right. Both the Life and Death Tower Master and Dongfang Clan Master also seriously nodded. The three of them came to a mutual understanding after the brief discussion and slowly left the place. The Sword Alliance's rise was inevitable. It was proven that the Sword Alliance had become a pinnacle force following Nanwo Palace, Life and Death Tower, and Dongfang Clan silence. The Sword Alliance then started sweeping through the lands and easily gained control over the many territories that once belonged to the Heavenly Blood Alliance. Several forces that were located in between were also ruthlessly wiped out by the Sword Alliance at the same time to unite the Sword Alliance's original territory and those that belonged to the Heavenly Blood Alliance. The Sword Alliance's territory grew enormously after those forces' territories had fallen into the Sword Alliance's hands and soon already surpassed the strength of a first-rated force and were infinitely close to becoming a pinnacle force. In the Sword Alliance headquarters, the Sword Alliance had already taken over the Heavenly Blood Alliance and several second-rated forces' territories. However, Nanwo Palace, Life and Death Tower, and Dongfang Clan didn't react at all. It seems like those three families have acknowledged the rise of the Sword Alliance and won't take action against us before they wipe out Crimson Stone Fort. Jian Wushuang smiled coldly. He was able to guess those three Pinnacle Forces' plans. In the end, he had been keeping tabs with Yin Sewer and Palace Keeper Sizhen, allowing him to understand Crimson Stone Fort's current situation well. Those three forces were focusing their energy on the Crimson Stone Fort and could not spare any time for him. It was exactly what the Sword Alliance wanted. Announce my orders. We no longer need to be scrupulous toward anybody starting today. Presumptuously wipe out the surrounding forces and take over as many forces as possible. As for those pinnacle forces, don't be afraid if their experts come forward. You're allowed to directly fight them off if possible, as I allow small fights, but remember not to corner them, ordered Jian Wushuang. Yes, Master. The Sword Alliance experts obediently received his order. Xiao Tiexin asked, Master, although the Sword Alliance can be counted as a pinnacle force right now, we haven't stabilized ourselves. Won't it be too over the top if we act so presumptuously? Those pinnacle forces won't allow us to expand so scrupulously, right? Jian Wushuang said, I'm sure they don't want to see that happen, but they definitely won't stop us. From the moment they decided to not take action against the Sword Alliance, means they have silently acknowledged the Sword Alliance can take over a huge piece of territory and become a pinnacle force. What I'm doing right now is pressuring these pinnacle forces. Chapter 2769. Got the Divine Elixir Pills Pressure. Xiao Tiexin was puzzled. I want Nanwo Palace, Life and Death Tower, and Dongfang Clan, and the already worn Divine Demon Sect to know that my Sword Alliance is rising at an amazing speed and I have great ambitions to annex and expand. I want all of the top forces to feel that kind of pressure that I will take over them at just any time, Jian Wushuang explained. But why? Xiao Tiexin was still puzzled. Haha, it's very useful. You just can't see it yet. Anyway, you just do this according to my instructions. Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Yes. Xiao Tiexin stopped asking any more questions and quickly left. Jian Wushuang sat there alone with a gleam in his eyes. Yin Sewer, I have put enough pressure on those top forces. It's up to you now. Although I will go all out to help you, you gotta show me what you've got a thing or two. You can't blame me if you're lousy yourself, Jian Wushuang mumbled. Jian Wushuang had done enough. He had severely ravaged Divine Demon Sect, grew Sword Alliance, and scared the other three top forces stiff. The top forces were chary of acting rashly. Under those circumstances, Yin Suer should have had enough time for preparation. Next, Sword Alliance expanded and grew its influence rapidly according to Jian Wushuang's plans and order. It was like a hungry beast subjugating the forces around them. Even the top forces were not spared. They were affected by Sword Alliance to a certain extent, and they have had contentions. Fortunately, the altercation did not lead to nasty fights. In the long run, Sword Alliance had asserted a certain amount of pressure on those top forces. Life and Death Tower, Dongfang Clan, the badly hit Divine Demon Sect, and even Nanwu Palace felt tremendous pressure from Sword Alliance. That area of growth did not require Jian Wushuang to put in any more effort. While his followers were at work, carrying out his plans, he had been working diligently on improving his strength and perception of the laws and sword principles. He made colossal progress with the 2 Fengtian scrolls in his hand. 3 years went past in a blink of an eye. In the past 3 years, Sword Alliance had had frequent activities. On the other hand, the other top forces in Danyang Continent, including Crimson Stone Fort, seemed to be extremely calm. Everyone knew that something was brewing under the seemingly calm surface. One day, Jian Yi, the divine elixir pills you wanted, has arrived. Palace Keeper Si Zhen sent a message. So soon. Jian Wushuang was over the moon when he got the news. 3 years ago, he handed the Holy Treasure Level Battle Saber sword to Yin Suer, and he asked for 50,000 divine elixir pills in return. He thought that Yin Suer would need a longer time to deal with a Holy Treasure Level Battle Saber, but it took only 3 years for Yin Suer to sell it off. Jian Wushuang immediately set off for Holy Palace. When he arrived at Sacred Palace, Jian Wushuang only spotted Palace Keeper Si Zhen. There was no sight of Yin Suer. Then, again, it was normal. Tensions were brewing within the Crimson Stone Fort factions during the period of time, and all the factions were doing their best to be prepared. Yin Suer would have had a lot to deal with. Haha, Alliance Master Su Han, it's been a long time. Palace Keeper Si Zhen let out a hearty laugh when he saw Jian Wushuang. Palace Keeper Si Zhen, don't tease me, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. I dare not tease you. You are now the Sword Alliance Master, whereby the Sword Alliance is the top force in Danyang continents. Even Divine Demon Sect has been defeated. I believe that even Fort Master can't afford to be smug and complacent around your achievement, Palace Keeper Si Zhen said, so as to butter up Jian Wushuang. Then Palace Keeper Si Zhen got serious and took out an interspatial ring. Jian Yi, this is given to you by the Fort Master. Your Holy Treasure Level Battle Sword was sold to an undying saint for 65,000 divine elixir pills. According to what you've asked before, Fort Master has given you 50,000 divine elixir pills and the price for your damaged pinnacle heavenly treasure battle armor. We've rounded it up to 53,000 divine elixir pills for you here. Jian Wushuang took the interspatial ring, and he made a careful count of the content with his soul power before nodding. Please help me to thank Fort Master for these. Fort Master is grateful for you. Palace Keeper Si Zhen smiled. Earlier, Fort Master had earned a small fortune and benefits from the 230 caddies royal blood gem you gave her. This time around, you have given her a greater amount of benefits with an extra of 15,000 divine elixir pills. They came in handy to provide sufficient resources. Major changes are about to take place in Crimson Stone Fort, and the Fort Master might not be so sure of her preparation without the blessing. From what I've heard, you are saying that your Fort Master is now very sure of how to deal with the situation? Jian Wushuang smiled. I can't say that we're very sure, but there is still a chance around 30 to 40%. This is just from the Fort Master's management. If Jian Yi and our Sword Alliance are willing to help each other at that time, then there is at least a certainty of preservation. 70% of it, said Palace Keeper Si Zhen. 30 to 40% is not a small amount of assurance. As for Sword Alliance, I will do my best to help out, Jian Wushuang said. That's good to hear. Palace Keeper Sijun was delighted. "By the way, what's going on in Crimson Stone Fort?" Jian Wushuang asked casually. Fortunately, although news came out that Saber Master has died, this piece of news has not been confirmed. Therefore, although there were some activities going on in the various factions of Crimson Stone Fort, they had yet to take any serious action. The factions are quietly accumulating and preparing their strength and power. Once the fuse is lighted, Crimson Stone Fort will be completely chaotic and wars will break out. No matter who wins the battle, Crimson Stone Fort would completely solve the never-ending disputes, said Palace Keeper Sijun. Then, I will go off first. If something happens in Crimson Stone Fort, just send me a message, Jian Wushuang said. Okay. Palace Keeper Sijun nodded slightly. Jian Wushuang left immediately. After returning to Sword Alliance, he immediately found a secret chamber and began to cultivate in seclusion. 53,000 divine holy pills added up with the few divine holy pills obtained and accumulated by Saber Master before. It should be enough to make my strength even greater. Jian Wushuang clasped his hands tight, expectantly. Let's start. Immediately, Jian Wushuang closed his eyes and began to refine those divine elixir pills. Chapter 2770. 25 years' time began to pass slowly. The addition of 53,000 divine elixir pills to the 60,000 divine elixir pills Jian Wushuang had gotten from Saber Master, and the others made up to an immense bulk of divine elixir pills. It took an extremely long period of time to consume and refine all of those divine elixir pills. When all was done, Jian Wushuang's cultivation realm advanced another level as he wished. He had broken through from the high-level Grand Ultimate God Realm to peak Grand Ultimate God Realm. His overall strength had skyrocketed again. After the breakthrough of his cultivation realm, Jian Wushuang continued to spend time in seclusion because there had been no major changes in Crimson Stone Fort. With 2 Feng Tian scrolls in his hand, his understanding of the laws and sword principles was progressing at an expeditious speed. Another 25 years had passed in a flash. In those 25 years, Sword Alliance had completely evolved into a top force in Danyang Continent, and they did that by overpowering another top force. The Sword Alliance enjoyed a high status, surpassing Divine Demon Sect. In fact, Life and Death Tower and Dongfang Clan seemed to be a rank inferior to Sword Alliance. In the middle of a huge manor, the golden-robed Jian Wushuang stood with a sword in his hand above the clearing. His right hand was brandishing his sword. Buzz, 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 buzz. Multiple beams of sword light were produced. Each of those sword lights was extremely poignant and beautiful. The hazy sword light was fascinating to watch. The sword light could have easily captivated the opponent if he was fighting against someone. Space-time sword technique, 7th form, enchanted. Every single sword movement Jian Wushuang cast was from the enchanted form, but it had improved a great deal in power and speed as compared to his form more than 20 years ago. It was difficult to catch Jian Wushuang's shadow whenever he was performing the enchanted form. Perhaps not even the high-level Grand Ultimate God could catch him. After a long time, Jian Wushuang finally stopped his hand's movements, and the fascinating and beautiful sword light dissipated. Jian Wushuang retracted the sword and stood still, but his brows were furrowed. After more than 20 years of meditation, I have made considerable progress in my understanding of the space-time law and sword principles. I have also been continuously improving the enchanted form, and it has almost been perfected by me, yet I can't create the 8th form of space-time sword technique. Jian Wushuang felt a little helpless. Understanding of the laws grew more difficult in progress. Likewise with the understanding of sword principles. It was more difficult to create stronger tricks for sword techniques as one made progress. The 7th form was relatively easy when he created it, but after so many years he still failed to create the 8th form. I probably can't rely on the understanding of the laws and sword principles to create the 8th form of sword technique. I might have to spar with opponents and gain insights from the battle Jian Wushuang muttered. Suddenly, buzz! A tyrannical aura exploded in the surrounding void without any warning. However, it only stayed around for a very short time. Although it only appeared for a brief moment, Jian Wushuang noticed it because he was sensitive to his surroundings and he was so close to the source of the breath of aura. This breath of aura! The surprised Jian Wushuang immediately went toward the source of that breath of aura. Jian Wushuang saw a sloppy old man with messy hair walking out of a secret chamber as soon as he arrived at the spot. The sloppy old man was beaming wide. "Ha! Strange old Tong, congratulations!" Jian Wushuang immediately stepped forward and laughed heartily. Strange old Tong was smiling when he heard Jian Wushuang. I didn't want to be too ostentatious, and I immediately broke it off, but I didn't expect that Alliance Master Su Han would still be alerted. How can I not feel the unique breath of aura of a peak, grand, ultimate god? Jian Wushuang smiled. Peak, grand, ultimate god. Jian Wushuang was shocked because he noticed the breath of aura of a peak, grand, ultimate god. And that breath of aura was from strange old Tong, who stood before him. Strange old Tong has stayed in the high-level grand, ultimate god realm for a long, long time, during which he attempted to break through many times, but he fell short every single time. Strange old Tong finally broke through and set foot on the peak, grand, ultimate god realm he dreamed of. He had made extensive preparation, and most importantly, he had the Huangji golden pill given by Jian Wushuang. The Huangji golden pill was coveted by so many grand, ultimate gods for obvious reasons. Jian Wushuang received the 5 Huangji golden pills from the secret realm and gave them to the 5 grand, ultimate gods he recruited. Among them, grand, ultimate god Zhu Xian, strange old snake, Mr. Ning achieved breakthroughs through the Huangji golden pills. Lan Junju failed, unfortunately. Strange old Tong did not consume the Huangji golden pill right after he got hold of it. Instead, he spent a lot of time preparing carefully. He had been preparing for more than 10 years, and 5 years ago, he finally began to cultivate in seclusion. 5 years had passed, and when strange old Tong appeared again, he had finally completed his mission. I thought that I would stop at the high-level grand, ultimate god all my life and not be able to move any further, but now it seems that I'm lucky. Of course, this is mainly because of the Huangji golden pill that you gave to me. Otherwise, I would probably fail once again. I'll always remember your kindness, strange old Tong solemnly said. You've been polite. I used the Huangji golden pill to recruit you, strange old Tong. I give you the Huangji golden pill, and you will fight for Sword Alliance for 1,000 years. This is a fair deal. How can it be called a kind act? Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Anyway, I was able to break through all because of you. In addition, you were the reason the divine demon sect was severely ravaged. I won't say anything more. In short, for the rest of these 1,000 years, I will do whatever you ask for as long as it doesn't go against my principles, said strange old Tong. Haha, it is nice to hear this from you. Jian Wushuang smiled, but he was quite happy. Strange old Tong Lao was ranked top among the high-level grand ultimate gods, and he was extremely powerful. He could face off 1 or 2 ordinary peak grand ultimate gods. After he had finally made a breakthrough, his strength had skyrocketed. He was estimated to be rather powerful among the many peak, grand, ultimate gods. Chapter 2771. Man in blood-colored robejin, Wushuang, believed that strange old Tong's strength was definitely stronger than that of the gold-armored corpse puppet he was controlling, and that his attacking power was stronger than Divine Demon's sect master, Dongshin. Earlier, when Sword Alliance and Divine Demon sect were fighting, Dongshin was a handful for Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang deployed the gold-armored corpse puppet and used his domain oppression methods, yet he barely suppressed Dongshin's combat capability. Anyone with peak grand ultimate god's highest combat power could bring great pressure to Sword Alliance. However, strange old Tong is definitely not weak among the peak grand ultimate gods. In fact, he is quite a powerful one. Although the gold-armored corpse puppet is a corpse puppet, it has the combat power of a peak, grand, ultimate god. In that case, Sword Alliance has 2 manpower of the highest combat power. And I could count as 1, 2, right? Jian Wushuang scratched his nose. He did not display his full potential during the fight with Divine Demon Sect, but his combat power was definitely at the level of a high-level grand ultimate god, and he was ranked one of the top. After all, he killed Saber Master in the Secret Realm. Decades had passed since then, and his cultivation realm had risen to another level, as well as his understanding of laws and sword principles and his methods. He possessed the combat power of a peak, grand, ultimate god. Sword Alliance would have had 3 cultivators with the most powerful combat powers. That was a scary fact. The 4 top forces, Nanwu Palace, Life and Death Tower, Divine Demon Sect, and Dongfang Clan, each had only 1 highest combat power, a peak, grand, ultimate god. Even Crimson Stone Fort had only 2 under different factions, but Sword Alliance had 3 peak, grand, ultimate god levels of combat power. Strange old Tong, I have been working on an interesting chess game. If you are free, how about you come and have a look? Jian Wushuang asked with a smile. Chess game. Strange old Tong was surprised, but he followed Jian Wushuang back to the manor nonetheless. Under a big tree in the manor, Jian Wushuang placed a huge chessboard on the stone table, and there were many chess pieces on the chessboard. However, those chess pieces were only in 1 color, which was black. This chess game, Strange old Tong began to delve into the game. After some time, he raised his brows slightly. This game is a test. Every single chess piece is a test to be solved one after another, and the method of cracking these tests seems to be purely relying on sword techniques. Whoa, you noticed it at a glance. This chess game was created by a cultivator from my hometown. It is called Dalio Star Game. I tried to crack it when I was younger, and I reaped a lot of benefit from it. Now, my understanding of sword principles has already surpassed that cultivator from my hometown, so I have recreated this game. Every chess piece contains a sword move to work on. Over the years, I have been working on this game, and I have also gained a lot of benefit from it. Jian Wushuang said with a smile, I'm not good at sword techniques, but you got me interested. I might try my hands on these. Strange old Tong smiled, and he started to crack the game. It was true that Strange old Tong was not good at sword techniques, but he had a high level of understanding of principles, and that was helpful across many areas. He managed to crack a few steps, but soon he fell into a bottleneck and was stuck. Jian Wushuang sat by the side, just smiling and watching Strange old Tong. Suddenly, swoosh, a figure appeared beside Jian Wushuang. It was Xiao Tiexin, Jian Wushuang's maid. Shiner, what's the matter? Jian Wushuang asked. Jian Wushuang had been cultivating in seclusion for years, and Xiao Tiexin was the one dealing with all the management matters in Sword Alliance. Jian Wushuang trusted Xiao Tiexin fully. Master, someone is asking to meet you outside the sword castle, said Xiao Tiexin. Who? Jian Wushuang sounded uninterested. I don't know, he doesn't want to tell us his name and identity, but he has shown his breath of aura. He is a high-level grand ultimate god, quite a powerful one, Xiao Tiexin said. A powerful high-level grand ultimate god, but unwilling to reveal his name and identity, is here to see me? Jian Wushuang raised his brows and then smiled. Bring him in. Yes. Xiao Tiexin responded and went off to bring the visitor in. Strange old Tong, I guess I'm the only one who knows that you have broken through to the peak, grand, ultimate god realm. Don't expose your strength for the time being and disguise your breath of aura, Jian Wushuang said. Strange old Tong breaking through to the peak, grand, ultimate god realm was equivalent to Sword Alliance acquired another ace in the hole. Naturally, Jian Wushuang would not want the secret advantage to be known just yet, especially when things were at a delicate stage. Sure, but I'm not good with the disguise, so I might be able to cheat those high-level grand ultimate gods, but not the powerful peak, grand, ultimate gods, said strange old Tong. Then don't meet with those peak, grand, ultimate gods. You will stay in Sword Alliance during this time, and I believe that no peak, grand, ultimate god will be so boring to come here and investigate your cultivation realm, said Jian Wushuang. That's true. Strange old Tong smiled and quickly masked his breath of aura. Jian Wushuang and strange old Tong waited quietly in the manor, and it did not take long for Xiao Tiexin to lead a man in Amon in a blood-colored robe. The man in a blood-colored robe was well covered up. His face was completely shrouded under the blood-colored robe, and no one could see his appearance clearly. Indeed, he had a tyrannical breath of aura. He was one of the best among the high-level grand, ultimate god, probably no inferior to strange old Tong before his breakthrough. He is, Jian Wushuang and strange old Tong both stared quizzically at the person. The blood-colored robe man arrived in front of Jian Wushuang and strange old Tong, but he did not immediately speak. His exposed, deep-set eyes glanced at Xiao Tiexin next to him. Xian heir, you may go first. Jian Wushuang waved his hand. Yes. Xiao Tiexin nodded and left instantly. I don't know who you are. Please show me who you are, Jian Wushuang said indifferently. The man in a blood-colored robe stood in front of Jian Wushuang and looked around to confirm that there was no one else around. Then he slowly removed his blood-colored robe, revealing an extremely strong and sturdy figure. He was dark and he had strong muscles. The surface of his divine body was covered with faint, blood-colored thunderbolts. He raised his head slightly to show an extremely cold and somewhat domineering face. A faint, blood-colored thunderbolt flashed in each of his pupils. Jian Wushuang and strange old Tong were both taken aback to see who it was. Blood Thunder King. Chapter 2772. Blood Thunder King Jian Wushuang and strange old Tong were surprised to see the person who came forth. Blood Thunder King. He was the leader of one of the 3 strongest factions in Crimson Stone Fort. Not only was he a terrifying high-level grand ultimate god himself, but he also controlled the strongest Crimson Stone official army in Danyang Continent, and there were more than 10 known grand ultimate gods who reported to him. Blood Thunder King's faction was able to compete with the Yin Sewer and Yunshan factions and keep them in check within the Crimson Stone Fort. What made him make the trip to see Jian Wushuang in person? After a brief moment of shock, Jian Wushuang recovered his senses. Unexpectedly, the famous Blood Thunder King would come forth to my small and insignificant Sword Alliance today. You've graced Sword Alliance with your presence. Jian Wushuang stood up and said politely, Alliance Master Su Han must be joking. If Sword Alliance is just a small and insignificant organization, then the various forces on Danyang Continent may be nothing at all. Blood Thunder King chuckled. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly and waved. Please sit down. Blood Thunder King sat down at the stone table in front of him. Jian Wushuang waved his hand to keep the chessboard on the stone table, and then he took out some fruit and wine. Blood Thunder King felt very at home. He grabbed a fruit with his big hand and ate it. Jian Wushuang looked at Blood Thunder King playfully. Blood Thunder King, you are here in person today. What's the matter? I'm here to discuss something important with you, Alliance Master Su Han. Blood Thunder King wiped his mouth and said, You want to discuss something important with me? Jian Wushuang's expression remained unchanged. Alliance Master Su Han, as the leader of Sword Alliance, I believe you are aware of the situation in Danyang Continent during this period of time. Blood Thunder King made the opening remark. Of course. Jian Wushuang smiled. Danyang Continent is very calm during this time except for Sword Alliance, who has been discontented. The situation has not changed much from before. Very calm? Alliance Master Su Han, are you trying to fool around with little kids? Blood Thunder King sneered. The current Danyang Continent is like a raging storm. Drastic changes may happen at any time, and the source of this storm is Crimson Stone Fort. Don't you know Alliance Master Suhan? What can I do if I knew about it? It's your own business, no matter what happens in Crimson Stone Fort. What does it have to do with Sword Alliance? Jian Wushuang commented calmly, like he was uninterested. It has nothing to do with Sword Alliance. I don't think so. Blood Thunder King wore a strange smile. What do you mean? Jian Wushuang looked at Blood Thunder King. Alliance Master Suhan, you knew that there are many factions in Crimson Stone Fort, and we are fighting incessantly. Among these factions, the factions led by Crimson Stone Fort Master Yin Suer and Grand Elder Yinshan are very powerful. Blood Thunder King said. Jian Wushuang interrupted Blood Thunder King. Really? As far as I know, there are 3 powerful factions in Crimson Stone Fort. Besides the factions led by Yin Suer and Yinshan, Blood Thunder King yourself is leading another faction that is not weak at all. You can keep the other 2 major factions in check. Keep them in check. Blood Thunder King smiled bitterly. If it's the usual small fights and conflicts, indeed my faction does not fear them. However, if a big battle breaks out, then my faction is considered weak. After all, the battle mainly relies on the combat power of Grand Ultimate Gods. The Heaven Ultimate Gods can't do much at all. Well, they can't do much in the Crimson Stone official army, which is under my control. And in terms of the combat power of Grand Ultimate Gods, I have 10 of them, and it seems like a lot of them under my command. But both Yin Suer and Yinshan have accumulated power in the dark for a long time. They are much better than me. I don't know for sure how much stronger Yin Suer and Yinshan are at this stage. Besides, they are both peak Grand Ultimate Gods with the strongest combat power. They are not people whom I can afford to challenge. Therefore, if a battle breaks out, my faction is far behind the 2 of them. Therefore, they would be the 2 people who would reintegrate the factions if there is a major change in Crimson Stone Fort. However, no matter which of them is in charge, it's probably not a good thing for Sword Alliance. Why do you think so? Jian Wushuang smiled and looked at the Blood Thunder King. It's very simple. It's all because of your Sword Alliance background. Blood Thunder King smiled strangely. Alliance Master Suhan, don't pretend like you're confused now. If I guess it right, you came from the Outer Realm? You probably have support from the Outer Realm all this while. How do you know? Jian Wushuang frowned. He thought Blood Thunder King was funny to make the assumption. Why would the Outer Realms support him? What a joke. Jian Wushuang had always been working purely on his own. Yin Suer probably gave him a little help, but he gave Yin Suer much more in return. Blood Thunder King had obviously misunderstood Jian Wushuang. It's very simple. The rise of the Sword Alliance is too fast, and you all have too many resources. How could you possibly be able to own so many resources? There must be a big force behind you. I believe no one in the entire Danyang Holy Domain has the ability to support a top force like yours. Naturally, only those outer realms with an undying saint in their management have the ability to support you. Blood Thunder King smiled. He was pleased with himself. Well, I admit that I do have the support of someone behind me. But what does it have to do with the internal conflicts in Crimson Stone Fort? Jian Wushuang asked. Of course it matters. Blood Thunder King smiled. Alliance Master Suhan, if I can guess your background right, I believe Yin Suer, Yinshan, and the other top forces like Nanwu Palace, Life and Death Tower, and Dongfang Clan can do the same. Those in power would naturally be disgusted and repulsive at you who have the support from an external force. The reason why they haven't acted on your Sword Alliance right now is that the timing is wrong. Crimson Stone Fort will be ending our years of internal conflicts real soon, and the top forces like Nanwu Palace are coveting us. That's why no one has time for Sword Alliance at this point in time. But once the battle is over and Crimson Stone Fort has calmed down, Crimson Stone Fort will immediately attack you Sword Alliance, no matter who is in charge. Even the top forces like Nanwu Palace would join hands to go against you. At that instance, unless the undying saint behind you comes out in person, your sword alliance will have no ability to resist, and you'd be expelled from the Danyang holy domain. Well, that's true. Jian Wushuang nodded pretentiously. But now, there is a great opportunity in front of you, Alliance Master Suhan. You can change the fate of Sword Alliance completely. I wonder if you're willing to grab the opportunity? Blood Thunder King smiled strangely. Chapter 2773. Join hands. I don't know what Blood Thunder King you are referring to as a great opportunity. Jian Wushuang asked curiously. Join hands with me. Blood Thunder King suggested. With the current situation in Sword Alliance, if you are willing to join hands with me, the two of us would rise to be stronger than Yin Suer or Yin Shan. By then, I will be the ruler of Crimson Stone Fort, and I will try my best to help Sword Alliance to sweep down the top forces like Nanwu Palace, Life and Death Tower, Divine Demon Sect, and Dongfang Clan. From then on, this huge Danyang, holy domain will be the both of us. What do you think? You want me to join hands with you? Jian Wushuang laughed mockingly. There can't be two tigers in a mountain. After you have complete control of Crimson Stone Fort, will you be willing to share Danyang, holy domain, with Sword Alliance? Of course I am willing. At that time, if the undying saint behind you agrees, I can even bring Crimson Stone Fort and surrender to the undying saint, said Blood Thunder King. Jian Wushuang's pupils shrank. Not only that he's willing to jointly manage Danyang holy domain, but he's also willing to surrender Crimson Stone Fort? Blood Thunder King, Blood Thunder King, why should I trust you? If you betray me afterward, what should I do? Jian Wushuang looked at Blood Thunder King. It's very simple. No matter how I'm just a high-level, grand, ultimate god myself. Even if I dare to betray you, I don't have the courage to betray the undying saint behind you. I don't think he'll be able to live much longer if I were to get on his wrong side, said Blood Thunder King. Blood Thunder King believed that Jian Wushuang came from the outer realm, and he also believed that Jian Wushuang had a powerful force backing him up, and the leader of the force was an undying saint. Jian Wushuang's eyes sank slightly after hearing Blood Thunder King. Well, I can't call the shots for such an important matter, so let me pass on the message to my leader, and he will make the decision personally. Blood Thunder King, please hang on a minute. Okay. Blood Thunder King was very patient, and he was just waiting by the side. Jian Wushuang pretended to take out a token, and then feigned to look like he was communicating with someone else. Blood Thunder King could not see what Jian Wushuang was doing. He thought Jian Wushuang was talking to his leader. After a while, Jian Wushuang withdrew the token. Blood Thunder King, my leader had agreed to join hands with you and agreed that Sword Alliance will help you to gain control over Crimson Stone Fort, but under one condition, said Jian Wushuang. What is it? Blood Thunder King peered at Jian Wushuang. What my leader values is the many resources possessed by Danyang holy domain. Therefore, after the end of the battle, Crimson Stone Fort that will be under your control must completely surrender to him, and he shall enjoy 80% of the various resources in Danyang holy domain when you get the remaining 20%, said Jian Wushuang. He wants 80%. Blood Thunder King's pupils shrank. He gritted his teeth and nodded. All right. In addition, my leader warns that you'd better not fool him. If you dare to have any other thoughts, he will personally come to Danyang holy domain, and your fate will be miserable, warned Jian Wushuang. That's for sure. Blood Thunder King smiled awkwardly. In that case, Blood Thunder King, I wish us happy working together. Jian Wushuang raised the wine glass on the table and smiled slightly. Okay. Blood Thunder King drank a large glass of wine with Jian Wushuang. Then, Blood Thunder King got up and prepared to go. Alliance Master Suhan, this is my message token. The great change in Crimson Stone Fort should happen any time soon, and I will use this message token to send you a message at that time. Blood Thunder King handed his message token to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang nodded after he received the message token, and Blood Thunder King quickly left. Unexpectedly, Blood Thunder King came to me and offered to join hands with me. This is really interesting. Jian Wushuang looked at the message token in his hand. His expression was rather weird. Alliance Master Su Han, do you think that Blood Thunder King really wants to join hands with you? Strange Old Tong, who was next to Jian Wushuang, looked around. I don't know. Jian Wushuang shook his head. However, whether he is sincere or not, it has nothing to do with me. After all, I never thought of joining hands with him. Strange Old Tong raised his eyebrows, and he knew what was on Jiang Wushang's mind immediately. In a void in the distance outside soared Alliance's lair. Blood Thunder King, who was once again shrouded in the blood-colored robe, looked extremely mysterious. He pulled to a stop abruptly. Come out. Blood Thunder King cried softly. Buzz! A ray of light condensed in the void in front of him, and soon a figure in a black robe emerged. The old man in a black robe looked like he was intractable. He had very big eyes. As soon as he appeared, he immediately looked at Blood Thunder King. What is the result? Did Su Han agree? Yes, Blood Thunder King nodded. Not only did he agree, but he also admitted that he came from the outer realm, and there is indeed an undying saint backing him up. That's for sure. Otherwise, Sword Alliance cannot rise so fast. The question now is that I don't know which outer realm he is from. Did Su Han tell you just now? The black robe old man asked. No. Blood Thunder King shook his head. However, 9 realms of Golden Crow probably has Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Star Picking Pavilion, and very few large forces with undying saints. For those who are near Danyang Holy Domain and are willing to get involved with what's going on in Danyang Holy Domain, you should know more about who they are apart from your heavenly modest palace. Blood Thunder King looked at the old man in a black robe. He was very clear about the identity of the old man in a black robe. The old man came from the outer realm, from a force called the Heavenly Modest Palace. Heavenly Modest Palace had a great reputation in 9 realms of Golden Crow, and they had a powerful, undying saint sitting behind it. The old man in a black robe came to Danyang Holy Domain a long time ago, and after working hard for a long period of time, he reached an agreement with Blood Thunder King. Therefore, Blood Thunder King, just like what Jian Wushuang believed, was there to gain Jian Wushuang's trust. Blood Thunder King had never thought of joining forces with Sword Alliance. He just wanted to use Sword Alliance. As for the undying saint backing Jian Wushuang up, he was not afraid at all. After all, Blood Thunder King also has an undying saint behind him. I don't care who is supporting Sword Alliance. In short, Heavenly Modest Palace has been working hard in Danyang Holy Domain for so long. I would never allow someone else to reap what I have sowed. Well, first form allies with Sword Alliance and use him to destroy the 2 Yin Sewer and Yun Shan factions. Thereafter, we will try a way to destroy Sword Alliance, said the old man in a black robe coldly. Chapter 2774. A point of no return in the Great Hall. The tall and beautiful Yin Sewer stood at the highest area as she excluded extreme pressure. Underneath her, 3 other people were standing there apart from Palace Keeper Sijin. Those 3 were grand ultimate gods, and they were extremely loyal towards Yin Sewer. They were people she trusted the most. Has the news been confirmed? Yin Sewer looked downwards. An elder with white hair among them nodded politely. Yes, although there's no conclusion yet, it is a fact that Yun Shan had already started contacting the people from that side. Humph, this'll be asterisk starred. Yin Sewer's facial expression turned into a strict one. There's no other choice. We have to immediately take action. Palace Keeper Sijin and the 3 others also had darkened expressions on their faces. They knew about Yin Sewer's helplessness and could also understand her decision. Make your preparations, We will take action in 10 days. Insuer said, 10 days. Palace Keeper Sijin and the others nodded in seriousness. After some time, the 3 others left continuously, and only Palace Keeper Sijin was left standing there. Fort Master, should we inform Jian Yi about this right now so that he and his Sword Alliance can make the preparations? Palace Keeper Sijin said, we should inform him, but you don't need to do it this time. I will personally talk to him. Insuer said, all right. Palace Keeper Sijin nodded and also left. Only Insuer was left in the large hall. With a flip of her delicate hand, Insuer took a token out and started communication. Jian Wushuang, who was sitting at the stone table in Sword Alliance's garden, immediately responded. The Fort Master has personally contacted me. This is really rare. Jian Wushuang smiled playfully. Normally, his communication with Insuer would go through Palace Keeper Sijin, but Insuer had directly contacted him this time. Jian Yi, there's something that I need to personally tell you. Insuer sounded extremely serious. You sound so serious. Do you plan to take action now? Jian Wushuang's expression slightly changed. Yes, I've given my orders. My people will take action 10 days later, and our aim is Yun Shan's faction. Insuer said, 10 days? Isn't that too soon? Are you extremely well prepared? Jian Wushuang frowned. No. Insuer shook her head. But we are at a point of no return. What do you mean? Jian Wushuang was really puzzled this time. Although there was a lot going on in the Crimson Stone Fort right now, and every faction was preparing themselves with all they had. However, Insuer obviously had the upper hand, as she had the support of a huge amount of resources. Apart from that, she was greatly burdened. It did not matter if she did not take action. She had to be completely prepared once she took action. However, it seemed irrational for her to proactively take action right now without complete preparation. A couple of days ago, my people received news that the old man, Yun Shan, seemed to have received some news that the power I hold right now is much stronger than his, so he's looking for ways to search for external help. Within these couple of days, Yun Shan has already gained contact with Nanwu Palace. Insuer said, Nanwu Palace? Jian Wushuang's facial expression slightly changed. Nanwu Palace was only behind the Crimson Stone fort among the pinnacle forces in the Danyang continent. Nanwu Palace Master was even the publicly recognized expert in the Danyang continent. If Yun Shan's faction connected with Nanwu Palace and worked together, Insuer's faction would be placed in a passive position. Have they formed an alliance? Jian Wushuang asked. Not at this moment, but Yun Shan shows obvious signs about it. If I continue to wait, he might really join forces with Nanwu Palace, and I wouldn't be the one handling them later on. They will be the ones working together to wipe me out. Hence, I need to take action now and completely wipe out Yun Shan's faction earlier on. Insuer said, How confident are you to go against Yun Shan's faction based on your accumulated strength? Jian Wushuang asked. 100%, Insuer replied neatly. Although Yun Shan had accumulated a lot of strength throughout recent years, I've accumulated more strength than him. Apart from that, I've obtained a huge amount of resources because of you, and I've won over many helpers with these resources. If no other forces interrupt us right now, Yun Shan's faction would not be our opponent if only both our factions go to battle. You're so confident. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. He had no idea that Insuer would be so capable and have secretly accumulated so much power. At the same time, he understood why Yun Shan would think of ways to contact the Nanwu Palace. Yun Shan must have realized that Insuer was too powerful and was trying his best to search for helpers, as his faction was not capable of withstanding Insuer. He was also driven insane by Insuer and went to Nanwu Palace because he had no other way. However, although my faction is completely confident in defeating Yun Shan's faction, There's another large faction in the Crimson Stone Fort, and that is the Blood Thunder King's faction. I'm not capable of facing both parties at the same time. Hence, 10 days later, I need your Sword Alliance to help me stop the Blood Thunder King's faction. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Sewer said, although the Blood Thunder King's faction have quite a number of Grand Ultimate Gods, they don't have the support of any peak Grand Ultimate God. With our Sword Alliance's current strength, we can handle them. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. However, Blood Thunder King isn't your only threat this time, right? Based on what I know, Namu Palace, Life and Death Tower, Divine Demon Sect, and the Dongfang clan. These 4 pinnacle forces had been fixated on your Crimson Stone Fort since a long time ago. Especially recent days, our Sword Alliance has been stirring things up throughout these few decades in order to pressure these pinnacle forces. However, these pinnacle forces had been tolerating things, and they obviously do not want to offend our Sword Alliance. Instead, they had been focusing all their attention on your Crimson Stone Fort. Once anything happens on your Crimson Stone Fort, these pinnacle forces will definitely take action right away. These are 4 pinnacle forces. Even if the Divine Demon Sect wouldn't take action because they're badly compromised, the 3 other pinnacle forces would still be extremely strong if they work together. How can you withstand them if they grab the opportunity when you are in a fight with the Yun Shan faction and both parties are badly wounded? Sewer, who was on the other side of the token, was silent for some time after Jian Wushuang spoke. Moments later, Sewer spoke once again. If the 3 pinnacle forces, Namu Palace, Life and Death Tower, and Dongfang clan came attacking when I'm battling for my life with Yun Shan, both of us would not be able to withstand them. This is also why I'm not fully prepared. That is why my current plan is to carry out a sudden attack 10 days later, when Yun Shan is having a secret meeting with experts under his leadership. I plan to try my best to defeat all the experts in Yun Shan's faction within the shortest period of time with absolute strength. The best way is to leave no time for those pinnacle forces to react. Chapter 2775. Depart. You want to have a quick battle. Jian Wushuang frowned. Is that possible? I have to do the impossible as I do not have other choices. Sewer said in a low voice. Yun Shan is already exchanging terms with Namu Palace at this moment, and they haven't come to an agreement because none of them wants to make a concession. Once either the Namu Palace or Yun Shan makes a slight concession, they would form an alliance, and I would not have any chances. Although what I'm going to do seems reckless, there's at least some possibility of success. As long as we are speedy enough to defeat Yun Shan's faction before the experts from Namu Palace, Life and Death Tower, and Dongfang clan arrive, we would manage to withstand them with the help of your Sword Alliance, even if my faction isn't in its peak stage. If we are able to withstand that round of attack, we can think of ways to split up those 3 pinnacle forces next. After all, they have internal conflicts, and we would have lots of opportunities to pinpoint them by then. Jian Wushuang was secretly lamenting when he heard what Sewer said. He was able to see that Sewer had been forced to a point of no return, or she would not have proactively taken action against Yun Shan's faction when she was not completely prepared. As for her decision right now, Jian Wushuang had to admit that this might be her last chance, even if it was a dangerous one. Jian Wushuang agreed to Sewer's decision when he stood in her shoes. I understand it. Don't worry, Fort Master. My Sword Alliance will use everything we have to help you in 10 days. Jian Wushuang said seriously. Thank you, Mr. Jian Yi. Sewer softened her voice. No matter what the ending of this battle is, you've done everything you should have. Even if my faction lost in the end, I'm only grateful towards Mr. Jian Yi, and there would not be a hint of dissatisfaction. By then, Mr. Jian Yi can think of ways to escape and ignore what happens to my Crimson Stone Fort. I know, I'm not stupid. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. The 2 of them stopped their communication after that. She plans to take action 10 days later? Jian Wushuang sat in the garden by himself as he tapped his finger against a stone table with an extremely serious expression on his face. Yin Suer's decision to carry out the raid 10 days later was really a forced decision, and the risks were extremely huge. They were not hugely certain, even if she had her full support. Jian Wushuang had once made a deal with Crimson Stone Saint, and he would definitely do his best full-hearted, since he was entrusted by others on this matter. He also hoped that Yin Suer managed to obtain what she wanted in this battle. However, he was unable to predict the ending. No matter what, I've tried my best, and everything would come down to Yin Suer's fate to see if we survive this. Jian Wushuang mumbled to himself. He had already reached the limit of what he could do, and he had a clear conscience that he was worthy of the Fengtian scroll given to him by the Crimson Stone Saint. 10 days passed by in the blink of an eye. In a grand hall of the Sword Alliance, Jian Wushuang sat on the grand throne at the highest position, while Xiao Tiexin stood obediently beside him. Beneath the hall, several experts were standing there. The sloppy old man with messy hair, Old Tong, narrowed his eyes as he stood in front of everybody. However, he still hid his divine power, and unless he met a peak, grand, ultimate god like him, nobody would notice that he had already broken through, even though his ways of hiding his power were not very strong. For example, when Blood Thunder King came visiting previously, Old Tong stood beside, but Blood Thunder King did not realize that Old Tong had already broken through into a peak, grand, ultimate god. There were 6 other people behind Old Tong. Among these 6 people, there was one older and one younger person apart from grand, ultimate god Ju Xian, Old Snake, and Ying and Lan Junju. They were also grand, ultimate gods and were members of the Elder Group in the Sword Alliance. A couple of decades ago, the entire Danyang continent was shocked when news about the Sword Alliance defeating the Divine Demon Sect was spreaded out. The Sword Alliance's prestige had achieved a shocking high within that period of time. Within these couple of decades, the Sword Alliance tried its best in developing and attracted experts with a huge number of resources and cost. These 2 grand ultimate gods were experts who accepted their invitation. Among these 2 people, one of them is a high-level grand ultimate god, while the other is only a primary-level grand ultimate god. The reason they accepted the invitation from the Sword Alliance was not only because of the sufficient pay the Sword Alliance provided. The most important point was that these 2 people had great grudges against the Divine Demon Sect. They promised because they felt that they had been avenged when they saw how the Sword Alliance defeated the Divine Demon Sect in a face-to-face battle and caused the Divine Demon Sect to be badly wounded. The addition of these 2 people had once again enriched the Sword Alliance's higher-level combat power. Right now, these grand ultimate gods followed Jian Wushuang's orders and were waiting in silence. They were able to see that Jian Wushuang was definitely planning something huge for gathering all of them over at this moment. However, Jian Wushuang did not say what they were doing, and they had no idea either. In the highest throne, Jian Wushuang was also waiting there with his eyes closed. After waiting for around half an hour, Yin Suer had finally sent a message. Jian, we've started our journey, and we will be at Bane City within an hour. Yin Suer said, Bane City? That is where the battlefield will be? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes, Yun Shan is having a discussion with the experts under his leadership in Bane City. We shall carry out a sudden raid once we arrive there, and there will be a large movement by then. The experts of different forces will be immediately alarmed, especially Blood Thunder King. He is one of our Crimson Stone Fort's higher management, and he's very familiar with some of our spatial passages. Once a huge battle happens in Bane City, he would be able to rush over speedily via the spatial passages. Your Sword Alliance needs to think of a way to stop him. Yin Suer said, Understood. I will start my journey now. Jian Wushuang interrupted the communication and looked towards the grand ultimate gods below him. Old Snake, stay and take care of our base. Jian Wushuang ordered. Yes, master. Old Snake nodded without any complaints. The others shall leave with me right now. With a wave of Jian Wushuang's hands, Old Tong, Grand Ultimate God Juexan, and Ing Lanjunju and 2 other Grand Ultimate Gods that recently joined the Sword Alliance immediately started their journey under Jian Wushuang's lead. They had been traveling via some wormholes throughout the entire journey and had arrived in a void near Tabane City within a short amount of time. The Bane City is located not far from here, and that place has always been the Crimson Stone Fort's territory. Alliance Master Su Han, what are we doing here? Grand Ultimate God Ju Xian asked. Stop with the questions, as you will know when it's time. Jian Wushuang only smiled indifferently and did not make much explanation. Chapter 2776. The beginning of the great battle the same time when Jian Wushuang and the others arrived at the OU Thankserts of Bane City. Many figures were standing in another void. These figures were exuding extremely strong divine power. Their divine power obviously meant that they had achieved the level of Grand Ultimate God. However, the crucial part was that there were more than 20 figures standing in this void, and that meant that there were more than 20 Grand Ultimate Gods. It had to be known that there were many factions in the Crimson Stone Fort, and Blood Thunder King's faction was publicly known for having the most Grand Ultimate Gods. However, they also only had around a dozen of them. Standing in front of these 20 over Grand Ultimate Gods were the extremely beautiful, yet strict Yin Suer. She looked at the huge city in front of her with a cold look in her eyes. It's almost time. Let's take action right away. Yin Suer had a serious expression on her face. With a wave of her hand, the 20 over Grand Ultimate Gods behind her immediately started moving. These 20 over Grand Ultimate Gods instantly turned into 20 over streams of light, while Yin Suer also went skimming out. They appeared in the void on top of Bane City within the blink of an eye. Rumble point one after another. Huge coercive forces directly came suppressing down. Yun Shan and the others who were hiding in a secret chamber located in Bane City were instantly alerted. Then, a large number of people directly rose up. Yin Suer! A strict glance was released from the eyes of a short elder with young features and old man's hair. His glance came exploding towards Yin Suer like 2 lightning bolts. The divine power that belonged to a peak, Grand Ultimate God was also released from his body. This short elder was the person controlling another large faction in the Crimson Stone Fort. Yun Shan, are you finally taking action? Yun Shan had a cold look in his eyes. Yun Shan, we've been fighting for so many years, and we should end it today. Yin Suer's voice could be heard in the entire Bane City. Everybody kill! Bomb! 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 More than 20 over Grand Ultimate Gods behind Yin Suer immediately took action and went rushing down like extremely hungry beasts. Block their way. Yun Shan also yelled out with a low voice, and around a dozen Grand Ultimate Gods around him also came rushing forward fiercely with overwhelming aura. A total of almost 40 Grand Ultimate Gods from both sides instantaneously started fighting one another. The huge battle completely broke out. It started. Jian Wushuang and the others stood in the void outside of Bane City. Although they were some distance away, they were still able to clearly see what was happening in the city and felt the waves of scary hums exploding in the city at the same time. Behind Jian Wushuang, Old Tong, Grand Ultimate God Juexan, and Ing and Lan Junju also had different expressions on their faces. Crimson Stone Fort, it's a fight between 2 of their strongest factions. That is the Crimson Stone Fort Master, Yin Suer, while the other is the Crimson Stone Fort's first elder, Yun Shan. Rumors state that these 2 have been fighting for many years and have gone through all sorts of fights since the falling of the Crimson Stone Saint. Are they finally ending things now? There are so many Grand Ultimate Gods. Didn't they say that these 2 factions of the Crimson Stone Fort only have around 7 to 8 Grand Ultimate Gods? Even Blood Thunder King, that has the most Grand Ultimate Gods, have around a dozen only. However, why are there so many here? There should be around a total of 40 Grand Ultimate Gods here, right? This is the first time I've seen a battle between so many grand ultimate gods. Old Tong and the others secretly sighed. Grand ultimate gods were definitely the strongest experts in the Danyang continent. Under normal circumstances, one could easily build a first-class force in the Danyang continent with 2 to 3 grand ultimate gods, while pinnacle forces had around 1 dozen of them. There were around 40 of them here. In the Danyang Holy Domain, only the Crimson Stone Fort was capable of this. Even Jian Wushuang had to gasp with admiration that a lean camel was still bigger than a horse. It looks like Yin Sewer has taken over the other 4 smaller factions in the Crimson Stone Fort. Those small factions have a couple of grand ultimate gods, and they all listen to her right now. She really has some strong ways. Jian Wushuang mumbled. He had to admit that Yin Sewer really had some tricks up her sleeves, or it would be impossible for her to support the Crimson Stone Fort alone for so many years. There were currently a total of 20 over grand ultimate gods under Yin Sewer's lead. All of them were much stronger in both volume and quality, even their higher level combat power. In the void located in the middle of Bane City, Yin Sewer was having a combat with Yunshan, and the 2 of them were pushing their power to the limit. However, Jian Wushuang could obviously see that Yin Sewer definitely had the upper hand in this battle. It could be said that Yin Sewer's side had an absolute upper hand in both higher level combat power and the fights between the grand ultimate gods. She definitely has an advantage, and it's quite a huge one. However, it would be difficult to completely defeat Yunshan's faction or kill Yunshan in a short period of time based on this advantage alone. The other forces must have received news now that this battle has exploded, and they must be rushing over right now. Jian Wushuang thought to himself. As he was thinking about this, the token given by Blood Thunder King and stored in his interspatial ring immediately reacted. Alliance Master Su Han, Yin Sewer has already taken action. Please hurry to Bane City. There was a hint of anxiety in Blood Thunder King's voice. Blood Thunder King obviously did not expect Yin Sewer to take action so speedily as she directly found a chance to carry out a sudden raid. Apart from that, she did such a good job in keeping it a secret that no information was leaked previously. I've already received news, and am rushing my way over. I will be there momentarily. Jian Wushuang purposely sent a message. Moments later, he took the token up again. Blood Thunder King, I've already rushed over to the void outside Bane City and am in this direction. Jian Wushuang informed Blood Thunder King of his location before glancing at Old Tong. Old Tong, Blood Thunder King is coming in a short while. In order to be safe, hide yourself. You can take action after I've sent you a message. Jian Wushuang said, All right. Old Tong nodded and went skimming towards the surrounding void by himself. Moments later, more than 12 figures came rushing over. A total of 16 people arrived, and every one of them had strong divine power. They were all in the grand ultimate god level, but they were only primary level and high level grand ultimate gods. There were no peak grand ultimate gods among them. Alliance Master Su Han, you travel so speedily. A smile immediately appeared on Blood Thunder King's face when he saw Jian Wushuang. Coincidentally, there's a spatial passage located in the territory belonging to my Sword Alliance that connects to the void nearby to Bane City. That is why I arrived sooner. Jian Wushuang said, I see. Blood Thunder King raised his eyebrows before turning his attention to the grand ultimate gods behind Jian Wushuang. Why aren't Old Tong and Old Snake here? Blood Thunder King asked in surprise. My Sword Alliance has been continuously expanding recently, and we've attracted many strong opponents. I have to keep some power in the Sword Alliance to attend to them during this mission. I hope that you can understand. Jian Wushuang said. Chapter 2777. Took action. The Sword Alliance is such a big household. I'm sure nothing can be taken lightly. Blood Thunder King smiled without much care. I did not expect Ian Sure to take such speedy actions, and her means are really great. I'm afraid that Yun Shan might fall here in this battle." Jian Wushuang looked at the battlefield far away and slightly nodded. It was true that Ian Sewer obviously had the upper hand in this battle between two parties, and it was a great upper hand. Yun Shan's faction seemed to be in the fight under suppression. However, it would still take some time if Ian Sewer's side wanted to completely defeat Yun Shan's faction, and she definitely needed to pay a certain price. "We shall wait here, and after both factions have been badly wounded from the fight, we shall go out to clean up the messy situation." Blood Thunder King said, "I understand." Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. Outside of Bane City, the Sword Alliance controlled by Jian Wushuang and Blood Thunder King's faction stood in the void as they looked on silently. They looked on as Ing Sewer and Yun Shan's factions fought. The battle got increasingly intense and crazy. The crazy fight between almost 40 grand ultimate gods caused a shocking amount of movement. Under such a large scale of crazy fight, these grand ultimate gods were unable to completely protect their own lives. Within mere moments, the divine body of an elder in green robe was directly penetrated and his life was instantly ended. Since the battle started, the first fallen grand ultimate god had appeared. It's Grand Ultimate God Bingyu from Yun Shan's faction. He's really unlucky to be the first one to die. He's really unlucky as he's only a usual primary level Grand Ultimate God, but he had to face two masters in the same level, and was even secretly attacked by a high-level Grand Ultimate God from the fight beside. It seems difficult to stay alive under such circumstances. It's not completely because of luck. There's quite a huge difference between the strength of both sides. The experts under Blood Thunder King's lead were hiding in the void outside Bane City, and they were secretly sighing about the situation. The elder in green robes was the first one to die. It was impossible for him to be the only fallen expert in such an intense and crazy battle. Following that, the experts died in the battle one after another. Some of them were from Yun Shan's faction, and there were also others from Ian Sewer's faction. However, due to the difference between their strength, most of the experts who died were from Yun Shan's faction. Soon, there were 10 experts who died in the battle, and among them, 7 of them were from Yun Shan's faction. It had to be understood that the number of grand ultimate gods from Yun Shan's faction were much lesser compared to Ian Sewer's faction. Now that they had lost 7 of them, they did not have much grand ultimate gods left, and their disadvantage in the battle grew. Yun Shan's faction can't hold it much longer. There has originally been a huge difference between their combat power. Now that Yun Shan's faction has lost 7 grand ultimate gods, while Ian Sewer's faction only lost 3, the difference is even much more obvious. Yun Shan is going to be defeated after all. The experts under Blood Thunder King's lead were still discussing among themselves. Blood Thunder King, when shall we take action? Jian Wushuang looked towards Blood Thunder King. Be patient and wait a little longer. Let them fight for a longer period of time. Blood Thunder King's eyes were sparkling. Jian Wushuang was naturally unfazed as Ian Sewer was the one with the upper hand right now. After some time, the experts from both parties were already in a terrible situation from the fight, especially those from Yun Shan's faction. Half of the originally more than a dozen grand ultimate gods had fallen, and the remaining grand ultimate gods were also badly wounded. Even Yun Shan himself, following a horrendous hum that could be heard throughout the entire battlefield. Yun Shan's figure went bursting outwards in a battered manner. At this moment, Yun Shan's face was extremely pale with blood at the corners of his mouth. His divine power was obviously weakened compared to how he was previously. Yun Shan was obviously heavily wounded. Yun Shan, you are definitely losing this battle. Ian Sewer had a great amount of divine power surging through her body. She stood there with her arrogant figure and looked down at everything like a divine goddess. In this one-to-one fight between Ian Sewer and Yun Shan, it was obvious that Ian Sewer was stronger. Yun Shan, who was already badly wounded, stood there as he looked at his surroundings. The grand ultimate gods under his lead had extremely darkened expressions. He definitely lost in this battle, and it was a terrible loss. The strength Yin Sewer accumulated had completely surpassed him. Attack! Yin Sewer said in a cold voice as she wanted to carry out another attack. The grand ultimate gods behind her had extremely high will to kill in their eyes as they once again took action. As for the grand ultimate gods from Yun Shan's faction, they looked extremely pale, but an unprecedented craziness could be seen in their eyes. Fight them with all you have. Kill! Kill! The people in the battle had gone completely crazy. In the void outside of Bane City, Jian Wushuang and Blood Thunder King, who was standing next to him, saw everything that happened in Bane City's battlefield. It's almost time for us to take action. Blood Thunder King smiled coldly. Are we taking action now? Jian Wushuang glanced at Blood Thunder King, who was beside him. Between these two factions, shall we take action towards Yin Sewer's faction first, or Yun Shan's faction? Or should we take action against both factions at the same time? We should pulverize an already defeated enemy first. We should wipe out the old man Yun Shan first before taking action against Yin Sewer. Blood Thunder King said, Take action against Yun Shan first? Jian Wushuang slightly frowned. Right now, both Yin Sewer and Yun Shan's factions had been badly wounded as they suffered huge losses. Among them, Yun Shan was completely routed. If they take action at this moment, they should do it towards Yin Sewer first, as the right thing to do was to weaken the combat power of Yin Sewer's faction. However, Blood Thunder King chose to take action against Yun Shan first to completely defeat or kill him on the spot, so that he was left with no options out before taking action against Yin Sewer. Blood Thunder King was so confident in their side's strength. Let's take action. Blood Thunder King did not explain too much and only said this. Then the dozen overgrand ultimate gods behind him moved at the same time under his personal lead. Jian Wushuang also did not linger. With a wave of his hand, a gold-armored corpse pupper, a silver-armored corpse puppet, and 2 bronze-armored corpse puppets appeared in front of him at the same time. After that, Jian Wushuang went skimming speedily towards Bane City as he led these corpse puppets together with Grand Ultimate God Ju Xian and the others. In Bane City, both Yin Sewer and Yun Shan's forces were still in a heated fight. Suddenly, a huge amount of figures came skimming over from the surrounding void. There were lots of experts, as Blood Thunder King's faction alone had 16 grand ultimate gods. Together with the 6 grand ultimate gods, including Jian Wushuang from Sword Alliance and 4 corpse puppets, there were a total of 26 experts from the grand ultimate god level. They directly came attacking in a loud and horrifying manner. Experts from both factions fighting in the battlefield immediately noticed this. That is, Blood Thunder King. Chapter 2778, Blood Thunder King's Glee. It's Blood Thunder King and his faction's experts. There are also some people who are from the Sword Alliance. Sword Alliance. When did Blood Thunder King get together with the Sword Alliance? The experts fighting from the 2 major factions were deeply surprised. Yun Shan and Yin Sewer noticed the arrival of Jian Wushuang and the others and were puzzled. Especially Yin Sewer. She gave a deep look at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, Blood Thunder King, and the others who suddenly arrived on the battlefield from the void nearby began attacking and killing the experts from Yun Shan's faction. *T. Damn it! Blood Thunder King. The grand ultimate gods in Yun Shan's camp were frightened. They were already at an absolute disadvantage, on the verge of defeat, and had been fighting hard all the time. Blood Thunder King and the Sword Alliance joining in the attack and targeting them all of a sudden did not do them any good. How were they going to resist the fierce attack? Haha, go to hell! Blood Thunder King's eyes turned scarlet as he stared at a high-level grand ultimate god in Yun Shan's camp and immediately displayed his masterstroke. The 15 grand ultimate gods under Blood Thunder King's command, including those from the Sword Alliance, and their 4 corpse puppets, did not hold back as all of them attacked and killed mercilessly. The miserable grand ultimate gods in Yunshan's camp received a devastating blow. Almost all of the grand ultimate gods were killed in an instant. In the end, only 4 of them managed to escape from the waves of attacks and fled to the distant void in distress. Among the 4 who survived by luck were Yunshan and 3 other high-level grand ultimate gods. There were more than a dozen grand ultimate gods in Yunshan's camp when Yunshan and Yin Suer faced off against each other, but only 4 of them survived. The 4 who survived were seriously injured and unable to recover their combat power to its peak in a short period. Yunshan's faction was defeated with no chance of making a comeback. Blood Thunder King. Yunshan's infuriated voice echoed in the sky with his eyes seeming to be discharging flames of fury as he stared at Blood Thunder King. Blood Thunder King laughed. Haha, Yunshan, are you surprised? You and Yin Suer have been fighting all these years over the full control of Crimson Stone Fort. But both of you have never considered me as equal from the beginning to the end. I bet you didn't expect me to win this hand? Yunshan's complexion sank and turned to look at Jian Wushuang. Sword Alliance. You colluded with the Sword Alliance. Collusion? Yunshan, don't you think that's a bit harsh? There's no enmity between Crimson Stone Fort and the Sword Alliance, so I only asked Alliance Master Su Han to come forward and do me a little favor. Why do you think it's a collusion? Blood Thunder King laughed mockingly before instantly setting his gaze on Yin Suer and the others. Yunshan's faction is now crippled. We don't need to care too much about them. Although Yin Suer's faction still possessed certain combat power, they're a far cry from their peak state. Alliance Master Su Han, we are much stronger than Yin Suer's faction once we joined hands. We'll win this battle. Blood Thunder King wore an absolute confidence look on his face and was pleased. Even though Yunshan's faction suffered the most in the recent war, Yin Suer's faction was not spared either, as several of their grand ultimate gods had fallen. As for the grand ultimate gods who survived, they suffered a certain degree of injuries. The combined combat power of Blood Thunder King and the Sword Alliance was superior to that of Yin Suer's faction under such circumstances. The experts in Yin Suer's camp pulled a long face after hearing Blood Thunder King's claim. The appearance of Blood Thunder King and the Sword Alliance joined hands after their fierce fight with Yunshan's faction was giving them a lot of pressure. Of course, that was also because they knew nothing about what was going on. Yin Suer and Palace Keeper Sizhen remained calm as they knew the truth. Blood Thunder King, don't you think it's too early to be this happy? We haven't even fought yet. How do you foresee the result? Yin Suer jeered coldly. Blood Thunder King smiled. Haha, matters have gotten up to this stage, Yin Suer. Why are you still struggling? I'll fulfill your wish if you don't want to admit defeat yet. Alliance Master Su Han, I heard your domain oppression methods are very sophisticated and played a big role during the Sword Alliance's fight with the Divine Demon Sect. Will I be fortunate enough to see that today? Of course you are. Jian Wushuang smiled as he spoke to Blood Thunder King as though they had been friends for many years. An ancient bronze mirror emerged from Jian Wushuang's body after that, and a large expanse of golden light dispersed from the ancient bronze mirror, filling the entire battlefield and even the entire void. In addition, a large amount of golden divine power had begun to condense crazily behind him. Buzz. A large amount of golden divine power condensed. In the blink of an eye, a 10,000-foot tall golden emperor appeared behind Jian Wushuang. The golden emperor looked majestic while overlooking the world. As soon as the golden emperor took shape, Jian Wushuang pointed a single finger, and a vast golden divine ocean power rushed out frantically. Soon, a huge golden prison took shape that covered the entire battlefield, shrouding all the experts on the battlefield. In addition, A layer of dark golden armor formed on the surface of Jian Wushuang's body. The dark golden armor was 9 Sparkle Star Armor's precious armor. The vast star armor domain emerged. Next, sword intent started rising to the sky as Jian Wushuang's 100,000 miles perfect sword world was displayed. Golden light domain, prison of punishment, star armor domain, sword world. For oppression methods were displayed at the same time. At that instance, many experts on the battlefield could already feel Jian Wushuang's various oppression methods displayed. Although Jian Wushuang had not fully put his domain oppression's methods to use, those grand ultimate gods could already feel its greatness. Jian Wushuang began to secretly send messages while those 4 oppression domains were forming. Zhu Xian and Ying Jian Wushuang sent messages to several grand ultimate gods under his command. I'll do my best to oppress the domain later. When the time comes, you shall do this, Jian Wushuang quickly explained his plans in the messages. After receiving a message from Jian Wushuang and knowing Jian Wushuang's real intentions, Zhu Xian and Ying and Lan Junju were surprised. Chapter 2779. What are you doing, Alliance Master Su Han? Alliance Master Su Han, Zhu Xian and Ying and Lan Junju looked at Alliance Master Su Han in amazement but kept a straight face. Alliance Master Su Han, your domain oppression methods look extraordinary. I really look forward to feeling the power of this domain oppression methods, said Blood Thunder King with a smile next to Jian Wushuang. Don't worry, you'll experience it very soon. Jian Wushuang smiled while his right hand slowly stretched out. Be careful. Alliance Master Su Han's domain oppression methods are great, such that even peak grand ultimate god strength is suppressed. We have to be vigilant. There was a commotion among the grand ultimate gods from Yin Suer's faction, with all of them waiting intently and preparing to contend with the domain oppression methods Jian Wushuang displayed. Blood Thunder King and those grand ultimate gods under his command sneered at them while looking forward to Jian Wushuang using his domain oppression methods to suppress all the grand ultimate gods from Yin Suer's faction. They were waiting to take advantage of the situation and cause the greatest damage to Yin Suer's faction. Jian Wushuang finally straightened his right arm, but his palm suddenly flipped around. Domain oppression. Rumbling, the golden light domain, prison of punishment, star armor domain, and sword world superimposed as its terrifying power instantly came into effect. The well-prepared grand ultimate gods from Yin Suer's faction were puzzled when Jian Wushuang exercised his domain oppression methods, as they did not feel the slightest bit of oppression at all. On the other hand, Blood Thunder King and those grand ultimate god experts under his command felt the oppression instead. They were sneering at their opponents and waiting for a good show. However, they were the ones who immediately felt the suppression by the 4 superimposed domain oppression methods. Those grand ultimate gods, including Blood Thunder King, felt as though a mighty mountain was on top of them. The 16 of them, which were either primary level or high level grand ultimate gods, felt their overall strength had instantly reduced by about 30 to 40%. Their strength had diminished all of a sudden. Alliance Master Su Han, what are you doing? Blood Thunder King was horrified. He was looking forward to Jian Wushuang's domain oppression methods, as he and Jian Wushuang were supposed to be in the same camp. However, why were he and his people being suppressed instead? Jian Wushuang merely smiled coldly when he heard Blood Thunder King's shriek as his right hand instantly pointed toward Blood Thunder King's direction. Buzz! The power of space-time law instantly swept and drifted across. A finger-pointing heavenly technique. Blood Thunder King alone was being targeted by that method. Attack! Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Those who were already ready to go behind him, such as Zhu Xin, Aning and Lan Junju, as well as the gold-armored corpse puppet, silver-armored corpse puppet, and 2 bronze-armored corpse puppets, instantly began their attack with the intentions to kill. Those corpse puppets were refined by Jian Wushuang, and he could command them just by using his mind power. Zhu Xin, Aning, and Lan Junju had also been informed by Jian Wushuang beforehand, so they were not surprised to see Jian Wushuang's behavior. They began killing Blood Thunder King and the others next to them. Blood Thunder King and the other 16 Grand Ultimate Gods were still recovering from their shock after encountering the sudden change and betrayal, yet had to face the imminent fierce attacks. SH*T. Sword Alliance, you bastard! The Sword Alliance is our enemy. The Grand Ultimate Gods under Blood Thunder King's command were frightened. All of them thought the Sword Alliance was an ally recruited by Blood Thunder King, which they were quite happy about it. They might be able to wipe out Yin Suer and Yun Shan's factions in no time with the Sword Alliance's help. However, the situation was reversed to their horror. The Sword Alliance was not a friend, but a foe. All of a sudden, they were suppressed by the terrifying domain oppression methods without any preparations. At the same time, they were being attacked by Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xian and the others. They were standing so close to the Sword Alliance experts before. Therefore, many of those Grand Ultimate Gods under Blood Thunder King's command were unable to resist when Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xian made the sudden attack. Chut! 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 5 Grand Ultimate Gods were killed on the spot, with 3 Grand Ultimate Gods severely injured. In addition, Jian Wushuang targeted Blood Thunder King. Jian Wushuang used the A-finger pointing heavenly technique on Blood Thunder King to freeze the space-time Blood Thunder King was located at. Thereafter, the gold-armored corpse puppet next to Blood Thunder King fired a shot toward Blood Thunder King, who was still in a daze and unable to put up a defense. The gold-armored corpse puppet wielded a large saber, which slashed down a horrifying saber light at Blood Thunder King, like a thunderbolt that suddenly appeared on a sunny day. Blood Thunder King had not recovered from his senses and naturally did not manage to resist the attack. However, a simple jade slip hidden in his sleeves cracked. An invisible shield immediately appeared in front of Blood Thunder King after the jade slip was broken. Bang! The gold-armored corpse puppet's large saber landed on the shield and produced a loud bang. The shield shook violently and instantly collapsed, but the large saber's power was greatly weakened. The remaining power from the blow was very weak as it landed on Blood Thunder King's divine body after being weakened by the protective armor and could no longer cause any harm toward Blood Thunder King. However, the momentum had sent him flying. Oh, he's not dead. Jian Wushuang was a little surprised. It was a shame that he did not manage to kill Blood Thunder King with that blow. It was definitely a great opportunity to kill Blood Thunder King, who was caught off guard and standing so close together. Jian Wushuang worked seamlessly with the gold-armored corpse puppet with him, performing the A-finger-pointing heavenly technique while the gold-armored corpse puppet used its killer move. They should have been able to kill the Blood Thunder King. However, they never expected Blood Thunder King to have a life-saving method hidden up his sleeves. The jade slip was a life-saving method. Although it was not sophisticated, it did save his life. Fortunately, I have a life-saving method. Blood Thunder King had recovered from the frozen space-time and concurrently also noticed the jade slip in his sleeves was broken. He had figured out what just happened. He knew he had just been through a life-threatening situation. He then saw 5 figures were slowly falling downward up in the void ahead of him. Those 5 people were his followers who were killed by Jian Wushuang's Grand Ultimate Gods and corpse puppets. Damn it! Blood Thunder King looked extremely gloomy with blood-red eyes like 2 blood-colored thunderbolts as he shot a look at Jian Wushuang. Su-Han! Chapter 2780, Jian Yi. Blood Thunder King saw red. The Grand Ultimate Gods under his command were extremely frightened. On the other end, the Yin Suer's faction Grand Ultimate Gods were in a daze. They were all prepared just now to greet Jian Wushuang's domain oppression methods and the attack from Blood Thunder King and Sword Alliance's experts. As a result, they did not even make a move, and the domain oppression methods did not suppress them. Instead, the Blood Thunder King and Sword Alliance camp were fighting among themselves. What's the matter? Didn't Sword Alliance team up with Blood Thunder King's faction? They declared that they are allies, but now they are killing each other. The Blood Thunder King's faction was obviously not prepared, and they lost 5 grand ultimate gods at once. Blood Thunder King would also probably be dead had he not have the life-saving method. Sword Alliance, what the hell is going on? Those grand ultimate gods in Ian Sewer camp were puzzled. Of course, there were some of them that could tell what was going on. They turned to look at Ian Sewer. Ian Sewer stood in the void and looked satirically at Blood Thunder King. She said, "Blood Thunder King, I told you not to be too happy too soon. Have you and Sword Alliance joined hands a long time ago?" Blood Thunder King's eyes were gloomy. "Yes, we joined forces much earlier than you think. I've started working together before Sword Alliance was established." "Oh no, it's Mr. Jian Yi," admitted Ian Sewer. Jian Wushuang was smiling faintly. He knew that after Ian Sewer exposed his name, his identity was no longer a secret. However, there was no need to hide his identity anymore at that point in time. "Jenny? I seem to have heard of this name before." Blood Thunder King frowned, raking his mind for the memory. A grand ultimate god behind him immediately leaned forward and said a few words in his ear. After that, Blood Thunder King's expression changed abruptly. Jian Yi, the Northern Darkstar Territorial Lord, the Earth Ultimate God who was once on Divine Demon Sect and Life and Death Tower wanted list. "So you are Jian Yi?" Blood Thunder King and the others were shocked. They were staring incredulously at Jian Wushuang. All the other grand ultimate gods who had heard of the bounty offered by Divine Demon Sect and Life and Death Tower were amazed. They were horrified and in disbelief, not only because of the name Jian acquired a certain reputation due to the bounty out on his head, but that was not enough to gain the respect from those grand ultimate gods. A few decades ago, when Jian Yi was on Life and Death Tower and Divine Demon Sect's wanted list, he was just an Earth ultimate god. Although hearsay was that he had the combat power of a Heaven ultimate god at that stage, he was indeed at the Earth ultimate god realm. How long had it been? Perhaps less than 100 years? Jian Yi disappeared, and when he reappeared again, things had changed drastically. He became the Sword Alliance Master, the leader of a top force in Danyang Continent. Besides, he was extremely powerful, much stronger than many high-level grand ultimate gods. Did he manage to grow so powerful in less than 100 years? How is this possible? Impossible. Are you kidding me? Blood Thunder King, Ian Sewer, and even a few members of Sword Alliance were all shocked to discover Jian Wushuang's true identity. That was incredible. His rate of improvement was truly scary. They probably had never seen such a genius in the entire Danyang holy domain who made such progress in less than 100 years. Even if they had to look in the entire 9 realms of Golden Crow, perhaps the most dazzling genius in the history of Dragon Phoenix Pavilion could barely be compared with Jian Wushuang. Apart from that particular genius, there was no other in the entire 9 realms of Golden Crow. Jian Wushuang had no choice but to smile when he noticed all the amazed gazes around him. "Yes, I am the Northern Darkstar Territorial Lord Jian Yi." So he is the one. Pandemonium broke out among the surrounding grand ultimate gods. "You are Jian Yi, then you are not from the outer realm?" Blood Thunder King stared at Jian Wushuang. "Of course not. I was able to create a strong Sword Alliance in such a short period of time because I had a chance to gain a lot of resources and some special methods. Someone from the outer realm with the backing of an undying saint and a powerful force was just purely your wild guess." Jian Wushuang replied with a smile. "I have been cooperating with the Fort Master since a long time ago. I created the Sword Alliance only to help relieve the pressure on Crimson Stone, Fort Master. As for the conflicts within Crimson Stone Fort, I naturally stand with the fort master. Just when I was worried about how to find a chance to strike a move, you came to me. I couldn't ask for anything better." "Is that so?" The Blood Thunder King clenched his teeth tight, his face distorted by his tranche rage. He thought that he managed to trick Jian Wushuang, Yin Suer, and Yun Shan all at once. To his horror, on the contrary, Jian Wushuang and Yin Suer would set him up in a trap. "Jian Yi, the Yun Shan faction has been defeated, and they probably can no longer make a comeback. Next, we need to deal with Blood Thunder King's faction. There is no need to talk nonsense with him. Let's just destroy him quickly. Otherwise, the top forces like Nanwu Palace would make their ways here real soon," said Yin Suer. "All right." Jian Wushuang nodded, his eyes turned cold. His mighty 4 oppression domains were still working perfectly on the battlefield, suppressing the opponents. Blood Thunder King and his experts were completely enshrouded by the pressure of those 4 oppression domains. Their expression looked extremely ugly under those agonizing pressure. Initially, they had 16 grand ultimate gods, but 5 of them had just been killed with several others seriously injured. Under such circumstances, they would be crushed even if Sword Alliance was after them. The Blood Thunder King faction would be wiped out completely if Sword Alliance and Yin Suer stayed united. "Sir, the situation is not good for us. Shall we withdraw?" A grand ultimate god under Blood Thunder King's command suggested. Blood Thunder King controlled the Crimson Stone official army, so he was also called the Army Lord. Most of the grand ultimate gods behind him are the Crimson Stone official army's commanders. "Withdraw." "Haha, I have finally got this once-in-lifetime opportunity. How can I miss it?" Blood Thunder King cracked into a crazy fit of laughter. His eyes turned extremely gloomy. Chapter 2781. Heavenly Modest Palace, Jian Yi Yin Suer. Do you think that you have one? You too have underestimated me. Blood Thunder King's eyes were blood red. He looked like he had lost his mind. A weird smile crept into the corner of his mouth. The smile gave an impression like he was a bloodthirsty beast. "Mr. Chen Kong, come out." Blood Thunder King's voice echoed throughout Bane City and between heaven and earth. Jian Wushuang and Yin Suer looked sullen. They had a bad feeling about what was about to happen. Sure enough, after Blood Thunder King shouted, more than a dozen figures came charging in from the distant void. All of those more than a dozen figures were dressed in black robes, with an unusually powerful aura. There were a total of 12 of them. If those 12 people were just ordinary primary level and high level grand ultimate gods, then the combat power of the Jian Wushuang and Yin Suer's camps would be able to deal with the opponents easily, and they need not be bothered. However, those 12 people appeared and turned Jian Wushuang and Yin Suer gloomy. They appeared in front of Jian Wushuang and others in the blink of an eye, standing next to Blood Thunder King. The breath of aura was imposing. Among those 12 people, 10 of them had reached the level of high-level grand ultimate gods. The most important thing was that the 2 leaders who had surpassed the high-level grand ultimate god realm. They were peak grand ultimate gods. The lineup consisted of 2 peak grand ultimate gods and 10 high-level grand ultimate gods. That was jarring even for Jian Wushuang and Yin Suer. The grand ultimate gods under their command were shocked. Who are these people? 10 high-level grand ultimate gods and peak grand ultimate gods, this lineup? I haven't seen any of these people. They definitely don't belong to any of the top forces in Danyang continent. Where did they come from? They stared wide-eyed at the 12 powerful men. Blood Thunder King appeared together with the old man in a black robe who headed the group of 12. Mr. Chin Kong. Blood Thunder King had calmed down. Surprisingly, he looked rather humble. Blood Thunder King, didn't you say that as long as you join forces with the Sword Alliance, Yin Suer is nothing to worry about and we don't need to anything? You said all we need to do is just clean up the battlefield, no? What's going on? The The black-robed elder Chin Kong stared at Blood Thunder King. He looked unhappy. Mr. Chin Kong, I don't want to be like this either, but I didn't expect that the Sword Alliance Master would be on Een Sewer's side. They have been cooperating for a long time. I was fooled and lost 5 grand ultimate gods before the fight even began. I have no choice but to let you, Mr. Chin Kong, get involved in advance, said Blood Thunder King. Chin Kong narrowed his eyes slightly. He did not continue blaming Blood Thunder King. Instead, he looked at Jian Wushuang, Een Sewer, and the others. Jian Wushuang and Een Sewer held Chin Kong's gaze. There are many experts in Danyang continent, and I know most of them. Even if they live a low-key life, I probably have heard of them, though I have never seen them. However, I have no idea who these 12 people in front of us are. I'm sure these people are not from Danyang Holy Domain, but from the Outer Realm, said Palace Keeper Sijen in a deep voice. Experts from the Outer Realm. Een Sewer was a little distraught. It seems that the Blood Thunder King never really wanted to join hands with me before. What he said to me before was just to clear my doubts and convince me to join hands with him. Fortunately, I am smart. Otherwise, I'd have been tricked. Jian Wushuang's glowered. Blood Thunder King thought that Jian Wushuang was also from the Outer Realm, and he had backing from an undying saint and a powerful force. Therefore, Blood Thunder King spoke very sincerely to Jian Wushuang when he first met up with Jian Wushuang to discuss joining hands. Blood Thunder King, and even expressed his willingness to surrender to the undying saint behind him. Even Jian Wushuang felt like believing in him. It seemed that Blood Thunder King was just lying to Jian Wushuang to trick him into making a move and to be a gunman. After Sword Alliance fought Een Sewer, Chin Kong, and the others would come forward to pick up the deal. As for what the undying saint would do thereafter, Blood Thunder King probably was not interested. There might be an undying saint behind Chin Kong's group as well. The void above Bane City fell silent, and as if the space was stagnated. The atmosphere is cold and gloomy. Who are you? Een Sewer's cold eyes stared down at Chin Kong and the others in front of him. Heavenly Modest Palace, Chin Kong, Chin Kong replied. Heavenly Modest Palace. Een Sewer's was surprised. Crimson Stone Fort was the ruler of Danyang Holy Domain. As the Crimson Stone Fort Master, apart from maintaining the situation in Crimson Stone Fort, Een Sewer was also out to deal with powerful forces in other realms and domains. She was the one who found buyers for Jian Wushuang's Royal Blood Gem and the Holy Treasure level battle saber. She knew of some powerful experts in the 9 realms of Golden Crow, as well as all the big forces. There was a heavenly modest domain within the 9 realms of Golden Crow. The heavenly modest domain was larger than the Danyang Holy Domain, and there were more powerful experts. The forces in heavenly modest domain were as messy as Danyang Holy Domain, and there were countless forces behind each of them. Nonetheless, the ruler of heavenly modest domain had always been Heavenly Modest Palace. The heavenly modest domain was dominated by the heavenly modest palace. The palace master was a powerful undying saint, and he was also the domain master of the heavenly modest domain. He had a great reputation in the entire 9 realms of Golden Crow. Besides Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Star Picking Pavilion, Heavenly Modest Palace was among the powerful forces in 9 realms of Golden Crow. Heavenly Modest Palace left a deep impression on Een Sewer when she was in the 9 realms of Golden Crow. The Heavenly Modest Domain was very close to Danyang Holy Domain, and that was precisely why the Heavenly Modest Palace Master had always been very ambitious. Blood Thunder King, you do not have any scruple to collude with the forces from the outer world, just so that you can rule over Crimson Stone Fort. Een Sewer's face was pale. She stared in disbelief at Blood Thunder King. Haha, what forces from the outer realm? As long as the Heavenly Modest Palace Master is willing, Danyang Holy Domain will become a territory of Heavenly Modest Domain sooner or later. How am I colluding with foreign forces? Blood Thunder King sneered. It's you should know how powerful Heavenly Modest Palace is, and you should also understand how powerful the Heavenly Modest Palace Master is. Heavenly Modest Palace had been eyeing Danyang, Holy Domain, for a long time. Do you think you alone can keep Danyang Holy Domain? Yin Suer's expression became even more morose, and at the same time, she felt a huge amount of pressure on her shoulder. Chapter 2782, Fierce Battle. Heavenly Modest Palace was completely different from the top forces in Danyang continent. They were a big power that truly controlled a domain, and an undying saint was in charge. Crimson Stone Fort, who lost an undying saint, was coveted by the Heavenly Modest Palace. That was not a good thing. You're Yin Suer, right? The black-robed old man, Chin Kong, looked at Yin Suer. I know you. You're Crimson Stone Saint's daughter. The palace master said that for the sake of Crimson Stone Saint, he wouldn't be too mean to you. As long as you are willing to completely surrender to him, you can stay in the Crimson Stone Fort in the future. But if you are stubborn, then don't blame him for being cruel. Yin Suer's eyes narrowed when she heard the threatening message. Before Yin Suer could say anything, Jian Wushuang, who stood next to her, spoke. Your palace master sounds boastful to me. He made it sound like Crimson Stone Fort is already under his control, and he can destroy it any time he wishes to. If it's that simple, I'm afraid he's here in person now, no? Chin Kong's expression changed a little. Indeed, because of some reasons, the palace master did not make the trip himself. Instead, he sent his 12 men. If the palace master was around, the dignified undying saint could easily wipe out the entire Danyang Holy Domain, and all the many forces in Danyang Holy Domain would, no doubt, surrender to him. Jian Wushuang also noticed the change in Chin Kong's expression. He knew his guessing was correct. He smiled and said, Since your palace master can't make it here in person, don't you think you sound way too arrogant to say what you said to the fort master? Chin Kong's eyes immediately turned cold. Su Han from Sword Alliance. Before this, I thought you were from the outer realm like myself. I thought you probably also have the backing from an undying saint and a powerful force. At that time, I was rather cautious of you, but now am sure that you have no background and your strength is only at the level of a high-level, grand, ultimate god. How dare a person like you speak to me like this? Do you have a death wish? When the word death was spoken, Chin Kong made a move already. A tyrannical gush of peak, grand, ultimate god's aura swept across instantly. Chin Kong was extremely fast. He moved like a black phantom, instantly appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. The moment Chin Kong left his spot, Jian Wushuang had already noticed it. Jian Wushuang remained in place, but he had applied the 4 domain oppression methods on Chin Kong. All the 4 domain oppression methods that were previously used to suppress the entire battlefield were then only on Chin Kong. Under the huge pressure from Jian Wushuang, Chin Kong's formidable strength was instantly suppressed by about 20%. These domain oppression methods are indeed good, but unfortunately they are useless. Chin Kong's cold voice came and his palm raised. The tip of his index finger gathered his majestic divine power, and then he sent a shooting dark beam of light at Jian Wushuang's head like a meteor. When the dark beam of light was about to hit Jian Wushuang's head, a golden light appeared out of nowhere and placed itself in front of Jian Wushuang. This golden light was the gold-armored corpse puppet controlled by Jian Wushuang. The golden armor corpse puppet obeyed Jian Wushuang's command. It stood in front of Jian Wushuang and then swung the big saber fiercely in his hand. A mighty, magnificent saber slashed toward the dark beam of light. Bang! A low crashing sound was produced, and the dark beam soon collapsed and dissipated. The gold-armored corpse puppet received a great impact. Its figure shot backward like a cannonball, retreated a long distance before it finally stopped in place. Chin Kong is powerful indeed. He's only displaying 80% of his strength under my domain oppression. He still managed to resist the gold-armored corpse puppet with only 1 finger. He's a peak grand ultimate god, and his combat power is much stronger than Dongshin from the divine demon sect. Chun Kong was a little surprised to see that he had just resisted an attack from a gold-armored corpse puppet. In Sewer, who was next to the void, made a command, "Attack!" Followed by the stern command, the grand ultimate gods under In Sewer's command fiercely attacked the opponents. Several Sword Alliance grand ultimate gods, including those corpse puppets, were attacking the opponents as well. Jian Wushuang retreated. On his way back, he displayed the vast power of his various domain oppression methods once again, targeting to suppress the opponents on the battlefield. The many grand ultimate gods from Blood Thunder King's faction, including the 12 grand ultimate gods of Heavenly Modest Palace, felt suppressed. "Kill them!" Chun Kong yelled. Many of the grand ultimate gods from Heavenly Modest Palace, as well as the Blood Thunder King and the others, made a move instantly. Heavenly Modest Palace, coupled with Blood Thunder King's faction, had a total of more than 20 grand ultimate gods. Besides that, most of them were high-level grand ultimate gods. In Sewer and Jian Wushuang joined forces. In terms of the number of grand ultimate gods, they were better off than their opponents. However, they fell short in terms of quality. After all, most of the grand ultimate gods under In Sewer's command were just primary-level grand ultimate gods. However, Jian Wushuang's domain oppression methods had managed to suppress the strength of many grand ultimate gods from the Heavenly Modest Palace and Blood Thunder King's faction by a lot. Those high-level grand ultimate gods found their strength lowered, and therefore both sides were about the same in terms of the overall combat power. Bang, 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 bang. A series of violent, attacking sounds resounded. This battle between the two sides was obviously much more intense than the previous battle between In Sewer and Yunshan. The combat level was also much higher. The key was that both sides in the battle each had the combat power of 2 peak grand ultimate gods. In Sewer faced Chun Kong, and the gold-armored corpse puppet confronted the other peak grand ultimate gods from Heavenly Modest Palace. The battle was fierce and tough. Jian Wushuang retreated to the edge of the battlefield as soon as the battle began. He did not fire any attacking shots, but only used his 4 domain oppression methods on the opponents. He could see clearly the situation on the battlefield from where he was. Although Heavenly Modest Palace has sent 12 grand ultimate gods here, and all of the 12 grand ultimate gods are powerful. Of the 10 high-level grand ultimate gods, 6 are ranked at the top, and the other 4 are at the top. They are definitely not weak among the high-level grand ultimate gods, and the 2 peak grand ultimate gods are also very powerful. Jian Wushuang, even though there was a gap in the number of grand ultimate gods between the two sides, his domain oppression methods proved helpful. They fought fiercely, yet his camp did not gain any advantage. The two sides were equal. The Heavenly Modest Palace side barely had the upper hand in the battle. Chapter 2783. Horrendous Killing. The grand ultimate gods under In Sewer's lead had suffered some degree of wounds during the intense battle with Yin Shan's battle, and they had used up a lot of their divine power. This battle right now is obviously much more obvious compared to the previous one, and much more of their divine power would be depleted. I don't think they would be able to continue for much longer. Apart from that, there aren't any movements from Nanhua Palace, the Life and Death Tower, Divine Demon Sect, and Dongfang Clan until now. We have to be careful of them too. This cannot continue, and we have to end this battle as soon as possible. Jian Wushuang looked across the battlefield with cold eyes. He then made a move and had already rushed towards the void in front of him. At the same time, Blood Mountain Sword had already appeared in his hands. Jian Wushuang had an extremely high understanding of the space-time law, and his figure was like a ghost under the effects of the space-time law power. He easily appeared behind a high-level grand ultimate god that was from the Heavenly Modest Palace. The high-level grand ultimate god from the Heavenly Modest Palace also had a strong ability to perceive danger, and he was able to instantly detect Jian Wushuang's arrival. "You want to sneak up on me? In your dreams!" This high-level grand ultimate god yelled out loudly, and the horrendous divine power had risen as his surroundings were transformed into complete darkness. However, before this high-level grand ultimate god could take action, Jian Wushuang had already pointed his finger from afar. The random point of a finger that looked normal consisted of the space-time law and was filled with the exquisite cosmic mysteries. Without any warnings, the high-level grand ultimate god from the heavenly modest palace had been directly paused in the void and failed to make any moves. With a simple stride forward, Jian Wushuang's figure had rushed past the high-level grand ultimate god. The first one. Jian Wushuang smiled. Whoosh! A huge head was directly sent flying up. Space-time had just recovered when the high-level grand ultimate god died, and he happened to see his head leaving his body. He could not help but widened his eyes, and his consciousness soon disappeared. A finger-pointing heavenly technique together with the speediest space-time sword technique and the fact that the space-time law contains space-time blades, the strong killing power is capable of directly piercing through the defensive armor. "It's so easy for me to kill high-level grand ultimate gods right now with the combination of these three," Jian Wushuang mumbled. 30 years ago, he had used a finger-pointing heavenly technique to kill at will during the face-on battle between the Sword Alliance and Divine Demon Sect. This caused the complete defeat of the Divine Demon Sect. The current Jian Wushuang was definitely stronger, and his understanding towards the space-time law was naturally higher. Activating a finger-pointing heavenly technique again meant that it was really easy to kill usual high-level grand ultimate gods when he paired it with the space-time law and space-time sword technique. Whoosh! Jian Wushuang once again skimmed forward and appeared beside the second high-level grand ultimate god within the blink of an eye. This high-level grand ultimate god was an expert under Blood Thunder King's lead. A finger-pointing heavenly technique was used, and the same scene happened again. As the sword light skimmed through, several dozens of space-time blades were contained in the sword light. The horrendous killing power was not something the high-level grand ultimate gods could withstand with the physical protection ability on their outer body layer. Jian Wushuang still easily beheaded this high-level grand ultimate god. Second one. Jian Wushuang's figure once again came swaying out. The third one. The head of another high-level grand ultimate god was directly chopped off, and Aning, who was fighting with this high-level grand ultimate god, was also stunned and did not manage to react. Within moments, 3 experts had continuously died under Jian Wushuang's sword. Apart from that, Jian Wushuang had a high-level insight, and he only killed high-level grand ultimate gods while ignoring primary-level grand ultimate gods. The fourth one. Another high-level grand ultimate god was beheaded. With the continuous death of 4 high-level grand ultimate gods, both the experts from the Heavenly Modest Palace and under Blood Thunder Kings lead obviously panicked. Why is this guy so strong? He's really strong, and they are high-level grand ultimate gods. However, they are like animals in front of him and are simply killed. Even a real peak grand ultimate god would not kill high-level grand ultimate gods unscrupulously like him. What is really going on with him? It's a secret technique. He has a very special secret technique, and he's able to make the space-time a person is in go into a stagnant state within a short period of time so that they would lose the ability to react. Space-time stagnation? A grand ultimate god like him has such a secret technique? Scary. Such a secret technique is really so scary. Even high-level grand ultimate gods can be killed so easily. Wouldn't it be even easier for him to kill us? Heavenly Modest Palace and the experts under Blood Thunder Kings lead were terrified by Jian Wushuang's horrendous killing. They were so frightened that their heads were numb and almost burst. Chun Kong, who was in a heated fight with Yin Sewer, naturally saw this scene, and his facial expression immediately changed. This guy's ways are really weird. This is really weird. If we allow him to continue killing, Not many of these 10 high-level grand ultimate gods I brought over can stay alive. Chen Kong's facial expression darkened before bursting out. Su Dao, go, kill him! Among the 10 high-level grand ultimate gods from the heavenly modest palace, more than half of the high-level grand ultimate gods stood on the top. However, there was another person who was at the highest point, and he was even capable of having a forced fight with the usual peak grand ultimate gods. This person was Su Dao, a thin young man in silver robes. After he heard Chen Kong's outburst, Su Dao immediately got rid of his opponent and turned into a stream of light before he came bursting towards Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang originally planned to continue in searching for his 5th target and kill the 5th high-level grand ultimate god. However, a strong wave of aura suddenly came surging towards him and directly covered him entirely. Jian Wushuang also immediately saw the young man in silver robes that came rushing towards him. This person seems to be quite strong. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and went towards the figure. As he got closer to this young man in silver robes, Jian Wushuang once again pointed the pointer of his right hand. It was still a finger-pointing heavenly technique, as this skill was a killing weapon towards usual trainers, and not many people were able to withstand the attack. The invisible space-time law power started its effect. This power was also implemented in the space-time Su Dao was in. Su Dao's figure suddenly paused in the middle of the sky, as he had obviously entered the state of space-time stagnation. Jian Wushuang smiled indifferently as he was prepared to move forward and kill Su Dao. However, Su Dao's eyelids suddenly fluttered and his figure once again went skimming forward. What? Jian Wushuang's facial expression slightly changed and the look in his eyes darkened. I see, it looks like this person is also an expert who's good with the space-time law and has an extremely high understanding towards the space-time law. A finger-pointing heavenly technique was a divine technique of the space-time law. This skill was undefeatable when it came to experts that practiced other laws, even when the experts were of higher levels. However, the effects were not as strong when it came to experts who also practiced the space-time law. Chapter 2784, Beheaded. Although this young man in silver robes was only a high-level grand ultimate god, he had an exceptionally high understanding towards the space-time law, and he might have even surpassed some peak grand ultimate gods who were good at the space-time law. That was why he was able to react in the shortest period of time when enduring Jian Wushuang's finger-pointing heavenly technique and break free. This is interesting. Let's see which one of us has a higher understanding towards the space-time law then. Jian Wushuang smiled indifferently, and his figure had already met the young man in silver robes. Clank! The Blood Mountain sword in Jian Wushuang's hands was only simply sent forward, but his understanding of the space-time law had already been extended. He was incredibly speedy, and the sword light contained lots of space-time blades that were also extremely powerful. The mystical weapon that the young man in silver robes used was a weird black sickle. This black sickle cut across the void and left black phantomic figures. They were also filled with a huge amount of space-time law power. Both parties instantly met in the middle of the void. Clank! The sound of metal clanking could be heard before Jian Wushuang's sword principle and the young man in silver robes' sickle principle completely burst out. Both parties instantly released their understanding towards the space-time law. Waves after waves of sword lights could be seen flashing outwards, and it was dense, like a boundless sword sea. The young man in silver robes' black sickle also skimmed through the void over and over again, leaving dense, uncountable black, phantomic figures. Clank, 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 clank. The continuous clunking sound of metal could be heard, and these two had achieved the ultimate speed. They were obviously comparing speed crazily. However, they were obviously well matched in such a competition. You are actually capable of catching up to my speed. That's quite good. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. You are also the first high-level grand ultimate god who can catch up to my speed. Your understanding of the space-time law is definitely no lower compared to mine. I won't be able to win if we're fighting one-on-one, but it wouldn't be easy for you to defeat me." The young man in silver robes yelled. What he needed to do now was just to stop Jian Wushuang, allowing him no chance to take action in the battlefield, so that he would not kill the experts from Heavenly Modest Palace and those under the lead of Blood Thunder King. As for directly defeating Jian Wushuang, he knew from the moment they got in this fight that he was incapable of winning. "You want to stop me? Just by yourself?" Jian Wushuang smiled coldly. Jian Wushuang slightly raised his left hand when he was still in the middle of the fight with this young man in silver robes. Hum, 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 hum. One after another, streams of black lights could be seen flying up. Apparently, these black light streams were a cold black divine sword, the infernal crimson divine swords. A total of 9 infernal crimson divine swords floated in front of Jian Wushuang, and these 9 divine swords were covered with thick transmigration power. This scene caused the young man in silver robes to narrow his eyes. I forgot to tell you that I'm not only good in space-time law, my understanding of the transmigration law is no weaker compared to that of the space-time law. Jian Wushuang smiled devilishly. Under his control, the 9 infernal crimson divine sword instantly transformed into 9 black light streams and went attacking towards the young man in silver robes. The expression on the young man in silver robes' face slightly changed. He backed away, speedily followed by a strong wave of the black sickle in his hand. Instantly, more than a dozen space-time blades went bursting out. The space-time blades was something a person was capable of when in the second stage of the space-time law, space-time strangulation. His level of understanding towards the space-time law could be seen from the number of space-time blades formed. The young man in silver robes was capable of forming more than 70 space-time blades in an instant, and such a level was considered quite strong among peak, grand, ultimate gods. However, Jian Wushuang only smiled coldly the same moment this young man in silver robes released the huge number of space-time blades. At the same time, he also released a large number of space-time blades. Jian Wushuang formed a total of 80 space-time blades at this instance, and it was much more compared to the young man in silver robes. The large number of space-time blades collided into one another in the middle of the void, and Jian Wushuang, who had more blades, naturally had the upper hand. The 9 infernal crimson, divine, swords that went bursting forward still appeared in front of the young man in silver robes without any hindrance. The facial expression of the young man in silver robes slightly changed. He waved his hands continuously to swing the black sickle outwards and sent all 9 infernal crimson, divine swords flying outwards. All sank. Jian Wushuang suddenly hardened his left hand. Those 9 infernal crimson divine swords that flew outwards converged speedily in the void. Then a huge piece of black wood came attacking in a direct manner with overwhelming transmigration power. Compared to how it was a couple of decades ago, when Jian Wushuang displayed the second sword formation of the transmigration sword formation once again, the power was so much stronger compared to how it was previously. The huge black wood came attacking in a shattering manner, and the power it contained caused a huge change in the facial expression on the young man in the silver robe's face. Then he held the black sickle with both his hands. Clamor! A wave of dark saber light was sent cutting outwards. This was an enormous saber light, and it left a huge saber river in the void. It was extremely powerful, and was the extremity of the young man in silver robes' capability. However, when it came to the clash between power, transmigration law was much stronger than space-time law. The transmigration sword formation Jian Wushuang used was something created by Sword Lord Tong Xan, someone who was once invincible among undying saints, and his understanding of the transmigration law was also exceptionally high. As these two parties crashed into each other, bang! With a loud bang, the endless saber river only held for a short while before it dimmed down and broke apart. The young man in silver robes slightly trembled, and blood trickled down the corners of his mouth as his body uncontrollably bursted backwards. However, his eyes suddenly narrowed as his body was going backwards. This was because he had already seen the 10,000 feet golden god crushing everything and coming for him under the overlook of the divine power that filled the sky in front of him. No, the young man in silver robes was shocked. However, his figure was on the way to a bursting retreat, and he could not stop even if he wanted to. Jian Wushuang was extremely fast, and when he caught up, he pointed his right hand again. It was still a finger-pointing heavenly technique. This skill had a small effect on that young man in silver robes, and it could only pause the space-time he was in for a very short amount of time. However, Jian Wushuang was in front of him, and such a short period of time that seemed irrelevant was enough to cause him his life. A wave of poignant sword light suddenly lit up, and it was heartbreakingly beautiful. There was a hint of confusion in the sword light, and it was intoxicating. This was the seventh style from the space-time sword technique Jian Wushuang invented, enchanted. This was also the strongest and fastest sword technique Jian Wushuang had. The sword light cut through mercilessly, and the young man in silver robes was directly beheaded without being able to react. Chapter 2785. Blood Thunder King died. The fifth one. Jian Wushuang held the sword single-handedly as he looked at the body of the young man in silver robes dropped downwards. However, he had a cold smile on his face. This smile of his looked like the smile of a demon in the eyes of the experts from the heavenly modest palace and those under the lead of Blood Thunder King. Su Dao actually died. Even Su Dao was easily killed by him. This Jian is really scary. The experts from Heavenly Modest Palace were extremely shocked. They understood the strength of that young man in silver robes, Su Dao, very well. Su Dao was capable of confronting even peak grand ultimate gods, and it was difficult for usual peak grand ultimate gods, even if they wanted to kill him. However, he was simply beheaded by Jian Wushuang right now. Jian Wushuang's strength had undoubtedly arrived at the level of peak grand ultimate god. How scary was it when this peak grand ultimate god was great in the space-time law and even held some sort of secret technique that stagnated time to allow him to move willfully? Whoosh! It could be seen that Jian Wushuang went floating out again like a ghost. Right now, his target was no longer grand-level grand ultimate gods. He directly took action as long as they were close to him. The sixth one. The seventh one. The eighth one. One by one, the grand ultimate gods that were considered top experts in the Danyang Holy Domain were simply killed like animals in front of Jian Wushuang. Slaughter. This was an absolute slaughter. Those two peak grand ultimate gods from the Heavenly Modest Palace were separately pestered by Insuer and gold-armored corpse puppet, so they had no opportunity to take action. As these two peak grand ultimate gods were unable to do anything, nobody in the entire battlefield was able to stop Jian Wushuang. He was a god of killing, and what he wanted to do was killing crazily. However, all the grand ultimate gods that he had his eyes on had no chance of escaping. Instead, they were directly killed before they had time to react. Moments after killing Su Dao, Jian Wushuang killed another 5 grand ultimate gods with ultimate means. Together with those 5 previously, a total of 10 grand ultimate gods had died in the hands of Jian Wushuang not long since the battle began. This horrendous killing had completely stunned the experts from the Heavenly Modest Palace and those under the lead of the Blood Thunder King. Run! Run! Quickly run! If we don't run, all of us would be killed by this Jian Yi. This is too scary. He's too scary. Both peak grand ultimate gods from the Heavenly Modest Palace and Blood Thunder King had not given any orders. However, the grand ultimate gods under their lead could not stand it anymore and had already started to escape crazily. They were not dumb, and they knew how to observe with their eyes. Jian Wushuang's killing was really too quick, and it was too scary. It was like killing animals, and they were unable to withstand it. Under such circumstances, they had to think for their lives. Escaping was definitely the wisest choice. At this moment, they could not think of their own parties, as protecting their own lives was the most important thing. Be ****. The unruly elder in black robes, Chin Kong, who was fighting with Yin Suer, also noticed this scene, and his facial expression darkened badly. He looked at Jian Wushuang deeply and was secretly regretful. He had no idea that Jian Wushuang would be so strong and had such horrendous means of killing. Under circumstances when he and the other peak grand ultimate god were entangled, Jian Wushuang was capable of wiping everything out. There's no other way! Retreat! Although he was secretly filled with unwillingness, Chin Kong still immediately gave orders to retreat. He was also helpless. Under such circumstances, this battle would not be continued even if he did not give the orders. Even if he forced those grand ultimate gods to continue fighting with his own power, there would only be one outcome, and it was to be killed by Jian Wushuang. The final result was just being defeated. If that was the case, they should just try their best to contain their combat power to return to the heavenly modest palace. Retreat! Retreat! The experts from Heavenly Modest Palace and under the lead of Blood Thunder King were relieved when they heard Chin Kong's orders. They immediately thought of ways to shake off their opponents and started retreating. Yin Suer's faction and the Sword Alliance definitely would not stop here. Instead, they started another round of chase to kill. As for Jian Wushuang, he already had his eyes locked on one person. Everybody can leave but him. Jian Wushuang slightly narrowed his eyes as he stared at Blood Thunder King, who also started to run and escape. Blood Thunder King was a member of the Crimson Stone Fort and leader of one of the bigger factions. As a result, he colluded with Heavenly Modest Palace, an outsider, and tried to snatch the control over the Crimson Stone Fort. He could be called as a rebellion of the Crimson Stone Fort. He definitely had to stay, as he was heinous. Blood Thunder King! Jian Wushuang yelled loudly, while Yin Suer, who was beside him, also had an extremely cold expression on her face. The two of them had completely locked on Blood Thunder King, but Jian Wushuang was speedily and had immediately skimmed over. Under the suppression of the huge domain, the speed of Blood Thunder King's escape was greatly reduced. Jian Wushuang caught up with him easily. Then, Jian Wushuang stretched out his right hand and pointed in the direction of the Blood Thunder King. The effects of the majestic space-time law started acting. This is bad. The expression on Blood Thunder King's face changed greatly. Jian Wushuang had used this skill many times in this battle, and Blood Thunder King clearly understood the weirdness and scariness of this skill. He was not good in the space-time law, and once he was hit by this, he might be instantly killed by Jian Wushuang under the space-time stagnation. Master Chin Kong, save me! Save me, quick! Blood Thunder King started yelling drearily. At this moment of life and death, he could only hope that those two peak, grand, ultimate gods from the Heavenly Modest Palace would come to his rescue. Apart from that, only these two peak, grand, ultimate gods were capable of saving him. However, Chin Kong's face slightly darkened when he heard Blood Thunder King yelling. He only swept past Blood Thunder King, coldly, without pausing himself. Chin Kong totally ignored Blood Thunder King's call for help, so naturally none of the grand ultimate gods from the Heavenly Modest Palace would go rescue him. As for the grand ultimate gods that were under Blood Thunder King's lead, there were a small number of them left, but their strength was beneath him. They were completely frightened of Jian Wushuang, and humans were selfish. They were unable to protect themselves under such circumstances. Who would exchange for Blood Thunder King's life with their own lives? No, no. Blood Thunder King became extremely frightened when he saw that none of the surrounding experts paid notice to him. A hint of desperation appeared in his eyes. Without any indication, the space-time the Blood Thunder King was in complete stagnation, and he entered a state of stagnation, losing the ability to resist. Jian Wushuang crossed paths with Blood Thunder King and beheaded him with his cold sword light. The Blood Thunder King had finally died. Chapter 2786. Another unforeseen event. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The experts from Heavenly Modest Palace and under the lead of Blood Thunder King, who were escaping, managed to do so. On the battlefield, many of the experts from Ian Sewer's faction and the Sword Alliance stood there. They were shocked when they saw Blood Thunder King's body fall down slowly. As the leader of one of the three biggest factions in the Crimson Stone Fort, Blood Thunder King had been controlling the Crimson Stone official army since long ago, and he had a high prestige in the Crimson Stone Fort. For a long period of time, Blood Thunder King had been having a crazy fight with Ian Sewer and Yun Shan's factions. Right now, Blood Thunder King has finally died. With the death of Blood Thunder King, his faction will naturally break apart. Yun Shan's faction had also been badly hit, and they aren't capable of causing any more trouble. Has the lengthy internal battles of the Crimson Stone Fort finally ended? Palace Keeper Sijan mumbled to himself, but his heart was secretly filled with melancholy. Beside him, many of the experts from Ian Sewer's faction had a complicated feeling. The Crimson Stone Fort was originally the publicly recognized domineering party in the Danyang Holy Domain. It was originally a huge force, but their strength had been continuously weakened as internal battles had never stopped after the death of the Crimson Stone Saint. However, such fights had finally come to an end. Among all the factions in the Crimson Stone Fort, the person who managed to stand to the end was still the true descendant of the Crimson Stone Fort, Ian Sewer. Has it finally ended? Ian Sewer also mumbled as her body slightly trembled. The internal fight of the Crimson Stone Fort has ended, but you shouldn't be happy so early on, Jian Wushuang suddenly said. Ian Sewer slightly focused her line of sight. Palace Keeper Sijan and the others had turned to look at Jian Wushuang. This battle took a long period of time from battling Yun Shan's faction in the beginning to defeating the Heavenly Modest Palace and Blood Thunder King's faction. It's impossible that the pinnacle forces of the Danyang continent did not realize what's happening in such a long period of time. However, we still haven't seen any of them until now. Jian Wushuang said coldly. The facial expressions of the people there turned into a serious one when they heard this. It was true that Ian Sewer planned to have a swift battle previously. She wanted to defeat Yun Shan and Blood Thunder King's factions before the pinnacle forces realized what was happening. However, the truth was that they had used too much time. This was also because the appearance of the Heavenly Modest Palace was unexpected. They had no other option but to spend such a long period of time defeating the Heavenly Modest Palace and Blood Thunder King's faction. Such a long period of time was sufficient for the pinnacle forces to prepare themselves. If I guessed correctly, the experts from the four pinnacle forces, Namu Palace, Life and Death Tower, Divine Demon Sect, and Dongfang Clan had arrived near Bane City. The reason they did not show themselves is because they are waiting for both sides to suffer losses, and they shall benefit from our dispute after the results are out. Jian Wushuang's eyes turned cold. Now that the battle is over, the experts from these four pinnacle forces are about to show themselves. The experts in the surrounding area started looking at the surrounding voids after they heard what Jian Wushuang said. Certainly, there they are! An exclaiming voice could be heard. Everybody immediately followed the voice and looked in that direction. A large number of densely packed black spots could be seen at the edge of a faraway void. These black spots were rushing over at an extraordinary speed. Within moments, a huge number of figures had appeared before Jian Wushuang and the others. Waves of domineering divine power came spreading from these figures. As they felt this divine power, Jian Wushuang, Ian Sewer, and the experts under their lead had darkened expressions on their faces. Namu Palace, Life and Death Tower, Dongfang Clan, and the badly wounded Divine Demon Sect had really come over. Ian Sewer gritted her teeth as the look in her eyes turned to a cold one. At this moment, The people standing in front of them were the experts from these four pinnacle forces. The appearance of these four pinnacle forces at the same time meant that they had united and formed a coalition force. However, the coalition force of these four pinnacle forces was extremely strong. The experts that arrived on scene were of the grand ultimate god level, and there were more than 50 of them. That was right, more than 50 grand ultimate gods. This was the combat power formed when the four pinnacle forces united. Among them, the strongest Nanwu Palace had almost 20 grand ultimate gods. As the Life and Death Tower and Dongfang clan almost sent everybody that they had, it was also a significant number from their side. As for the Divine Demon Sect, as they were badly defeated and lost 9 grand ultimate gods previously, they could only come up with a couple of grand ultimate gods due to the pressure they withstand from the outside world throughout the years. However, these four pinnacle forces still accumulated more than 50 grand ultimate gods in total. Such a number of grand ultimate gods in a holy domain was sufficient to scare one to death. If the Crimson Stone Fort was still in its peak era or before the bigger factions had not really fought, an alliance between Yin Suer, Yun Shan, and Blood Thunder King's factions might be sufficient to withstand the coalition force between these four pinnacle forces. However, the Blood Thunder King's faction had been completely defeated and he was dead right now. Yun Shan's faction had also suffered a horrendous blow, and only 4 badly wounded people were left alive. Even the strongest faction that belonged to Yin Suer had also lost many grand ultimate gods in 2 consecutive battles. Those that were still alive were wounded and had suffered a great depletion in their divine power. Even if they considered the Sword Alliance, the combat power of grand ultimate gods that they had at the moment were less than 30 people. Apart from that, all 4 pinnacle forces had peak grand ultimate gods as their leaders, and that meant that the coalition force had a total of 4 peak grand ultimate gods. Among them, Nanwu Palace Master was even the publicly recognized #1 expert in the Danyang Holy Domain. In terms of the highest combat power level, the alliance of the 4 pinnacle forces had complete superiority. In the void on top of Bane City, the coalition force stood facing Jian Wushuang, Yin Suer, and the others some distance away. The experts in the coalition force formed by those 4 pinnacle forces were extremely excited at that moment. Ha! Yin Suer and Su Han. The 2 of you had put on a good show for us. Nanwu Palace Master's loud laugh could be heard reverberating throughout the entire sky and land. The coalition force formed of those 4 pinnacle forces had received news since early on, and they had immediately rushed over. When they arrived, the fight between Yin Suer and Yun Shan's factions had not ended, so they had seen almost the entirety of this great battle that included the last-minute team changing of the Sword Alliance, appearance of the experts from the Heavenly Modest Palace, and also the attack Jian Wushuang carried out in the end that wiped out everything. They also saw the scene of him killing Blood Thunder King. Su Han, no, I should call you Jenny. Your way surprises even me. Nanwu Palace Master looked at Jian Wushuang with a smile on his face. The Life and Death Tower Master and Dongfang Clan Master beside him also looked at Jian Wushuang with weird looks on their faces. Only Dong Xin, the Divine Demon Sect Master, looked at Jian Wushuang with a huge amount of anger and will to kill. Chapter 2787. Unite against foreign forces different from the experts in the coalition force formed by the 4 pinnacle forces. The experts from Yin Suer's faction and Sword Alliance had extremely darkened expressions. The situation right now was obviously unfavorable for them. For Master, Jian Wushuang appeared beside Yin Suer and asked softly, "This is an important battle, and there are quite a lot of unforeseen events. You should have predicted this, so you must have reserved some backhands?" "I prepared some, but it's still not enough for us to go up against the coalition force formed by the 4 pinnacle forces. After all, not only do they have lots of experts, they did not go through a huge battle just now and are still in peak condition. Our people, on the other hand, had gone through 2 continuous battles and suffered some serious wounds. Apart from that, the consumption of their divine power are quite great. Sewer said, I know that. However, it's good enough that you've prepared some backup, as I've also prepared some backhands. Jane Wushuang said, What? Sewer looked at Gina Wushuang in surprise. At this moment, whoosh, 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 for figures came skimming over from a nearby void and appeared at the edge of the battlefield. The expressions of the experts from both parties slightly changed when they saw these 4 figures. Yun Shan. Sewer's facial expression also slightly darkened. Yun Shan's faction had been directly defeated previously, and only 4 out of their many experts were alive. Yun Shan was one of those 4. Following the altercation between Sewer and Blood Thunder King's factions, Yun Shan grabbed the opportunity to leave. However, Yun Shan had appeared once again at this crucial moment. After observing the divine power of those 3 people behind him, it was obvious that the 4 of them had taken the opportunity just now to heal themselves, as their condition and divine power had obviously recovered quite a bit. However, what Sewer did not understand was what Yun Shan planned to do by appearing again at this moment. Yun Shan had a darkened look on his face when he was stared at by so many experts. He glanced at Sewer, and a complicated look flashed past his eyes. His eyes turned incredibly cold as he turned to look towards the coalition force formed by the 4 pinnacle forces. Tianmu, come out! A loud yell could be heard blasting through the sky and earth. This blasting yell consisted of unprecedented anger and horrendous will to kill, causing many experts there to tremble uncontrollably. Tianmu. Sewer frowned and immediately looked towards the coalition force formed by the 4 pinnacle forces. Surely, a thin elder in black robes slowly raised his head, showing a cold and weird smile on his face. Tianmu! Sewer immediately yelled with both anger and surprise. It's Grand Ultimate God Tianmu, and he's under Yun Shan's lead. Yun Shan had always trusted him throughout the years. Palace Keeper Si Jin's facial expression also changed. What's going on? Why is Grand Ultimate God Tianmu among the coalition force formed by the 4 pinnacle forces? From the looks of Yun Shan's action, could it be that Sewer and Palace Keeper Si Jin immediately thought of a possibility? Yun Shan, I've followed you for so many years. Do you need to act like this the moment we meet? The cold elder covered under black robes, Grand Ultimate God Tianmu, laughed weirdly as his eyes were filled with a mocking look. How dare you mention that you followed me for many years? Yun Shan said coldly, Have I treated you badly throughout the years? How dare you betray me and the Crimson Stone Fort? How dare you scheme against me? Betray? That would be a wrong word to use. Yun Shan, you had always acted out with consideration of the Crimson Stone Fort, even though Sewer had already had the upper hand. You knew that Sewer was much stronger than you, yet you were still dumb enough that you wanted to rely on your own power. You deserve to be wiped out by Sewer. I was only helping you. Grand Ultimate God Tianmu laughed mockingly. After that, Grand Ultimate God Tianmu glanced at Nanwu Palace Master and said with ridicule, Palace Master, I was right. If I purposely give the game away and let Sewer's people know that I'm in contact with Nanwu Palace, Sewer would definitely take action the next second. It is true that we have to thank you this time, or we would not know how long we need to wait for Sewer to take action against Yun Shan, and the coalition of our 4 pinnacle forces would not have obtained such an upper hand so easily. After this is over, and we wipe out the Crimson Stone Fort, you will definitely receive benefits from us. Nanwu Palace Master said with a smile, Thank you, Palace Master. Grand Ultimate God Tianmu was delighted. After listening to the conversation among those 2, not only Sewer and Palace Keeper Si Jin, even Jian Wushuang and the Grand Ultimate Gods under his lead also understood what was happening. D*MN. Turns out, Everything was made up by Tianmu. Palace Keeper Sijin had a darkened look on his face. Although Great Elder Yunshan had always been fighting with Fort Master, he had never borrowed the power of outer forces and had always been snatching the control of Crimson Stone Fort from Fort Master with his own power. I had been wondering why he would suddenly compromise with Nanwu Palace and ask them for help. Turns out that Great Elder Yunshan had never contacted Nanwu Palace, and everything was made up by Grand Ultimate God Tianmu. Palace Keeper Sijin was Yin Suer's right-hand man, and he had the clearest information about things in the Crimson Stone Palace. Yin Suer decided to directly take action against Yunshan's faction because she received news that Yunshan's faction was already in contact with Nanwu Palace. Leaving her with no choice, Yin Suer was forced to immediately take action. The reason they received news that Yunshan's faction was in contact with Nanwu Palace was because of Grand Ultimate God Tianmu. All this time, Grand Ultimate God Tianmu had been the one contacting Nanwu Palace, and he even led the experts from Nanwu Palace to meet Yunshan. As Grand Ultimate God Tianmu was one of the people Yunshan trusted the most, such actions had caused Palace Keeper Sijin to have misunderstood that Yunshan was the one in contact with Nanwu Palace. However, he only learned right now that everything was just made up by Grand Ultimate God Tianmu. He purposely put up an act to cause a misunderstanding on their side so that Yin Suer would decide to immediately take action against Yunshan. It could be said that Grand Ultimate God Tianmu had schemed against both Yin Suer and Yunshan's factions. B****. Yin Suer had a cold look in her eyes as she said the word. Yin Suer. Yunshan spoke in a powerful voice, and he had already looked towards Yin Suer. He had a complicated look in his eyes, but he still spoke up. As we're facing some powerful enemies, shall we put aside our differences and think of a way to work together and solve the issues in front of us? What do you think? Sure. Yin Suer nodded without hesitation. She also hoped to form an alliance with Yunshan. After all, no matter how big the hatred or how bad the fight between her and Yunshan was, they were internal issues of the Crimson Stone Fort. No matter who won in the end, the Crimson Stone Fort was still there, and only the leader was different. However, if the alliance of these four pinnacle forces had their way, the long-time basis of the Crimson Stone Fort would completely disappear. Chapter 2788. Back up in just a short moment. Yin Suer and Yunshan had already decided to set aside their grudges and unite against the enemy. This scene was naturally witnessed by the four great factions. Yunshan, I do admire you a little. This Yin Suer has just severely injured your faction and killed many of the Grand Divine Paragons under her command. You yourself have been forced into an extremely sorry state by her. How long has it been? You can actually endure this and take the initiative to join forces with Yin Suer? Nanwu Palace Master looked at Yunshan in surprise. Although this old man is not satisfied with this little girl becoming the new Fort Lord of the Redstone Castle and has been fighting with her for so many years, no matter how fierce our fight is, it is still an internal matter of the Redstone Castle. And this Redstone Castle is the foundation that the Redstone Saint and I jointly created. This old man has poured almost all of my blood, sweat, and tears into it. Compared to the survival of the Redstone Castle, this old man will put down any personal grudges. Yunshan said coldly. Oh. Palatial Lord Nam narrowed his eyes. Jian Wushuang could not help but glance at Yunshan. Previously, he did not know much about Yunshan and only knew how to help Yin Suer defeat it. However, he now had some respect for Yunshan. Indeed, perhaps Yunshan was unwilling to accept Yin Suer, but he would definitely give his all to the Redstone Castle. With Yunshan's help and the backup that Yin Suer and I have prepared, perhaps we can really fight against the allied forces of the four great organizations. Jian Wushuang murmured. Namo, cut the crap with them. Just attack. The Grand Divine Warriors under Yin Suer's faction have been taking advantage of the time to recover their injuries and their divine power. If we don't attack now, Once they've all recovered, we won't have an absolute chance of victory, the Pavilion Master of Life and Death said coldly. Palatial Lord Nam nodded slightly. We have a huge advantage in this battle. We have at least a 90% chance of victory, but we can't be careless. Also, we need to be careful of that Jian-yi. His ability to freeze time and space is too strange. Moreover, his comprehension of the laws of space and time is extraordinarily high. Killing ordinary high-level Grand Divine Paragons is like slaughtering chickens and dogs. Although our allied army has many Grand Divine Paragons, we can't withstand his unscrupulous slaughter, so we need to think of a way to prevent him from slaughtering us, said the Patriarch. That's simple. Just arrange for a peak-level god supremacy to fight him. Palatial Lord Nam smiled. East God, this sword one has made your god-fiend sect so miserable. Now I'll hand him over to you. How about it? I am more than happy to do so. I will definitely skin this brat alive and tear his bones apart. The Eastern deity's gaze was cold as he stared fixedly at Jian Wushuang. Do it. Palatial Lord Nam smiled coldly. In an instant, the more than 50 grand divine warriors from the alliance of the 4 factions behind him moved. Buzz, there are more than 50 divine masters, each of them exuding a powerful aura that surged over like a torrent. Coming. Jian Wushuang, Yin Suer, Yunshan, and the others had solemn expressions. Fort Lord, if you have any backup plans, use them quickly, the unparalleled sword said. Yes. Yin Suer nodded, then immediately took out a command talisman and crushed it. As soon as he crushed the talisman, the experts hiding in the nearby space that Yin Suer had arranged beforehand moved. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. In the surrounding space, 8 figures shot over at an astonishing speed. These 8 figures were also 8 great divine paragons. Among them, there were 3 high-level, great divine paragons. Those are people from Baiyun Prefecture, Demon Sealing Hall, and Eclipse Sect. 3 first-rate factions. The experts from both factions were surprised to see these 8 people. Yin Suer, looks like I still underestimated you. I never thought that you would have prepared a backup plan. Although I don't know what benefits these 3 experts from the first-rate factions have obtained from you to actually help you. They're just 3 first-rate factions. They only have 8 god supremacies. Do you think they can change anything? Palatial Lord Nam smiled disdainfully. Although the appearance of the 8 divine venerates had greatly improved Yin Suer's faction, the difference between their factions was too great. Even if Yin Suer had 8 more divine sovereigns now, her overall strength was still greatly inferior when compared to the joint forces of the 4 great powers. Moreover, in terms of the highest battle prowess, the difference was extremely great. Palatial Lord Nam's aura was overwhelming, far stronger than anyone present. He was also at the forefront of the coalition forces. As soon as he charged over, only Yin Suer from the Redstone Castle and the Sword Union dared to face him head-on. However, when Yin Suer exchanged blows with Palace Master Nanwu, bang! A deep sound of collision rang out. Yin Suer's face paled, and she instantly retreated explosively. Although they were both peak divine venerates, the difference between their strengths was instantly revealed. Palace Master Nanshu was indeed worthy of being the publicly accepted #1 expert of the Saints' world. Even though he was slightly suppressed by Jian Wushuang's domain and his strength was slightly limited, his battle prowess was still much greater than Yin Suer's. In a one-on-one battle, Yin Suer was definitely not Palace Master Namo's opponent. Jian Wushuang's expression darkened when he saw this. Elder Tong! A loud roar reverberated through the world. In the next moment, Elder Tong, who had remained hidden in the dark, charged into the battlefield as a streak of light. He immediately began to fight Palace leader Nanwu. Old Tong, you've broken through? Palace leader Nanwu was rather surprised when he saw the Peak Exalt Tong, who had appeared before him. Haha, I've only broken through recently as well. I really am lucky to be able to fight against the strongest expert of the Saints' world right after breaking through. Old Tong laughed aloud. Humph, so what if you've broken through? If you dare stop me, you'll die without a doubt. Namo Palace Master shouted coldly, the terrifying aura on his body completely pressed down on Elder Tong. Only when he truly came face to face with the leader of the Namo Palace could Elder Tong sense the tremendous pressure from her. He also understood that the #1 expert of the sacred elixir world was not just for show. Fort Lordine, let's join forces and fight Palace, Lord Nanwu. How about it? Old Tong said, All right. Een Sewer nodded heavily. In a one-on-one battle, neither of them was a match for the Namo Palace Master. If they worked together, they might be able to put up a fight. Boom! Boom! At the center of the battlefield, Een Sewer and Elder Tong joined forces to fight Palace Master Nanwu. However, it was very obvious that even if the two of them worked together, they would not be able to gain any advantage over Palace Master Nanwu. However, no matter what, the two of them were still entangled with the most terrifying battle prowess of Namo Palace Master. As for the other battlefields, Chapter 2789, Jian Wushuang and the Eastern God Boom Jian Wushuangs for realms continued to suppress the experts of the four forces in an attempt to suppress their strength. However, as soon as his realm swept out the silver-haired old woman, Master Dongfang smiled indifferently and said, You're not the only one who has realm techniques. As soon as she finished speaking, the master of the Dongfang family waved his hand slightly, and immediately a vast green ocean swept out. The green ocean was magnificent, and its waves surged wildly. On top of the green ocean, there was a faint layer of blood-colored fog. The green ocean was cast by a domain-type treasure in the hands of the master of the Dongfang family, and the blood-colored fog was a secret skill cast by the master of the Dongfang family. The combination of the two, together with the fact that the master of the Dongfang family's Tao world was not weak, swept out at this moment and directly collided with Jian Wushuang's four-layer domain. Buzz, buzz, buzz! The two different domains pressed against each other crazily, but it was obvious that Jian Wushuang's domain was stronger and completely suppressed the master of the Dongfang family's domain. However, the Dongfang family's domain also took a lot of pressure on the experts of the Four Forces Allied Army. The pressure on the experts of the Four Forces Allied Army was obviously not as great as before. After the battle between the two camps, most of the experts of Crimson Rock Castle had not recovered to their peak condition, and some of them were seriously injured. Even with Een Sewer's backup plan and the 8 great divine masters joining, their overall battle strength was still much weaker than that of the Four Forces Allied Army. The only good news was that Jian Wushuang still had a certain advantage in his domain, which made their opponent's battle strength more or less suppressed. Even if they could not defeat these elementary and advanced great divine masters, they could still hold on for a while. As for the strongest battle strength, Palace Master Nanwu was blocked by Een Sewer and Elder Tong, while the Tower Master of Life and Death fought against Yun Shan. Although Yun Shan had been severely injured, he had recovered more than 80% of his strength after a period of time. He was strong enough to fight the Life and Death Tower Master head-on. The Dongfang family master was the weakest among the 4 peak divine masters in the Four Forces Allied Army. She was fighting against the golden-armored corpse puppet controlled by Jian Wushuang. The golden-armored corpse puppet could also tie down the Dongfang family master with its advantage in a certain domain. Among the 4 forces, there was only one peak great divine master left. This peak great divine master was the sect master of the divine demon sect, East God, Sword 1. His cold voice echoed throughout the battlefield. East God's eyes were cold, and he had locked his eyes on Jian Wushuang the moment the battle began. His opponent was Jian Wushuang. Dong Xin, Do you want to take revenge for the 9 great divine masters of your divine demon sect? Jian Wushuang stood in the void and looked at Dong Xin coldly. Die. Dong Xin did not waste any words. The violent aura on his body instantly surged up. A giant axe appeared in each of his hands. His body immediately transformed into an ancient, ferocious beast. It was an enraged, ancient, ferocious beast that suddenly attacked. Its speed was also extremely fast. Jian Wushuang stood there and felt that a violent and tyrannical aura had completely locked onto him. The monstrous killing intent made Jian Wushuang's eyes freeze. He tightened the Blood Mountain sword in his hand and directly rushed out. In the center of the void, Jian Wushuang came into direct contact with his body. Destroy! Dong Xin shouted. The giant axe in his hand was so domineering that it seemed as if it could split the heaven and earth. One of the giant axes hacked down furiously. Swish! A mighty axe shadow immediately slashed out. This axe shadow was extremely overbearing and unreasonable. Its power was even more terrifying. Jian Wushuang held the Blood Mountain sword with both hands at the same time. Surging divine power surged out of his body, and his power reached its peak at this moment. Buzz! A dazzling sword light that shook the heaven and earth suddenly rushed out. The sword light was extremely huge and covered half of the sky. Its power was also astonishing. In the blink of an eye, the mighty axe shadow came into direct contact with the huge and dazzling sword light. Clang! With a loud sound, the violent divine power spread out crazily in all directions like a tide. At the center of the collision, a huge divine power storm swept up. Jian Wushuang's face darkened slightly. He could feel a huge force coming toward him, which made his divine body tremble crazily. He immediately retreated a great distance. Before he could stop, the East God in front of him had already chased after him. The 2 giant axes in the East God's hands were already filled with surging divine power. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes and gently raised his hand. The 9 underworld blood divine swords immediately floated in front of him and formed a sword formation. Buzz! Under the cover of a large amount of reincarnation power, a giant black would rush toward the East God like a meteorite. Get lost! The East God shouted and casually slashed with the huge axe in his hand. The terrifying power contained in the huge axe struck the huge black tree, which was immediately sent flying. In the middle of the attack, the huge black tree was still shaking crazily and was about to collapse. This scene caused Jian Wushuang's expression to change slightly. The power of the reincarnation sword formation is powerful. The world sync of the second sword formation I'm using now is purely about power. It's a pity that the 9 underworld blood divine swords that make up the sword formation are too weak. Otherwise, even if my divine power is weaker than his, I wouldn't be nearly disintegrated by the axe, Jian Wushuang thought. He was still using the 9 nether blood divine swords to form the reincarnation sword formation. It should be known that he had used the 9 Netherblood divine swords when he first obtained the reincarnation sword formation when he was an Earth God Master. The Netherblood divine sword was only a standard magic weapon at the elementary divine treasure level. It was not bad when Jian Wushuang only had the battle strength of an Earth God Master and a divine God Master. However, now that he had reached the great God Master level, especially now that he was still fighting with a peak great divine master, the Netherblood divine sword was obviously not up to par. Jian Wushuang was sure that if he had formed the Samsara sword formation with 9 standard magic weapons at the superior divine treasure level, then he should be able to fight head-on with the East God by relying on the second sword formation of the Samsara sword formation. However, the East God laughed out loud, and his words were full of ridicule when he casually hacked away Jian Wushuang's Samsara sword formation with his axe. Haha, you are just a senior great divine master. How dare you compete with me in strength? You are courting death. Chapter 2790. Strength? Over the years, Jian Wushuang had broken through to the realm of a divine master. He had obtained 50,000 divine elixirs from the battle saber, and many divine elixirs from killing Saber Master and the others in the secret realm. Under the cover of the Black Stone, he was indeed emitting the divine power aura of a senior divine master. Therefore, the East God naturally regarded Jian Wushuang as a senior great divine master. The gap between a senior great divine master and a peak great divine master seemed to be one step away, but in fact the gap was astonishing. The difference in the power of divine power alone was more than 10 times, and it was almost impossible to overcome. The East God's mocking words were also reasonable. However, after hearing the East God's words, Jian Wushuang smiled indifferently and said, "East God, do you think your divine power is so strong that you will definitely surpass me?" East God frowned. Jian Wushuang's smile made him feel a little uneasy. Sure enough, Jian Wushuang's body suddenly shook. Immediately after, the divine power aura emitted from his body began to surge at an alarming speed. The speed of the surge was also very terrifying. In the blink of an eye, he had risen from an advanced great divine master to a peak great divine master. 7-star secret skill. Jian Wushuang finally used the 7-star secret skill, which was enough to upgrade himself to a higher level. However, the 7-star secret skill had always been one of the top secret skills that Jian Wushuang relied on. Once this secret skill was used, his strength would skyrocket. However, since the beginning of the battle, Jian Wushuang had never used this skill, whether it was when he defeated the Blood Thunder King and the others, or when he fought with the allied forces of the 4 major forces. He was saving a trump card for himself. Even so, with his divine power, which was far stronger than that of his peers as a perfect chaotic creature, and his 100,000 feet tall Heaven Punisher, and the 9 luminary star armor, which increased his power by 6 times, his power was already infinitely close to that of a peak great divine master. In addition to his various secret skills, he could fight a slightly weaker peak great divine master head-on in such a state. Now he had finally used the 7-star secret skill as his trump card. His cultivation was at the peak of the divine master realm. Now that he had used the 7-star secret skill, his realm had reached the level of an elementary great divine master. Under the cover of the Black Stone, his divine power aura naturally rose to the level of a peak great divine master. The strength of his divine power naturally soared, and so did his overall strength. Boom! Boom! Jian Wushuang stood in the void, his divine power surging, and the tyrannical aura of divine power unscrupulously swept out. At the same time, as the strength of his divine power greatly increased, the power of his domain, which had been spreading across the entire battlefield, also skyrocketed. Previously, his domain had only suppressed Master Dongfeng's domain, but now it was completely suppressed. The experts of the allied army of the 4 forces were also much more suppressed on the battlefield. Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold as he stared at the East God in the void. The East God also sensed the change in Jian Wushuang's divine power aura, and his pupils could not help shrinking. "East God, didn't you just say that I'm not qualified to compete with you in strength? Now, let's try again." Jian Wushuang smiled indifferently. He remained still, but the 9 underworld blood divine swords in front of him reassembled again. It was also a giant black tree filled with vast samsara power. But when the giant black tree rushed out again, its momentum and power were 10 times stronger than before. Boom! The giant black tree suddenly rushed out, and the void trembled wherever it passed. East God clenched his teeth tightly, and a surge of divine power gathered on the giant axe in his right hand. The aura on his body also soared to the limit. "Get lost!" With another furious roar, East God once again swung the giant axe in his hand. This giant axe was powerful and heavy, and it carried a world-shaking might. It wanted to send the giant black tree flying once again, but this time, bang! As the giant black tree and the giant axe collided, two explosive powers exploded at the same time. The giant black tree and the giant axe had collided once before, but the giant black tree was sent flying and almost disintegrated. But now, the outcome was completely reversed. What? East God widened his eyes and looked at his palm in disbelief. He could feel a violent force coming from his palm and the giant axe. This force was so strong that the giant axe in his hand almost fell out of his hand. The force went along his arm and hit his divine body. Humph! East God could not help but grunt, but he immediately retreated. This collision was actually a direct blow to East God. Haha, East God, as a peak great divine master. Your divine power is only SOSO, Jian Wushuang said with a sneer. How is this possible? East God was a little confused and could not believe what was happening. He was clearly overwhelmed by the previous collision, but now, in the blink of an eye, the situation had been completely reversed. He was being suppressed and crushed? How could the divine power of Sword 1 be so strong? It was much stronger than that of a peak, great divine master like him. In his opinion, this power was not much weaker than Palace Master Nanwu, the #1 expert on the Pill Sun continent. East God, weren't you very proud just now? Now let's do it again. Jian Wushuang's eyes turned cold. The giant black wood formed by the 9 Netherblood divine swords trembled slightly and then gathered a shocking power to charge at the East God. Seeing the giant black wood charging toward him again, the East God clenched his teeth and a trace of madness surged in his eyes. I don't believe it. The violent divine power rose from the East God's body, and he completely transformed into a peerless, fierce beast. At the same time, his divine body was covered by a layer of blood-red light. The appearance of this blood-red light also increased his divine power aura slightly. Kill! East God was incomparably ruthless as he unleashed his full strength. He held a huge axe in each of his hands, and the 2 huge axes slashed out time and time again. Colliding head-on with the ferocious, charging black huge tree, they clashed together. Bang! 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 The collision after collision caused a shocking explosion. And even if East God used a secret art in terms of offensive power, his huge axe was clearly inferior to the second reincarnation sword formation by a large margin. Every collision was an absolute disadvantage for him. Chapter 2791. Sneak attack. Jian Wushuang's second reincarnation sword formation was too powerful, and it was a sword formation that could be controlled by consciousness. In a head-on collision, it did not need to withstand the rebounding force of the impact, but the East God did, and the force was surprisingly strong. Although the East God's divine body was strong, and its protective ability was not weak, it could not completely offset the impact. Therefore, every head-on collision, his divine body would suffer a certain degree of impact. In just a dozen impacts, the East God's divine body had already suffered a certain degree of damage, but the East God did not pay any attention to it. He was like a madman. He continued to collide head-on with the reincarnation sword formation. The East God clearly knows that he can't fight head-on with my reincarnation sword formation, but he still wants to fight head-on? As a peak divine master and the ruler of a top force, how could he be so stupid? Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes slightly, just as he was puzzled. Buzz! An invisible force directly attacked Jian Wushuang without any warning. Jian Wushuang did not react at all, but the purple emperor bell in his body, which had been refined by him, suddenly burst out with powerful power. A huge purple barrier formed a purple bell that completely covered Jian Wushuang. The invisible power acted on the purple bell at the first moment. Although the power eventually passed through the purple bell, the power had been weakened by more than half. It's a soul attack. Jian Wushuang was startled, and his pupils shrank. After being greatly weakened by the purple bell, The soul attack directly entered Jian Wushuang's body and ferociously attacked the real soul in his sea of consciousness. However, around Jian Wushuang's real soul, a towering and sturdy tower stood there. It was the exquisite pagoda. The exquisite pagoda was purely a soul defense secret skill, which had an amazing ability to defend against the soul. After being weakened by the purple emperor bell, the soul attack hit the exquisite pagoda, which shook it crazily, but it did not destroy the exquisite pagoda. This sudden and extremely powerful soul attack was easily blocked by Jian Wushuang's double soul defense. Humph! Jian Wushuang snorted and scanned the surroundings with his cold eyes. In the blink of an eye, he had focused his eyes on a black-clothed woman. The black-clothed woman had a unique aura. Although she was only a junior great divine master, the soul power around her was extremely strong. In terms of soul power, she was extremely strong among senior great divine masters. Therefore, she could use her soul attack to fight against ordinary senior great divine masters. She even had a high chance of winning. Just now, the black-clothed woman suddenly used her soul attack to sneak attack Jian Wushuang. Now that she failed to hit him and Jian Wushuang looked at her again, a trace of panic flashed in the black-clothed woman's eyes. Her body swayed, and the black-clothed woman wanted to escape. "You want to escape?" Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold, and a strong killing intent rose from his body. He slowly raised his left palm and pointed in the direction of the black-clothed woman. He immediately used the heaven-pointing skill. Although the black-clothed woman was good at soul attacks and her soul techniques were very impressive, she was only a novice great divine master and had no knowledge of the space-time rules. Naturally, she could not block Jian Wushuang's move. In an instant, her fleeing figure froze in the void. Jian Wushuang's figure flashed past the black-clothed woman easily. The cold sword light had already killed the black-clothed woman. "Sneak attack me?" Jian Wushuang's voice was extremely cold. In the void not far away, the East God, who had been madly colliding with the giant black-wood formed by the Samsara sword formation, saw this, and his expression could not help but change. Damn it, he actually blocked it. The East God did not dare to do so. Jian Wushuang had also realized that. He knew that his divine power was no match for me, so he risked his divine body to fight me head-on. He thought that the East God was stupid, but now it seems that the head-on fight was just a pretense. His real goal was to attract my attention and create a perfect opportunity for the woman to kill me directly with a soul attack. Jian Wushuang's face was a little gloomy. He was right. That was the plan of the East God. The East God knew that he might not be able to kill Jian Wushuang, so he had a backup plan. In his opinion, Jian Wushuang's rise was too fast, and his realm was rising too fast. His realm was rising so fast, but in terms of the soul, it was probably not as fast. The East God had guessed that Jian Wushuang's soul might be his weakness, so he had specially arranged this move. He had also told the black-clothed woman in advance. However, he had not expected that Jian Wushuang's soul defense skill would be so amazing. The black-clothed woman's soul attack was so sudden that it was difficult for a senior divine master to block it, but Jian Wushuang had blocked it. Now that the black-clothed woman had been killed by Jian Wushuang, his plan had failed. It was obviously not rational to continue fighting with Jian Wushuang's reincarnation sword formation. Therefore, he was ready to retreat. However, at this time, Jian Wushuang's eyes suddenly focused. "East God, take my move too." Jian Wushuang's cold voice echoed in the sky. His figure flashed, and under the effect of the space-time rule power, he was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in the void in front of East God. Then he pointed out with one hand. This move, East God's face changed greatly. Whether it was the face-to-face confrontation between the Sword Union and the Divine Demon Sect many years ago, or the collision between Jian Wushuang and the Blood Thunder King and the Heaven Void Palace, He had seen Jian Wushuang use this move many times. He was well aware of how terrifying this move was. It could be said that it was largely because of this move that Jian Wushuang was able to play a key role in the two wars and slaughter numerous great divine masters without restraint. This move could freeze time and space for a short period of time. It was because he knew that the moment he saw Jian Wushuang perform this move, the East God subconsciously wanted to dodge. However, he had underestimated the power of the heaven-designated skill. Before Jian Wushuang had used the 7-star secret skill, he had been able to defeat an advanced, great divine master. Only an expert like Su Dao, who had a profound understanding of space-time rules, would be slightly affected. However, now that Jian Wushuang had used the 7-star secret skill, his divine power was extremely powerful even among peak great divine masters. If he used this move again, even a peak great divine master would not be able to withstand it. Chapter 2792, Ba Xiongwen. Without any warning, the space-time where East God was located completely came to a standstill. Even East God himself was in a state of complete stagnation. He did not move at all, and his consciousness was also in a state of stagnation. Meanwhile, in the void around East God, the giant black tree formed by the 9 hell blood divine swords once again charged out with a world-shaking might. In the blink of an eye, the giant black would appear in front of the East God, less than 10 meters away from him. At this point, the East God finally broke free from the space-time stagnation. Oh no! As soon as he broke free, he saw the giant black would crazily rushing toward him, so he naturally knew what had happened. Without any hesitation, the East God swung the giant axe in his right hand. If he had faced Jian Wushuang's reincarnation sword formation earlier, he would have used all his strength to fight back with the giant axe. Even so, he was still suppressed. However, he did not have the time to use the giant axe with all his strength. It was already good enough for him to use part of the power of the giant axe. Bang! There was a loud sound. The right arm of the East God holding the giant axe was numb. That violent power directly transmitted into his divine body. Even Dong Shen's divine body began to tremble violently under the impact of this tyrannical power. A trace of blood also leaked out from the corner of his mouth. However, before he could completely endure the impact of this attack, buzz! A sword light suddenly lit up. This sword light was incomparably beautiful. There was also a bit of confusion in the sword light, causing one to be intoxicated. The instant the sword light lit up, East God had already sensed it, and even he was immediately attracted by this intoxicated sword light. He stared fixedly at this sword light, but a trace of terror arose in his heart. The reason why he was terrified was because this sword light was too fast. It was indeed fast, unbelievably fast. Even if he attacked normally, he might not have the confidence to completely block this sword light. And now he had just received the impact of the reincarnation sword formation, and before he could completely recover, he was hit by this sudden sword. He had no way to swing the huge axe to block it. He couldn't even place the huge axe horizontally in front of his chest. The only thing he could do was to have a layer of blood-red barrier appear on the surface of his body, and the protective armor on his body instantly covered his entire body. Chi! The beautiful sword light cut through the blood-red barrier, but it did not last long before it collapsed. Then the sword light continued to cut on the protective armor of the East God. The protective armor of the East God was a top-tier divine treasure level protective armor, which had an amazing defensive ability. Jian Wushuang's sword attack could not cut through the armor, but the enormous power was still weakened through the armor. It was transmitted to the divine body of the East God. Even the East God's face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood after being hit by this powerful attack. His body flew backward like a kite that had lost its string. His aura was also greatly weakened. It was obvious that he had suffered a serious injury. He's not dead. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes. He felt a little regretful, but more than that, he felt relieved. After all, the East God was a powerful, great, divine master at the peak, and he was also the sect master of the divine demon sect. The divine demon sect had a deep heritage, so it must be protected by a protective armor at the level of a superior divine treasure. With his current strength, it was indeed too difficult to kill a great divine master at the peak who had a protective armor at the peak. If he used all his trump cards and methods, it might be possible. But no matter what, Dong Xin had been seriously injured by him, and his strength would be greatly reduced. Whoosh! After Dong Xin finally stabilized himself, he immediately rushed toward the battlefield at his fastest speed. There was a trace of fear in his eyes. Obviously, he was frightened by Jian Wushuang's strength, so he did not dare to continue fighting with Jian Wushuang. You ran away so fast. Seeing that the East God chose to avoid the fight, Jian Wushuang smiled coldly. Then he looked at the surrounding battlefields and his face darkened. Indeed, he fought with the East God and defeated him. He also killed a junior great divine master who was good at soul attacks. However, in the other battlefields around him, the Redstone Castle, the Sword League, and the alliance of the four forces were at an absolute disadvantage. It was a huge disadvantage. It was even higher than the highest battle strength. Boom! Boom! Two violent explosions suddenly sounded in the sky, and then two figures shot out like meteorites. The two people who shot out were Yin Suer and Elder Tong. At this moment, they were in a terrible state, especially Yin Suer. Her face was pale, her mouth and robe were stained with blood, and her aura was quite weak. How could it be? Jian Wushuang frowned. Yin Suer and Elder Tong were both peak great divine masters. Needless to say, Yin Suer had always been very strong. In the Pill Sun continent, she should be the strongest, except for Palace Master Nanwu, who had defeated Yun Shan in a one-on-one fight. As for Elder Tong, when he was only an advanced great divine master, his battle strength was the best among the advanced great divine masters, and his comprehension of the rules was also very high. Once he broke through to become a peak great divine master, his battle strength was also very impressive. The two of them worked together with the help of his domain, but they were forced into such a sorry state by Palace Master Nanwu? No. Jian Wushuang's pupils suddenly constricted. His eyes were like two bolts of lightning as he immediately looked toward the void where Palace Master Nanwu was. However, at this moment, he found that Palace Master Nanwu was not the only one in the void. There was also a cold and arrogant middle-aged man in a blood-red robe standing there. The cold and arrogant middle-aged man also emitted an extremely powerful aura. Although this aura was not as strong as Palace Master Nanwu's, it was not weaker than Elder Tong's at his peak. This person, Jian Wushuang stared at the middle-aged man in a blood-red robe. Ba Xiong, it's you. Elder Tong also gnashed his teeth and stared at the man. Elder Tong, long time no see. How have you been? A cold smile appeared on the corner of the middle-aged man's mouth. Ba Xiong, it's him? Jian Wushuang's face darkened. Yin Suer and many experts from the Redstone Castle and the Sword Union also had ugly looks on their faces. Ba Xiong was a well-known expert in the Pill Sun continent, and he was only an advanced great divine master before. They were both advanced great divine masters, but Ba Xiong's power was above that of Elder Tong. Some people in the Pill Sun continent even said that Ba Xiong should be the strongest among the advanced great divine masters, just like how great divine master Ju Exan had always been called the strongest among the junior great divine masters. Jian Wushuang had also heard of Ba Xiong's name. Chapter 2793. Leave it to me. Ba Xiong, I didn't expect you to have already broken through to the level of a peak great deity. Elder Tong's voice was ice-cold. Haha, you're not the only one who's lucky. The blood-robed, middle-aged man, Ba Xiong, smiled coldly. Old Monster Tong, you've stayed at the advanced great deity level for so many years, and you've tried to break through so many times. In the end, you've all failed, but you actually succeeded this time. And with your character, you actually listened to the sword union. If I'm not wrong, it must be this sword union that helped you break through. Moreover, the sword union should have given you an extreme royal golden core. With your ability, only by obtaining an extreme royal golden core can you have a chance of breaking through. Otherwise, you'll probably be stuck at the advanced great divine master level for the rest of your life. Aren't you the same? Elder Tong said coldly. Yes, it's the same. Your luck isn't bad. The sword union gave you an extreme emperor golden core, but my luck isn't as good as yours. Not long ago, Palace Master Nanwu also obtained an extreme emperor golden core, and Palace Master Nanwu gave it to me. Because of this, I was able to break through and reach the peak great deity level. And as a condition, there'll be a consecrate of the Nanwu Palace for 10,000 years. During this period, if Palace Master Nanwu has anything to ask of me, I naturally can't refuse. Ba Xiong said with a smile, Is that so? Elder Tong and everyone present understood. Jian Wushuang's face darkened slightly. Nan Wugong had indeed obtained an Aurus core of the royal realm, which had been auctioned right under his nose. He had never known what Nan Wugong had done with the Aurus core of the royal realm, but now it seemed that Palace Master Nan Wugong was also very clever. He had used an Aurus core of the royal realm to hire a powerful helper. Ba Xiong was slightly stronger than Elder Tong when he was at the senior great divine master level. Now that he had broken through to the peak great divine master level, his battle strength was naturally slightly stronger than Elder Tong. Yin Suer and Elder Tong worked together. It was already very difficult to deal with Palace Master Nanwu, and with Ba Xiong, they would naturally be crushed. Yin Suer, you probably didn't expect it, right? You're not the only one who has prepared a backup plan for this battle. Palace Master Nan Wu also sneered. Yin Suer and Elder Tong's expressions were extremely unsightly. But at this moment, Yin Suer, you're seriously injured and your battle strength has been greatly reduced. It's no longer suitable for you to fight with Palace Master Nanwu. I'll leave the East God to you. Jian Wushuang's voice suddenly rang out. At this critical moment, Jian Wushuang no longer humbly called Yin Suer as his lord. Instead, he directly called her by her name. Even his tone was somewhat unquestionable. Elder Tong, I'll leave Ba Xiong to you. Your injuries are light, so he shouldn't be able to do anything to you in the short term, Jian Wushuang said again. Upon hearing this, Yin Suer and Elder Tong were both surprised. Jian Yi, we fought against Dongshin and Ba Xiong respectively. What about Palace Master Nanwu? He's the strongest among all the people present. If we don't find someone to stop him, he'll probably be able to kill all the great divine masters in our camp, Yin Suer said in a deep voice. Yes, although Ba Xiong and Dongshin are difficult to deal with, Palace Master Nanwu is the most terrifying, Elder Tong said solemnly. Don't worry, just do as I say. As for Palace Master Nanwu, leave it to me. Jian Wushuang said in a deep voice. What? Yin Suer and Elder Tong were both shocked. Leave him to deal with Nanwu Palace, who could not even be defeated by the two of them working together. Was he kidding? Listen to me. Hurry up, or it will be too late, Jian Wushuang shouted. Hearing this, Yin Suer and Elder Tong looked at Jian Wushuang deeply. Although they had many doubts and did not think that Jian Wushuang could stop Palace Master Nanwu, at this critical moment, they could not afford to delay any longer. If they delayed any longer, the entire battlefield would be at a greater disadvantage. Immediately, the two people moved. Yin Suer directly attacked the East God. She was stronger than the East God. Although she was seriously injured, the East God was more seriously injured, so it was easy for her to suppress the East God. As for Elder Tong, he was also fighting with Ba Xiong. In the center of the battlefield, Jian Wushuang had already arrived in front of Palace Master Nan Wu. Sword 1. Palace Master Nan Wu crossed her arms and stared at Jian Yi. Then she glanced at the miserable-looking Eastern god and could not help smiling. You seriously injured Eastern god? It seems that I have underestimated you. When you fought with the Heaven Void Palace, Blood Thunder King, and the others, you didn't use your full strength. I see. But you didn't use your full strength when you fought with Yin Suer and Elder Tong, did you? Jian Wushuang stared at Palace Master Nan Wu. The corners of Palace Master Nan Wu's mouth curled up, but she did not say anything. Do you think you can stop me by yourself? Palace Master Nan Wu said with a condescending tone. How would I know if I don't try? Jian Wushuang smiled indifferently, but he did not waste any more words. With a wave of his hand, the giant black wood formed by the 9 Netherblood Divine swords appeared immediately. The vast power of reincarnation filled the air, and the giant black wood carried a shocking power. Under Jian Wushuang's full power, it suddenly rushed out. It was like a giant black meteorite that fiercely charged toward Palace Master Nan Wu. What a joke! Palace Master Nan Wu smiled disdainfully and suddenly flipped his right palm. He casually slapped the black meteorite. The fierce and powerful black meteorite instantly stopped in the void and then flew backward. It took a long time for it to calm down. Palace Master Nan Wu stood in the void and did not move. After he struck the Samsara sword formation, he looked at his palm and slightly raised his eyebrows, as expected of someone who can seriously injure the East God. The power of your sword formation is indeed not weak. With this sword formation alone, you can already suppress many peak, great, divine paragons. Unfortunately, you met me. With that, Palace Master Nan Wu waved his hand again. This time he did not take it lightly. Instead, he struck out with his palm. A layer of black divine, thunder, surged in the center of his palm. This black divine, thunder, contained the power to destroy the world. As he struck out with his palm, the world suddenly exploded. Endless black divine, thunder blotted out the sky and covered the earth. In the blink of an eye, it formed a white and tall thunder beast. The thunder beast roared crazily and attacked Jian Wushuang. Go! Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold. He once again drove the reincarnation sword formation and rushed out. Behind him, the 30,000-meter tall Golden Emperor also burst out a dazzling golden light. The same black giant tree attacked, and its power was slightly stronger than before. Jian Wushuang had used all of his strength in this attack. Chapter 2794. Expert of Danyang in the blink of an eye, the giant black tree was about to collide with the giant black thunder beast. As a result, roar! The giant black thunder beast roared and opened its bloody mouth, swallowing the giant black tree in one gulp. What? Jian Wushuang's expression changed. Although the sword formation was swallowed by the thunder beast, Jian Wushuang was still able to sense it. He immediately wanted to activate the power of the sword formation and blast it away. However, he soon found that the destructive power of the Black Thunder Beast was far stronger than his sword formation. His sword formation collapsed under the impact of the power. The 9 Underworld Blood swords were also attacked by the Black Thunder. The 9 Underworld Blood swords exploded in an instant. T. Jian Wushuang's face darkened. The Samsara sword formation was one of his many skills, and it was more powerful than his swordsmanship. However, now that the 9 Underworld Blood swords had exploded, he could not build a new sword formation. Your sword formation is indeed powerful, but now that I've destroyed it, I'd like to see what else you can do. Palace Master Nan Wu sneered. After the Black Thunder Beast swallowed the sword formation and destroyed the 9 Netherblood Divine swords, he pointed with his right hand, and the Thunder Beast continued to charge toward Jian Wushuang. In the blink of an eye, the Black Thunder Beast had appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. It immediately turned into a majestic black thunder power and completely covered Jian Wushuang, giving him no chance to escape. Crackle, crackle. The black thunder crazily destroyed everything. The void where Jian Wushuang was completely enveloped by the black thunder. Not far away from the void, Palace Master Nan Wu looked at the void with a sneer. Even an ordinary peak, great divine paragon, wouldn't be able to survive this move of mine. As for this sword one, even if he survived, his ending would probably be extremely miserable. Palace Master Nan Wu had absolute confidence in this move. To be exact, she had absolute confidence in her own strength. He had broken through to become a peak great divine paragon a long time ago, and he was already an extremely powerful existence among peak great divine paragons. Even in the entire Golden Crow 9 realms, there were only a handful of peak great divine paragons who could defeat him. However, he was truly invincible in the Pill Sun continent. No one was his match. For example, when he fought with Yin Sewer and Elder Tong just now, he didn't use his full strength, but Yin Sewer and Elder Tong were still suppressed by him. It was the same even when 2 peak great deity realm experts joined hands. What was this sword one? The black lightning power that filled the sky finally dissipated, and the void reappeared in everyone's sight. However, upon seeing the scene in the void, the expression of Palace Master Nanwu, who had been somewhat proud, changed slightly. Jian Wushuang was still standing in the void with a cold expression, holding a long sword in his hand. However, he did not look embarrassed at all. Not even the corner of his clothes had changed. Clearly, the destructive attack of the black thunderbolt did not have any effect on him. To be exact, it had no effect on him at all, because there was a purple barrier on the surface of Jian Wushuang's body. The purple barrier was a purple bell which was extremely powerful and blocked the impact of the black thunderbolt. After blocking it, although the color of the purple bell had dimmed and its power had been greatly weakened, the purple bell still existed. A protective treasure? Palace Master Nanwu's face darkened slightly. It was able to completely block my attack. The power of the protective treasure is really impressive. Unfortunately, it's useless. No matter how strong the protective treasure is, it can only passively defend itself. As it continues to be attacked, the power of your treasure will continue to weaken. The purple bell will directly disappear. At that time, you will still die. Palace Master Nanwu's cold voice echoed in the world. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang smiled coldly and said, "Passive defense? I don't intend to keep defending passively." As he said this, Jian Wushuang's expression changed and a ray of light surged out of his divine body and fell into his hand. It was an ancient painting scroll. This ancient painting scroll was the mountain river map. The mountain and river map had always been one of Jian Wushuang's biggest trump cards. He rarely used this trump card. He didn't even plan to use it unless it was absolutely necessary, because the mountain and river map would cause too much commotion. Others could tell at a glance that this was definitely an extraordinary treasure. Because of this, even if he used this treasure, he would usually only use it in a one-on-one situation where no one around could see him. But now, I have no choice. Palace Master Nanwu is too strong. If I want to fight him head-on, I have to use this treasure, let alone defeat him. Jian Wushuang muttered and then waved his hand. The ancient scroll immediately turned into a golden light and merged into the surrounding void. In an instant, the sky and earth changed color. Within the boundless void space, an incomparably beautiful painting world appeared out of thin air. This painting world was extremely lifelike. There were mountains and rivers within the world, and there were even 9 gigantic continents. This is... Palace Head Nanwu raised her head to look at the void space above and couldn't help but frown. The experts from both sides who were currently engaged in a frenzied battle on the battlefield at the side were also the first to notice the changes in the void space. What is this? A world? What a real world. What kind of treasure is this? The experts from both sides were shocked. They all knew that this wonderful world was formed because Jian Wushuang took out a treasure. But they didn't know what this treasure was, or what kind of treasure it was, or what its function was. However, the moment this marvelous world appeared, they could already tell that this treasure was extraordinary. There was nothing they could do, because the world in the void was too real and too spectacular. Standing under this void, they could not help but feel a trace of awe. And at this moment, buzz, buzz! A shocking sword intent suddenly swept up, and everyone present felt that the world around them had begun to change. They had originally been in the vast void above Executor City, but in the blink of an eye, they had already appeared on a desolate, empty land. On this empty land there were many swords. There were long swords, flexible swords, heavy swords, and all sorts of things, but without a doubt, each of these swords had an astonishing aura. But on this vast empty land, there were thousands of long swords stabbed into the ground. This was a sword tomb, a huge sword tomb. Chapter 2795. World of Sword Principle, the sword essence in the huge sword tomb, sword to the sky. Jian Wushuang was at the core of the sword tomb, like the master of sword principle. In a short moment, the world of sword principle and the world of treasures had been formed. This is the transformation of heaven and earth. I feel like I'm in another world. The sword essence in this world is too strong. Change the world? What kind of technique is this? The experts on the battlefield instantly understood their situation. They also understood that the world they were in had already changed. They were all extremely shocked. Even Palace Master Nan Wu looked at Jian Wushuang with great shock and shock. Change the world. What a great treasure. There was even a trace of heat in the deepest part of Palace Master Nan Wu's eyes. However, even if you use that treasure and change the surrounding environment, what can you do? Can you do anything to me? Although he was surprised by Jian Wushuang's skill, Palace Master Nan Wu did not care. After all, he had absolute strength as a support, so he was absolutely confident. I'll let you know. Jian Wushuang just smiled slightly and slowly raised his hand. Condense. With a light smile, a majestic sword essence immediately condensed in the void in front of Jian Wushuang. With the help of the world of sword principle, the sword essence became solid. Buzz, buzz, a large amount of reincarnation power spread out. In the void, the powerful reincarnation sword formation appeared again. This time, Jian Wushuang did not use a magic weapon. He just relied on the sword essence to condense the reincarnation sword formation. Even so, the power was still amazing. After the sword formation was completely formed, Jian Wushuang pointed out with one hand. The Samsara sword formation once again shot toward Palace Master Nan Wu. Palace Master Nan Wu stood there with a cold expression. A faint black thunderbolt power gathered on his right palm. He immediately struck out with his palm. The powerful palm, which contained a powerful destructive power, collided with the Samsara sword formation. The Samsara sword formation directly collapsed and dissipated into nothingness. However, Palace Master Nan Wu also took a step back. Just by relying on the sword intent, this sword formation isn't weaker than when he used the divine weapon. Palace Master Nan Wu frowned. However, at this moment, beside Palace Master Nan Wu, buzz, buzz, buzz! A shocking sword intent swept out. This sword intent was extremely huge and condensed at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, a huge phantom of an emperor appeared in the void on the left and right sides of the golden southern palace. These two phantom emperors held the emperor's sword in their hands. It contained a powerful emperor's aura. Without any fancy moves, the two phantom emperors slashed the emperor's sword directly at Palace Master Nan Wu. The ice-cold sword edge swept across all directions. What is this? Palace Master Nan Wu's face darkened. He could see that the two phantom emperors were formed purely by sword essence. The key was that the sword essence contained in the two Phantom Emperors was too vast and huge. Therefore, the sword skill that the Phantom Emperors slashed out. Even he did not dare to underestimate them. The Thousand Treasures Great World is one of the secret skills of the Mountain River map. This move is very useful. It is not only to change the surrounding environment and the heaven and earth, so that the heaven and earth environment has a great advantage over one's own strength. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. It had been a while since he had obtained the Mountain River map in this life. In the beginning, his comprehension of the Thousand Treasures Great World was indeed very crude. He could only barely construct a heaven and earth environment that was suitable for him to fight in. But now, as his strength continued to increase, his comprehension of the laws also continued to increase. His control of the Thousand Treasures Great World also became stronger and stronger. He could use many of the techniques in the Thousand Treasures Great World. For example, in the world of Sword Dao, he could use the sword intent in the world of Sword Dao to condense everything in the world. He could condense a divine weapon, condense an emperor's shadow, and fight with his opponent. Furthermore, this world of Sword Dao had greatly increased his strength in Sword Dao. It could be said that in this world of Sword Dao he was the ruler. Facing the two emperors' swords that were slashing at him from the left and right, Palace Master Nan Wu first retreated. Then a large amount of black lightning surged out. These black lightning instantly condensed into two black lightning dragons in the void. They roared as they met the two emperors' swords head-on. Hua la la! The two emperors' swords were completely shattered. Even the two emperors' shadows that appeared beside Palace Master Nanwu were destroyed by the black lightning dragons. Sword 1, is that all you can do? Palace Master Nanwu was calm, and there was a hint of contempt on the corner of her mouth. Don't worry. My world of sword principle is not as simple as what you see now. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly, but he clenched his right hand tightly. The Blood Mountain sword in his hand seemed to have sensed the battle intent rising from the bottom of his heart. The body of the sword also began to tremble crazily, rumble. The pressure of the four realms was still pressing crazily. With the help of the world of sword principle, the perfect sword world that Jian Wushuang created within a range of 100,000 kilometers had a great deterrent effect. Even Palace Master Nanwu was shocked at this moment. This kid's sword world is really strong, Palace Master Nanwu muttered. But at this moment, Jian Wushuang had already moved. Whoosh! Under the effect of the space-time rule, Jian Wushuang was extremely fast. He appeared in front of Palace Master Nanwu in an instant. Then Jian Wushuang attacked. The beautiful sword light lit up, so beautiful that it could break one's heart. The sword light was hazy with a hint of intoxication, which made people yearn for it. It was the seventh move of space-time swordsmanship, Intoxication 1 move. The same Intoxication 1 move was also used with all one's strength. However, it was completely different when it was used in the ordinary world and now in the sword principle world. In terms of speed, it was much faster. In terms of power, it was also much stronger. Even the essence contained in the sword was deeper. However, in the face of this sword, Palace Master Nanwu just smiled faintly and casually struck out with one palm. The void shook. Bang! Palace Master Nanwu's palm, which was filled with black thunderbolt power, directly struck the body of the Blood Mountain sword. The Blood Mountain sword slightly changed its direction, and the sword force instantly disintegrated. However, Jian Wushuang did not retreat at all. He waved his wrist. He actually continued to attack. Whoosh! 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 Sword lights swept out one after another. Jian Wushuang displayed his swordsmanship to the fullest with his close combat ability. You want to fight me in close combat? How dare you? Palace Master Nanwu shouted, and then he also attacked. Chapter 2796. killing Move Palace Master Nanwu had risen from endless slaughter many years ago. When he rose, countless experts had died at his hands, and anyone who fought with Palace Master Nanwu knew that Palace Master Nanwu was best at close combat. Boom! Palace head Nanwu's body suddenly expanded to 3 meters tall, and his body became as sturdy as a bull. On the surface of his sturdy body, there was a layer of black lightning energy covered by a secret manual. His 2 palms were also covered by black lightning. They were like 2 black thunderclouds. Boom! 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 The 2 black thunderclouds had the power to topple mountains and overturn seas as they struck out crazily. In an instant, thunder rumbled, and the surrounding void completely fell into a thunder field. However, the thunder field was quickly torn apart by the terrifying sword essence. In the center of the battlefield, Jian Wushuang and Palace Master Nanwu fought crazily. They exchanged blows again and again. Both of them exerted their close combat abilities to the maximum. Jian Wushuang had also displayed his swordsmanship to the fullest. With the help of the Sword Principal World, Jian Wushuang's every move was extremely powerful and fast. This kid's overall strength has increased so much in the Sword Principal World. His swordsmanship is amazing. Palace Master Nanwu did not dare to be careless and attacked with all his strength. Even so, he and Jian Wushuang were evenly matched in a short period of time. Bang! 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 A low sound of collision echoed in the sky. In just a few breaths, Jian Wushuang and Palace Master Nanwu had exchanged hundreds of blows in the void. Each exchange was extremely fierce. If it were an ordinary divine master, the recoil alone would have been unbearable. However, both Jian Wushuang and Palace Master Nanwu were still in their peak condition. Needless to say, Jian Wushuang had an extremely powerful divine body and the most perfect immortal body. Ordinary people could not hurt him at all. As for Palace Master Nanwu, his divine body was also extremely powerful, so he could completely ignore the recoil. During the battle, Palace Master Nanwu also found that Jian Wushuang was no weaker than him in close combat. I, Nanwu, rose from the endless slaughter and experienced countless battles and life and death battles to improve my close combat ability to this level. I believe that no one in the Pilsun Holy World can match me in close combat ability, but Jian, he rose so quickly and obviously hasn't cultivated for long, but his close combat ability is also so strong. Palace Master Nanwu was extremely shocked. What he did not know was that Jian Wushuang had only cultivated for a short period of time, but it was only for this life. In his previous life, he had experienced more killing and life and death tests than he had. In his previous life, he had forged an iron-like temperament and had a lot of experience in close combat. After all, he had the bloodline of the ancient race, and the ancient race's strongest ability was close combat. Therefore, Jian Wushuang's close combat ability had always been very strong, much stronger than that of an ordinary great divine master. He was not weaker than Palace Master Nanwu at all. However, even though he was now on par with Palace Master Nanwu with the support of the Sword Principal World and Domain, Jian Wushuang still could not be happy. After all, he had blocked the attack, but his camp was at an absolute disadvantage in the other battlefields, and the disadvantage was still growing. I can't continue like this. I have to find a way to turn the situation around. As for me, the only way to turn the situation around is to defeat or even kill Palace Master Nanwu. Jian Wushuang stared at Palace Master Nanwu with a cold gaze. Defeat or kill Palace Master Nanwu. If it were anyone else in the Pilsun sacred world, they would not even dare to think about it. But he was different. It's difficult to gain the upper hand with the techniques he has just displayed, let alone defeat or kill him. I have no choice but to use my killer move. Jian Wushuang's face darkened. He had many techniques and many killer moves, but now, although he had shown many techniques and some killer moves, he still had the most terrifying killer moves. Having made up his mind, Jian Wushuang, who had been fighting fiercely with Palace Master Nanwu, immediately retreated. At the same time, golden divine power surged out from his body. The golden divine power was vast and mighty. In the blink of an eye, it formed a huge golden divine power sea that filled the heaven and earth. Behind Jian Wushuang, the 30,000-meter tall golden emperor's eyes suddenly focused, and a golden light suddenly burst out. Then the 30,000-meter tall golden emperor waved both of his palms at the same time. The two golden palms spread out in an instant and expanded infinitely, covering the sky and the sun. One palm covered half of the heaven and earth, and the two palms completely covered the surrounding void. The two palms slowly closed toward where Palace Master Nanwu was. Punishment, divine destruction! Jian Wushuang also shouted. Terrifying divine power burst out from the two giant palms of the Golden Emperor. At the moment when they slowly closed, the void where Palace Master Nanwu was completely confined. Endless divine power crazily pressed toward Palace Master Nanwu. The divine destruction that came with the divine law divine realm was a move that relied on a large amount of divine power to annihilate the opponent. This move consumed a lot of divine power, but its power was earth-shaking. With Jian Wushuang's current strength of divine power, it was difficult for an ordinary peak divine master to survive this move. However, the one who was enduring this move was Palace Master Nanwu, the publicly recognized #1 expert in the Pilsun continent. This move seems to be quite powerful. Sensing the surroundings slowly closing in on him and the endless divine power pressing toward him, even Palace Master Nanwu's eyes suddenly focused. Immediately, a large amount of black thunderbolt power swept out from Palace Master Nanwu's body. In the blink of an eye, the black thunderbolt power covered his entire body. The black thunderbolt power that filled the sky formed a huge, ancient, strange beast around him. This ancient, strange beast had 4 huge heads. After taking shape, these 4 huge heads charged towards the 2 huge palms that were closing in from the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, these 4 huge, strange beast heads collided with the 2 huge golden palms. Rumble, the world trembled. The sound of majestic divine power being crazily squeezed together with the sound of lightning energy sweeping through the void reverberated throughout the entire battlefield. Chapter 2797. God seals might in the battlefield. The battle was still raging like wildfire. However, when God Extinguisher clashed with the 4 heads of the black lightning beast condensed on Palace Master Nanwu's body, that terrifying might attracted the gazes of all the experts on the battlefield. That's what a powerful power! It's one thing for Palace Master Nanwu to be able to display such power, but that sword one's technique is actually so tyrannical. What a fellow! With such an intense collision of power, I'm afraid that we advanced great divine paragons would be killed the moment we get close. Even the weaker peak great divine paragons would have no choice but to retreat under such a collision. The experts from both sides were secretly amazed. All of them looked at the place where the 2 forces collided with horror in their eyes. In the center of the battlefield, under the cover of endless golden divine power, a pitch-black thunderbolt suddenly swept out. It was like a black saber cutting through the golden divine power ocean. Then black thunderbolts surged wildly in the sky. Jian Wushuang's full-strength divine destruction move was actually blocked by Palace Master Nanwu. Judging from Palace Master Nanwu's current posture, she was only a little embarrassed, but her aura was not weak at all. Sword One, is this your strongest move? Palace Master Nanwu looked at Jian Wushuang with lightning-like eyes. Strongest move? No, it's not. Jian Wushuang shook his head lightly. That move just now is far from enough. Palace Master Nanwu's expression changed. In the next moment, as if he had sensed something, he immediately raised his head. When he raised his head, his pupils suddenly shrank. He saw that in the sky above him, in the scroll world that had always existed in the sky, a surge of supreme power had slowly descended. A huge handprint slowly descended from the scroll world. The mountain and river map was the 9-region seal and the 1,000 treasures great world. He had perfectly displayed the power of the 1,000 treasures great world. With the help of the sword principal world of the 1,000 treasures great world, his swordsmanship was so powerful that he was able to fight Palace Master Nanwu. What Jian Wushuang was displaying now was the power of the other secret skill, the 9-region seal. The 9-region seal was the true power of the 9-region seal. The hand seal that was slowly descending from the scroll world was the divine emperor seal that Jian Wushuang had mastered by combining the first 3 moves of the 9-region seal. This move, Palace Master Nanwu's expression changed slightly. He was under the giant hand seal, so he could clearly sense the destructive power contained in it. The power was much more powerful than the 2 giant golden palms that Jian Wushuang had slowly closed in on him and severely injured him. It was really much more powerful. He could easily resist the 2 golden palms that had slowly closed in on him. But now, the giant handprint that fell from the sky made him feel a little apprehensive. However, it was merely palpitating. Palace Master Nanwu had dominated the Pil Sun sacred world for so many years. He had always been known as the #1 expert of the Pil Sun sacred world. His true strength was not as simple as that. After the enormous hand seal slowly descended, Palace Master Nanwu's expression suddenly sank, after which a black lightning seal suddenly appeared between his brows. The moment this black lightning seal appeared, swoosh, a large amount of black lightning energy crazily swept out from the mark. This black lightning energy was stronger and darker than Palace Master Nanwu's god body. Then this black lightning energy formed a second layer of black lightning armor on his body. Thunder Beast, Kirin! Palace Master Nanwu shouted, and the black lightning energy in the sky swept up again. A huge ancient strange beast condensed around his body. This ancient strange beast was one of the top bloodlines of the absolute beginning divine realm, the Kirin strange beast. At this moment, this Kirin strange beast, which was completely formed by the black lightning energy, threw its head back and roared furiously, as if it was venting its unwillingness. In the next moment, the Kirin beast dashed out and fiercely collided with a huge palm print that descended from the void above. Boom! Boom! The world shook. The violent power formed a turbulent wave that swept out in all directions. The experts fighting on the surrounding battlefield were already quite far away from the place where Jian Wushuang and Palace Master Nanwu were fighting. Logically, it should have been difficult for the battle between the 2 to spread to other battlefields. However, as the Kirin beast collided with the giant palm, the terrifying power swept in all directions. The battlefields that were closer to them were all swept away. These powerful, great, divine masters. They were so weak under the power that they were blown to all directions. It took them a long time to stabilize themselves. In the center of the battlefield, pa! With a crisp sound, a crack appeared in the center of the Kirin-type exotic beast that was completely condensed from the black lightning energy. Then, the entire body of the exotic beast collapsed, and the black lightning energy that filled the sky also dissipated into thin air. Palace head Nanwu's expression sank, and a mouthful of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Her body also trembled slightly. However, the giant palm that had descended from the sky had completely dissipated. Injured? You actually injured me? Palace Master Nanwu felt that her divine body had suffered some damage, and endless fury immediately surged in her eyes. A surge of shocking anger rushed to the sky and earth. Don't worry, there's more. Jian Wushuang smiled coldly. What? Palace Master Nanwu's expression changed, and he raised his head again. As expected, a strong power slowly spread out from the lifelike scroll, world above. Rumble, this power was obviously stronger than when Jian Wushuang had used the divine Emperor seal. Then a huge palm appeared. It was much bigger and more powerful than before. Most importantly, when this huge palm descended from the scroll world, a huge figure appeared in the scroll world in the sky. It was an emperor wearing a royal robe and a crown. He was extremely tall, more than 1 million feet tall and more than 10 million feet tall. His figure was blurry, and his appearance couldn't be seen. However, the aura he carried seemed to attract people's attention. It was the aura of a true emperor. Only the emperors of heaven and earth, the rulers of the world, had the aura of a true emperor. And that huge palm was the display of this emperor's figure. It was the strongest two of the 3 seals of the 9 regions, seal of the mountain and river map. The true emperor seal. Chapter 2798. So that was the end? There were 3 strongest seals in the 9 region seal, namely the divine emperor seal, the true emperor seal, and the supreme seal. All 3 seals needed to combine the 3 handprints of the 9 region seal. Jian Wushuang had known about the existence of these 3 seals when he first obtained the mountain and river map. After studying them carefully, he had combined the first 3 moves of the 9 region seal and mastered the divine emperor seal. Over the years, as his strength continued to increase, his study of the 9 region seal naturally deepened. Not long ago, he had already combined the 3 moves of the 9 region seal and mastered the true emperor seal. Now, he had fully displayed the true emperor seal. In terms of power, the true emperor seal was much stronger than the divine emperor seal he had just displayed. Rumble, the huge hand seal, descended once again. That earth-shattering power suppressed everything below. Palace Master Nan Wu stood at the bottom of the hand seal, but his expression was extremely ugly. There's still more. Palace Master Nanwu's heart trembled. Although he had used all his strength to block that hand seal, it had still injured him quite a bit. However, the power of this hand seal was clearly much stronger than the previous one. Even he felt an immense pressure under this hand seal. Humph! With a cold snort, the black lightning seal between Palace Master Nanwu's brows once again flashed explosively. Vast and mighty black lightning strength once again spread out wildly. As the surging black lightning strength surged out, the black lightning seal between Palace Master Nanwu's brows gradually dimmed. Finally, it completely disappeared. His eyes were bloodshot, and his face was filled with madness. Come on! With a roar, the huge Kylan beast rose up again from the surface of Palace Master Nanwu's body. In terms of size, this Kylan beast was even larger and more powerful than the previous one. Judging from Palace Master Nanwu's flushed face, he had used all his means and trump cards in this move. This was also his strongest move. Die. Jian Wushuang's killing intent was like a rainbow. The huge palm in the void came crushing down again, and in the blink of an eye, it collided with the Kirin beast again. Boom! This time, the terrifying boom had completely turned into a sonic boom, which resounded in the ears of all the experts on both sides. The many great divine masters who were fighting on the battlefield were affected by the impact and could not help but stop what they were doing. Numerous gazes filled with shock and astonishment looked towards the center of the battlefield. Isn't this a little too strong? The Dongfang clan head couldn't help but mutter. She was a genuine peak great divine venerate. But at this moment, the power that instantly erupted from the center of the battlefield caused his heart to tremble, causing her to tremble from the bottom of her heart. She even felt that if she was in the center of this power, she would probably be crushed into pieces by the violent power. In other words, the power in the center of the battlefield could easily kill ordinary peak great divine masters. Such a terrifying collision. Who will win and who will lose between these two? Many great divine masters muttered in their hearts. Before the start of the battle, they would have thought that Palace Master Nanwu would win. After all, Palace Master Nanwu was so famous that her strength had been recognized for many years. Jian Wushuang's rise was too short. Even if he had the battle strength of a peak great divine master, no one would really think that he could challenge Palace Master Nanwu. But now that Jian Wushuang was fighting with Palace Master Nanwu, no one dared to think that way anymore. The skills that Jian Wushuang displayed in this battle shocked everyone. In particular, the killing moves that he was using now were too terrifying. Boom! Boom! The sound of the explosions gradually faded, and the divine power that filled the sky gradually dissipated. Finally, the scene at the center of the battlefield appeared before everyone's eyes. In the center of the battlefield, in the air, Palace Head Nanwu was still standing there. However, at this moment, the clothes on his body were in tatters, and there were even some cracks on the armor on his body. His armor and clothes were covered in blood. His face was deathly pale, and blood flowed out from both sides of his mouth. His hair was also extremely messy, especially his aura, which was obviously much weaker than when he was at his peak. Seriously injured. Palace Master Nanwu is seriously injured. Many great divine masters from both sides were shocked to see this scene. Before the battle, they had never expected that Palace Master Nanwu, who had always been known as invincible in the Pale Sun sacred world, would be seriously injured by Jian Wushuang in a head-on fight. Ha ha! A deranged laughter suddenly sounded. It was the heavily injured Palace Master Nanwu who was laughing. Although he was seriously injured, his eyes were shining brightly and his face was full of madness. How many years has it been? How long has it been since I became invincible in the Pale Sun sacred world? Sword 1. Sword 1. You're the first person to force me to such an extent ever since I became invincible in the sacred Pale Sun world. I, Nanwu, have to admire you. The technique you used just now was indeed extremely powerful. Unfortunately, it ends here. Palace Master Nanwu's voice reverberated through the vast world. The great divine masters from both sides also sighed inwardly. They had to admit that Palace Master Nanwu was the strongest person in the Pale Sun sacred world since the death of Sage Redstone. He had been invincible in the Pale Sun sacred world for many years and had experienced many battles along the way. However, very few people were able to injure him. There were even fewer who were able to seriously injure him and force him to such an extent. Jian Wushuang was the first. In the eyes of the surrounding experts, Jian Wushuang deserved to be proud even if he died. Is this the end? Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes slightly. There was a trace of unwillingness in his heart, but his gaze became a little misty. In the sword tomb below, divine swords were emitting unique and extremely powerful sword essence, which filled every corner of the sword principal world. Jian Wushuang's expression was cold, but his consciousness and soul power had already completely covered the entire sword principal world. At this moment, his body and mind had become one with the entire sword principal world, and even with every divine sword and sword essence in the sword principal world. Jian Wushuang immediately entered an extremely wonderful state. Sword 1, surrender your life. Palace Master Nan Wu's killing, intense sword, and the black thunderbolts on his body also soared. However, he once again crazily attacked Jian Wushuang. Chapter 2799. The 1,000-square-shaped rail, though Palace Master Nanwu was seriously injured and her strength was greatly reduced, her battle strength was still at the peak of the great divine master level, and her methods were extremely formidable. Under the cover of a large amount of black thunderbolt power, a huge thunderbolt beast appeared once again. This thunderbolt beast covered Palace Master Nanwu's entire body. It roared and appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. Its bloody mouth had already opened. It was ready to swallow Jian Wushuang's entire body. But at this moment, Jian Wushuang, who had narrowed his eyes, suddenly opened them. A fierce light flashed in his eyes. Then Jian Wushuang attacked. He just attacked casually, looking like an ordinary person swinging a wooden sword. But when he swung his long sword, a sword light immediately lit up. This sword light was extremely weak, extremely dim, and incomplete. It was a broken light, a remnant light. However, when this remnant light appeared, in the blink of an eye, there were at least hundreds and thousands of scattered lights in the world. Under the gaze of Palace Master Nanwu, the original Jian Wushuang suddenly became hundreds and thousands of people. Palace Master Nanwu was shocked. The black thunder beast covering his body suddenly swallowed, but it had already lost its target. The swallowing did not even touch Jian Wushuang's clothes. Chi! The sound of the sword tip entering his body suddenly sounded. Palace Master Nanwu felt a sharp pain in his waist, and then his eyes widened. This is... Palace Master Nanwu turned his head with great difficulty and saw Jian Wushuang, who was still holding a long sword, standing behind him. Blood was flowing slowly on the body of Jian Wushuang's long sword. Ultimate skill. Palace Master Nanwu murmured a few words, but his body had been divided into two parts, starting from his waist. In that moment, Jian Wushuang's Blood Mountain sword had cut through his body armor, which was already damaged. Palace Master Nanwu's eyes dimmed, and his consciousness completely disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he was dead. Silence. In such a huge battlefield, if the experts from both sides were fighting crazily, it would be shocking and noisy. However, at this moment, the entire battlefield was completely silent, and everyone subconsciously stopped what they were doing. One by one, they looked in the direction of the center with shock and disbelief. In their sight, Jian Wushuang stood there calmly with a sword in one hand, and there was a cold corpse that had been cut into two pieces under his feet. That corpse was actually Palace Master Nanwu's. Dead? Palace Master Nanwu is dead? How is it possible? Impossible. An unprecedented clamor exploded in the void. The great divine masters from both sides were all shocked by the scene. It was Palace Master Nanwu, the publicly acknowledged #1 expert of the Pill Sun sacred world. Before the battle began, none of them thought that Jian Wushuang could fight Palace Master Nanwu head-on. Even if they could stop her, it was unlikely. But now, the result was right in front of them. Not only did Jian Wushuang completely stop Palace Master Nanwu, but he also fought her head-on. They were evenly matched, and he used all kinds of killer moves to force Palace Master Nanwu into a miserable state. Now, Jian Wushuang killed Palace Master Nanwu out of everyone's expectations? How did he do it? Everyone was a little confused. Jian Wushuang, who was standing quietly beside Palace Master Nanwu's corpse, had a strange smile on his face. The 8th move of space-time, swordsmanship. I've been trapped for so long, and I've been studying it carefully for so long, but I've never been able to create it. I didn't expect to fight with Palace Master Nanwu head-on today. With the support of the Sword Principle World, I used all my strength to fight with Palace Master Nanwu. I found a special state and finally created the 8th move. Sure enough, only real combat is the fastest way to improve my strength. Jian Wushuang was also very happy. He had been stuck in the 7th move of the space-time swordsmanship for a long time. Before he came to the Danyang continent, he had already created the 7th move. However, after such a long time, he still could not create the 8th move. This move had been stuck for too long, but he had already begun to study and ponder it. He just could not really create it. However, today's battle had given him a rare opportunity, and he had perfectly grasped this opportunity. This sword move of mine seems to have thousands of rays of remnant light. Therefore, its name should be 1,000 Rays of Remnant Light, Jian Wushuang muttered. From then on, the 8th move of the space-time sword art, 1,000 Rays of Remnant Light, created by Jian Wushuang, was finally completed. Once the sword art was completed, he used it to kill Palace Master Nanwu, who was seriously injured. It could only be blamed on Palace Master Nanwu's bad luck to encounter Jian Wushuang, who was extremely talented in sword principle. If it were anyone else, even in the same situation, they would not be able to seize this opportunity to create a new unique move. After the unique move was completed, Palace Master Nanwu was also killed. Jian Wushuang was overjoyed, but he knew the current situation. He quickly suppressed his joy and slowly looked at the other battlefields around him. His face darkened. Although he had won the battle, the other battlefields, except for Yin Suer, were all at a disadvantage. It had been a long time since the battle began. Most of the great divine masters Yin Suer had brought with her had used up their divine power. The others were almost exhausted and could not hold on much longer. The Sword Union was also at an absolute disadvantage. In this battle, both Dark Eagle and the junior great divine master who had joined the Sword Union had died. More great divine masters under Yin Suer had died. On the other hand, not many great divine masters from the alliance of the four forces had died so far. Fortunately, Jian Wushuang had dealt with Palace Master Nanwu in time, so there was still room for improvement. If he had delayed any longer, Yin Suer, the experts from the Cloud Mountain sect, and the Sword Union would have died in less than 15 minutes. Except for the few peak divine masters, all of them were probably dead. Watch me. Seeing the situation around him, Jian Wushuang's eyes suddenly turned cold. Boom! A majestic divine power suddenly erupted from Jian Wushuang's body like a volcano that had been silent for hundreds of millions of years. Chapter 2800 Ultimate Technique. The surging pure divine power formed a huge divine power sea in the blink of an eye. This divine power sea was boundless and contained too much divine power. It was completely beyond the imagination of all the great divine venerables present. How can there be such a huge divine power? Divine power sea, such a huge divine power sea? This divine power sea is emitted from Jian Yi's body? Such a huge amount of divine power. Even a top-notch immortal saint is only so, right? A series of shocked voices sounded. The great divine paragons that were fighting on both sides were all staring at this burst of divine power sea with incomparable shock. And this vast god power sea swept out without restraint, engulfing the entire battlefield. Immediately after, the vast god power condensed into many large hands, crazily grabbing towards the experts of the allied forces. Damn it! What is he trying to do? The god power sea covers the entire battlefield. Could it be that he wants to fight against all of us by himself? The experts of the allied forces were stunned. They found that the divine power sea had completely isolated the entire battlefield and separated their opponents. Then, the giant hand formed by the divine power sea came to grab them. It was obvious that he was trying to fight against the entire allied forces. He's courting death. He doesn't know how to live. The experts of the allied forces were shocked and furious. They admitted that Jian Wushuang's divine power sea was vast. However, once it was formed and rushed toward them, it consumed a lot of divine power. They thought that Jian Wushuang would not be able to hold on for long. At most, his divine power would be exhausted in a moment. However, they did not expect that Jian Wushuang's divine power was so vast that it was ridiculous. Under the crazy impact of the divine power sea, it covered the entire battlefield and swept all the experts of the four forces. In the center of the divine power sea, Jian Wushuang directly attacked. Whoosh! He appeared directly in front of Ba Xiong as if he had teleported. Ba Xiong was also very powerful. He had always had the upper hand in the fierce battle with his companions. When he saw Jian Wushuang's arrival, his pupils suddenly shrank. He did not dare to be careless with Jian Wushuang, because they had killed Palace Master Nanwu in front of Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang drew his sword. He drew his sword casually, looking like an ordinary person slashing a wooden sword. However, when he drew his long sword, an extremely weak, extremely dim, and obviously incomplete light immediately lit up. It was a streak of residual light. However, when this streak of residual light appeared, in the blink of an eye, there were at least hundreds and thousands of streaks of residual light everywhere. In Ba Xiong's eyes, there was only one Jian Wushuang in front of him, but now there were hundreds and thousands of them. It was the 8th move of the space-time sword art, thousand-sided residual light. It was the same sword move that killed Palace Master Nanwu's sword move, under the influence of the sword principle world. Jian Wushuang's sword principle and swordsmanship had been greatly improved, and this sword move had become even more mysterious. Ba Xiong subconsciously wanted to block the remnant light when he saw it, but suddenly a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. The remnant light had already passed through his neck. Too fast. Ba Xiong's eyes were wide open, and his face was filled with unprecedented fear. However, his voice began to fade away. In the surrounding void, the great divine masters from both sides who saw this scene turned pale with fright. One sword killed a peak great divine master. How could sword one be so powerful? The great divine masters were all trembling in their hearts. Previously, Jian Wushuang had used this move to kill Palace Master Nanwu. However, because Jian Wushuang had used several killing moves in succession, Palace Master Nanwu had been severely injured and died under this move. They did not know how powerful this move was. But now, with Jian Wushuang killing Ba Xiong with one move, no one dared to ignore his swordsmanship. The move he just made. Yin Suer stared at Jian Wushuang with a serious expression. The ultimate skill. It's definitely the ultimate skill. The ultimate skill. He created the ultimate skill. The Life and Death Tower Master screamed. The experts who knew what the ultimate skill represented were also shocked. When one's strength reached the Divine Lord level, most of them would start to create their own ultimate skills and ultimate moves. For example, the Kirin Strange Beast that Palace Master Nanwu had used before, which was completely formed from black lightning, was extremely powerful, and ultimate skills also had different levels of strength. The ultimate skill referred to the ultimate skill at the Divine Lord level. To be called the ultimate, it was naturally the strongest and most tyrannical absolute arts. Absolute arts at this level were extremely powerful and terrifying, but it was also very, very difficult to create them. Palace Master Nanwu had been invincible in the Sacred Pill Sun world for so many years, but she still hadn't created an ultimate absolute art. This could be seen from this. In the absolute beginning divine realm, anyone who could create an ultimate absolute art was the most terrifying existence among the divine venerates. Although this existence couldn't compare to the undying sage, it was already completely above the great divine venerate. They even had a unique title, which was Invincible Divine Venerables. Invincible Divine Venerables were the invincible existences among the Divine Venerables. Each of them easily massacred a large group of great Divine Venerables, or even peak great Divine Venerables. They were absolutely the most terrifying existences among the Divine Venerables. However, there were too few such invincible Divine Venerables. Under normal circumstances, there might not even be one in a sacred world, like the Pill Sun's sacred world. And even in the entire 9 realms of the Golden Crow, there were only a handful of invincible divine masters. But now, Jian Wushuang had created the ultimate skill. This meant that not only did Jian Wushuang have this terrifying ultimate skill, but his comprehension of sword principle and rule had reached the highest level that a divine master could reach. He was infinitely close to the immortal saint. If there was only one gap between him and the invincible divine master, it was the gap in divine power. After all, his divine power was only at the peak of the great divine master level. Even so, he could still easily kill a great divine master at the peak. Die. Jian Wushuang moved through the battlefield like a ghost. The Blood Mountain sword in his hand was like the scythe of the god of death, casually brandishing it. Each of his strikes seemed to be casual. However, each of his strikes was extremely fast, so fast that the great divine masters could not even catch the sword shadow. Chi, 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 chi. The sword light easily passed through the divine bodies or necks of the experts. Even with the protection of the body-protecting armor, the strangling power contained in it could not be resisted. Chapter 2801. Turning the Tide. Heads were sent flying like wheat. In a flash, Jian Wushuang had killed nearly 10 great divine masters from the four forces. Whoosh! Jian Wushuang dashed out again. Run, run, run! The remaining great divine masters from the four forces were scared out of their wits. When they saw Jian Wushuang charging out again, they did not hesitate and began to run frantically. Everyone was running, including the Life and Death Tower Master, the Dongfeng Family Master, and the East God, the three peak great divine masters. They knew very well that Jian Wushuang could kill Ba Xiong with one strike, and he could also kill them with one strike. If they did not flee now, they would all die. Whoosh! 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 A large number of people were frantically fleeing in all directions. Despite the suppression of the realm and the restriction of the divine power sea, Jian Wushuang was able to catch up with very few of them. However, his eyes had long been fixed on one person. It was the East God. The divine demon sect has suffered heavy losses because of our sword league. The East God hates me to the bone. We can't let this potential threat escape. Jian Wushuang sneered. With a thought, the realm that had covered the entire battlefield rumbled. It was supposed to oppress all the experts of the four forces. But in this battle, the great domain was oppressing the East God alone. What? Under the pressure of the great domain, the already heavily injured East God was once again suppressed. His strength was greatly reduced, and his speed was greatly reduced. Jian Wushuang only made a simple charge forward, and he was already beside the East God. Then a sword light flashed. No. The East God let out a hysterical roar, but the roar gradually disappeared. His eyes dimmed, and his body began to fall down weakly. After killing the East God, Jian Wushuang did not chase after the other experts who had fled. Instead, he let them escape the battlefield. In just a moment, all the experts who had survived the four forces had fled. Is it over? Jian Wushuang looked at the battlefield that had completely calmed down and let out a sigh of relief. Then, the divine power sea that had filled the battlefield, as well as the techniques of the four realms, were slowly withdrawn. The 30,000-meter tall golden emperor behind him also slowly disappeared. The mountain river map was also withdrawn and turned into a golden light that entered his divine body again. All means had stopped. At this moment, Jian Wushuang was feeling the divine power in his body. I've used up 50% of my divine power. Even Jian Wushuang was shocked when he saw that there was only 50% of his divine power left. One had to know that his divine power was extremely vast. Although it could not be said to be endless, the amount was indeed enough to scare people to death. In an ordinary fierce battle, even if he had to fight for a long time, his divine power would be very limited. Under normal circumstances, it would be very rare for him to use more than 10% of his divine power. But in this battle, he had used up 50% of his battle strength, and half of it. Jian Wushuang could not help but exclaim that he had really put in a lot of effort in this battle. The many secret skills that he had used, whether it was the 7-star secret skill, the divine punishment skill, or the 9 luminary star armor, all required a tremendous amount of divine power. He had used a lot of divine power just to use these 3 secret skills. He had been trying his best to maintain the 4 realms since the beginning of the battle. Each of the 4 realms consumed a lot of divine power. However, he had been using them from the beginning of the battle until the end. After all, an extremely long time had passed. As for the mountain and river map, it was extremely difficult to use a supreme treasure like it. An ordinary peak divine master could only use the sword principal world of the thousand treasures great world for a short period of time. His divine power might not be able to withstand it, but Jian Wushuang had been using it for a very long time. Moreover, he used the divine emperor seal and the true emperor seal of the 9 region seal. Such a method consumed a huge amount of divine power. However, although these secret skills consumed a huge amount of divine power, it was still acceptable for Jian Wushuang's massive divine power. What really consumed him was the final burst of divine power C. The burst of divine power was to isolate the battlefield between the two sides and prevent further damage to the experts of the Redstone Castle and the Sword League. Although this move did not last long, it consumed a lot of divine power when the massive divine power kept surging. Only Jian Wushuang dared to play like this. If it were anyone else, even the top immortal saint would not be able to do this. During the time when the divine power sea erupted, he had used up 30% of his divine power, and the other 20% was consumed by his various secret skills. In total, he had only used up 50% of his divine power. Ever since I broke through to the divine devil realm and became a perfect chaotic creature, it's the first time I've used up so much divine power, Jian Wushuang muttered. A perfect chaotic creature has the most perfect immortal body, which requires divine power to recover. For other cultivators, the soul is the root, but for me, divine power is the most important thing. As long as I don't use up my divine power, no one can kill me. This time, I've used up too much divine power. I'll take it easy in the future. Unless it's really a life or death situation, I can only use 30% of my divine power. The remaining 70% will be used to save my life, Jian Wushuang muttered to himself. While he was pondering, many experts from the Redstone Castle and the Sword League had surrounded him. These experts were shocked and could not calm down for a long time. They looked at Jian Wushuang with respect and admiration. Their camp was at an absolute disadvantage in this battle. It could even be said that there was no room for them to fight back. At the beginning of the battle, almost everyone thought that their camp would lose this battle. It was just a question of whether they would lose too miserably. But who would have thought that this Sword Union chief, Jian Yi, who was merely emitting the aura of a senior great deity, would use lightning-fast methods to first defeat and heavily injure East God. Then he would fight against Palace Master Nanwu alone. After a fierce battle, he killed Palace Master Nanwu directly. In the end, he single-handedly fought against all the experts from the 4 forces camps, and in the end he swept through all the experts from the 4 forces camps, killing them until the 4 forces camps could only flee frantically. In this battle, he had killed 3 peak great deities one after another, including Palace Master Nanwu, who was the strongest. It could be said that he had single-handedly turned the tables on the situation that he was bound to lose. Chapter 28:02. The dust has settled. Jian He in sewer stared at Jian Wushuang with a complicated look. Why, don't you recognize me? Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. No, I just didn't expect you to be so strong. In sewer exclaimed in surprise. The surrounding experts nodded in unison. Indeed, Jian Wushuang's combat strength was too strong. He had killed Palace Master Nanwu and swept through all the experts of the allied forces. This strength was not something an ordinary great divine master could have. Only the legendary invincible divine master could have such a skill. As for Jian Wushuang, even if he was not as strong as the real invincible divine master, he was very close. But don't forget, the divine power aura emitted by Jian Wushuang was only that of a senior great divine master? A senior great divine master had almost the combat strength of an invincible divine master? His secret skills are very impressive. At the same time, he also has countless trump cards, In Sewer praised in her heart. In this battle, Jian Wushuang had gone all out. He had indeed revealed too many tricks and trump cards. All kinds of tricks and trump cards were emerging one after another, which amazed many experts present. Many experts present were now curious about what kind of experience Jian Wushuang had had, or what kind of amazing opportunities he had obtained. They all knew that Jian Wushuang could not have had so many tricks and trump cards without a great opportunity. His combat strength would never have been so strong. Jian Wushuang smiled bitterly in his heart when he noticed the strange gazes around him. After a long while, Jian Wushuang exhaled and said, "In any case, today's battle is finally over." "Yes, it's over." The experts around them also heaved a sigh of relief, especially the remaining great divine masters of Yin Suer's camp, who were still smiling in surprise. "We've won. We've won this battle." Not only have we won the internal battle within Crimson Rock Castle, we've also defeated the allied forces of the 4 great powers. Although Crimson Rock Castle has suffered heavy losses in this battle and many great divine paragons have fallen, it won't be long before we can reorganize and regroup. After today's battle, our Crimson Rock Castle will definitely regain its prestige from many years ago. The Nangong Wugong, the Tower of Life and Death, the Divine Devil Sect, and the Dongfang family will once again submit to our Crimson Rock Castle. This is too good. Voices filled with pleasant surprise reverberated in the air. Beside them, Yun Shan and his 2 remaining high divine paragons had extremely complicated expressions on their faces. It was indeed gratifying that the alliance of the 4 great powers had been defeated. However, the faction they belonged to had similarly been defeated by Yin Suer. "Yun Shan." Yin Suer's voice rang out. She gave Yun Shan a deep look. After a long while, she continued, "The reason why I suddenly attacked you before was because I sensed that great divine God Tian Mu had close contact with the Nangong Wugong. Great divine God Tian Mu was your subordinate and also your confidant. I subconsciously thought that you had fallen and wanted to collude with the Nangong Wugong to harm the Redstone Castle. I didn't expect that great divine God Tian Mu had schemed against you. This time, I have misunderstood you. I apologize." Yin Suer's voice was extremely sincere. For so many years, she and Yun Shan had been fighting in the open and in the dark, and they were extremely fierce. But no matter how much they fought, Yin Suer recognized Yun Shan's strength and ability. In addition, Yun Shan had founded Crimson Rock Castle with Redstone Saint, and they had fought together to conquer the world. Crimson Rock Saint had 50% of the credit for Crimson Rock Fort's complete control of a realm, while Yun Shan had at least 30%. Yin Suer had never denied Yun Shan's achievements. Therefore, she still had a trace of respect for Yun Shan from the bottom of her heart. Previously, if she hadn't been schemed by great divine God Tianmu and thought that Yun Shan had colluded with the South Wugong, she would never have directly launched a great war against Yun Shan in this manner. And just now, after being ambushed by her camp and being heavily injured, Yun Shan was still able to put the overall situation first and take the initiative to join hands with her to fight against the allied forces of the 4 major forces. This made Yin Suer extremely gratified and moved. So now that the Great War had ended, Yin Suer also took the initiative to apologize to Yun Shan. This old man does not know people well. Being schemed against by others is also this old man's own fault. Yun Shan said, "The winner takes all. This battle, this old man has lost. From today onwards, the Crimson Rock Castle will absolutely respect you, Lord Castle Lord. If Lord Castle Lord has any demolition in the future, I, Yun Shan, will not say a word of no." Yun Shan's voice was equally sincere. Previously, the reason why he was unconvinced of Yin Suer and fought with her was because he doubted her methods. He believed that Yin Suer lacked experience and wisdom, so she was not suitable to control this huge redstone castle. However, after all these years of competition, Yun Shan had witnessed Yin Suer's growth and her methods. Especially in this battle, he was completely convinced. The strength that Yin Suer had accumulated in a short period of time, and the fact that she had secretly recruited several other small factions, as well as bribed the experts from the White Cloud Mansion, the Demon Sealing Hall, and the Eclipse Gate, these three first-rate forces, as backup plans, especially what shocked him, was the relationship between Yin Suer and the Sword Union. He had never expected that the Sword Union and Yin Suer would actually have a cooperative relationship from the very beginning. Both sides had long reached an agreement, and in this battle, all sorts of changes were made. Yin Suer's methods had completely exceeded his expectations. He was also completely convinced by Yin Suer, not only in terms of strength, but also in terms of intelligence and tactics. He no longer had any doubts. Naturally, he was now willing to serve Yin Suer as his master. And Yun Shan's change in attitude made Yin Suer immediately overjoyed. Uncle Yun Shan, from today onwards, you will still be the Grand Elder of our Crimson Rock Castle. In Crimson Rock Castle, other than me, you will be the most respected, Yin Suer said hurriedly. It's rare for Suer to still be willing to call me uncle. Yun Shan also revealed a trace of a smile. When the surrounding people saw this, they all heaved a sigh of relief. It was very obvious that Yin Suer and Yun Shan had completely reconciled. The past struggles, even the great battle this time, had already become the clouds of the past, and this was the best ending for Crimson Rock Castle. Well, although we won this battle, it was a Pyrrhic victory. Not only did many great divine masters die, but even those who survived were injured and consumed too much of each other's divine power. We should go back and recover our injuries and divine power. After we recover, we will think of ways to deal with those top forces, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Yes, restore good condition first, then go to those few families to settle accounts properly. Yin Suer's voice was ice-cold.